Duanling Tian did not expect to see the black stone and the dark green jade token to collide suddenly. He had thought the collision would be akin to Mars hitting Earth, but contrary to his expectations, the collision did not even produce any noise. He continued to watch as the two items strangely began to merge into one. What's this? As soon as the two items merged, a flash of light that was even brighter than the scorching sun during high noon appeared, causing Duanling Tian to close his eyes. Before he could even open his eyes, he felt a majestic and mighty force landed on him before it sent him flying back. The force felt ancient, as though it had seen the vicissitudes of life. As soon as it landed on Duanling Tian, it seemed to have restrained his strength. He could not even mobilize his energy to resist this energy. The energy had landed squarely on his chest. It felt as though he had been hit with a heavy hammer. His internal organs were affected, causing him to throw up blood. Duanling Tian barely managed to muster up some of his strength to stabilize himself after being sent flying a distance away. When he recovered, the first thought that came to his mind was someone had ambushed him. He bellowed, "Who's it?" However, when Duanling Tian carefully surveyed his surroundings, he discovered there was no one around. He only saw a piece of metal-like item hovering nearby. Duanling Tian was baffled. Where did the jade token and black stone go? They seemed to have disappeared after merging together. He only realized what had happened when he sensed a vaguely familiar aura from the metal-like item. The aura was similar to the energy that had sent him flying earlier. Is this metal piece the product of the merge between the black stone and the dark green jade token? What's happening? Why did the jade token that third uncle gave me merged with the stone and turned into this metal-like thing? Duanling Tian tentatively approached the metal-like item that was shrouded in a mysterious light. When he was certain it would not attack him, he carefully reached out to grab it. He studied it carefully and weighed it in his hand. Its end was blunt, making it seem as though it had been broken off of something. He murmured to himself, "It seems like a defective piece of metal. It's quite thick. HM? What are these writings and patterns on it? They're incomprehensible." When he held the piece of metal, he could feel the ancient aura from it. It seemed as though it had existed for a long time. What is it actually? The only thing I'm certain of is that it's definitely not something ordinary. Duanling Tian furrowed his brows as he continued to study it. Just the force from the metal-like item was enough to send him flying and injure him after all. It was definitely not an ordinary item. After a while, he decided to test the water and sent his divine consciousness into the metal-like item. He was taken aback when he saw the writings and the patterns on the metal-like item seemed to have come to life as soon as he sent his divine consciousness into it. It also began to emit a strange and sinister aura. It was like a bottomless abyss. It kept devouring his divine consciousness regardless of how much he sent into it. As a result, he did not find anything useful about this seemingly defective piece of metal. He looked at the broken piece of metal with a hint of fear in his eyes as he withdrew his divine consciousness. He felt as though he was holding onto a bomb. What the hell is this? Divine consciousness comes from one's soul. Since it can easily devour my divine consciousness, I wonder if it can absorb soul attacks as well. After mulling over it for a moment, he cast a soul attack on the defective piece of metal. As soon as Duanling Tian's soul attack landed on the defective piece of metal, the same thing happened. The energy from the writings and patterns on the metal piece absorbed the attack. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "It's truly capable of absorbing soul attacks." The fear in his eyes had been replaced with joy at this moment. With this, I no longer have to fear soul attacks from bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Duanling Tian thought to himself excitedly. After all, he no longer had to be afraid of bodiless celestials who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He now looked at the item as though it was a treasure despite its appearance. The jade token that had been given to him by Xianxia from the divine offering land was clearly special. The same could be said about the black stone as well. The product of the merge between two of such extraordinary items was definitely going to be extraordinary as well. Duanling Tian closed his eyes as he recalled what had happened when he held the black stone and the jade token earlier. He murmured to himself, "There's more to this piece of metal than just being able to devour soul attacks. I'm certain it holds other secrets as well." However, my current strength is probably not enough to unlock all its secrets now. It's also likely that this piece of metal appeared due to my 99 Saint veins. He recalled the energies from the jade token and the black stone had surged into his body and circulated in his 99 Saint veins, otherwise known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms, before the energies fused into one. It could be said that the defective metal piece was the result of the fusion between the black stone and dark green jade token after their energies had circulated through his 99 Saint veins. He thought to himself, I guess I've decrypted the secret of the jade token. Now I have to decrypt the secrets of this metal piece. I wonder what is it? What was it broken off from? Nevertheless, this is a huge gain for me. With this defective metal piece, even if I have to face a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, I wouldn't be helpless. His eyes brightened again when he thought about it. After a while, he put the defective metal piece away in his spatial ring, as though it was a precious treasure. Although it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial now, if a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial cast a soul attack faster than he could kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be helpless to resist the soul attack since he could not resist it with his strength. After all, physical attacks were different from soul attacks. However, since he possessed the mysterious and sinister defective metal piece now, he could use it to devour soul attacks from 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. He finally had a way to counter soul attacks. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply to calm down. He looked up at the sky as he murmured, "Thank you, third uncle." He was grateful toward Xianxia who came from the divine offering land. Although the metal piece was not directly given to him by Xianxia, he would not be able to obtain this metal piece without the jade token. Moreover, Xianxia had also given him the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The sword was a Devata artifact that was comparable to the top celestial weapons in the Devata realms even though it had lost its artifact soul. A smile bloomed on Duan Ling Tian's face when he remembered he was near Fresh Breeze Town, his hometown. He wondered inwardly, I wonder how they're doing now. When he arrived in Fresh Breeze Town, his smile grew wider when he saw the town was thriving and the members from the Li family were doing well. After that, he went to Aurora City, the county city of Swallow Mountain County, and the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When he saw that all his old friends were living well, he did not disturb them and left quietly. Following that, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the 7-Star Sword sect. The 7-Star Sword sect was the first sect he had joined, so he had a deep attachment to it. At one point, the sect was annihilated. However, due to his efforts, the sect managed to rebuild itself and seemed to be doing well. Currently, it had become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who would think the humble purple-clad young man who had joined the 7-Star Sword sect a few decades ago already possessed invincible power in the Saint Province realm? As Duan Ling Tian stood above the 7-Star Sword sect, he could not help but sigh. In just a blink of an eye, several decades had passed. During this time, so many things have changed. After Duan Ling Tian left the sect and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he went to look at a few other old friends. Only then did he leave the 10 Great Dynasty, the Cloud Continent, and the lower province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. RRRPP. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and created an opening in the void. With a flash, he disappeared from the lower province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. When he finally reappeared, he had returned to the upper province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to the upper province, he made his way to Sin City in the central region to visit a few of his old friends. These people were Huang Qi Ling, a disciple of the human devil's Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Hao Chan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who recognized him as the real palace master. Brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Huang Qi Ling could not help but feel slightly nervous, even though he knew Duan Ling Tian would not disdain him just because he had grown so strong. After all, Duan Ling Tian was different from before. If one were to say Duan Ling Tian was invincible in the Saint Province realm, no one would refute it. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Thank you. Then he looked at Huang Qi Ling and asked, how have you been doing all these years? I'm good. Huang Qi Ling was touched. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was still concerned about him. That's great. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He turned to Yuan Hao Chun, who was standing next to Huang Qi Ling, and greeted him with a faint smile. Palace Master Yuan, we haven't seen each other in quite a while. Yuan Hao Chun almost fell to his knees in fear when he heard the way Duan Ling Tian had addressed him. Master, you can just address me as Little Chin. I feel ashamed, very ashamed, having you address me as Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian looked behind Yuan Hao Chun and Huang Qi Ling and asked in surprise, Where's Huang Wenjing? Did she not come? Huang Qi Ling replied, Sister Wenjing has gone into closed-door cultivation. He certainly could not tell Duan Ling Tian that Huang Wenjing did not come to Sin City because she could not bear to see Duan Ling Tian and his wife. Duan Ling Tian stayed and chatted with Huang Qi Ling and Yuan Hao Chun for a while, and before he left, he gave each of them a token so that they could go to the Phoenix clan for help if the need arose. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had gone to the Phoenix clan and gave them 2 celestial supreme treasures. Due to this, the entire Phoenix clan regarded him as their benefactor. They gave him many rare plumes as a token of appreciation. They had promised that anyone who came to the Phoenix clan with the plumes would receive their help and they would treat them as though they were Duan Ling Tian. The tokens that Duan Ling Tian had given Huang Qi Ling and Yuan Hao Chun were precisely these extremely rare plumes. After that, Duan Ling Tian made preparations to leave the Saint Province realm. When he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he felt as though it had been a long time since he had left this place. It did not take long before he found someone from Yen Huang realm to guide him to the entrance of said realm. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Yen Huang realm. He took out the violet gold token that had been given to him by Shen Yuanji that would lead him to the Yellow the Arch mansion. He thought to himself, I think elder brother Shen Yuanji and Su Li should have left the Beyond Heaven secret zone and returned to the Yellow the Arch mansion by now. The Yellow the Arch mansion was a low-profile and hidden force in Yen Huang realm. Although most people have heard of it, they did not know where it was located. During his journey, Duan Ling Tian heard many rumors about himself. Many of the rumors were about him killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. It seems like I've become famous in Yen Huang realm? There were many people who felt that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had died unjustly. They thought that if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had known Duan Ling Tian was merely an eminent celestial, he would have been able to kill Duan Ling Tian with a spiritual attack. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he only smiled faintly. In fact, at that time he had taken a gamble that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe his cultivation base in fear of offending him. After all, they were under the impression that he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He had also prepared himself for the possibility of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial discovering he was only an eminent celestial. At that time, he would quickly attack before the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial could cast a soul attack. After traveling for a month, Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder, how long will it take before I reach my destination? Since he did not know the location of the Yellow the Arch mansion, he could not travel through the interstellar transportation formation of each galaxy. He could only travel through space, following the lead of the token from the Yellow the Arch mansion. He felt skeptical. After all, he had been traveling at top speed for a month now, and yet he still had not arrived at the Yellow the Arch mansion. With his current speed, he could have traveled from the remote Milky Way to the Kost galaxy. After Duan Ling Tian traveled for another 2 months, he finally arrived at the place where the Yellow the Arch mansion was located. Although the Yellow the Arch mansion was a hidden power, it still ruled over a relatively large galaxy since it was one of the top forces in Yen Huang realm. Under the guidance of the Violet Gold token, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the home planet that was ruled by the Yellow the Arch mansion. It did not take long before he arrived outside the Yellow the Arch mansion's estate. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the inner mansion of the Yellow the Arch mansion, a group of patrolling disciples blocked his way. The leader of the group of patrolling disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. He asked perfunctorily, "Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to our Yellow the Arch mansion?" "I'm Duan Ling Tian. I'm here to look for elder brother Shen Yuanji. I wonder if he has returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone." Duan Ling Tian replied politely. After all, he came here to visit his friends, not to look for trouble. "Duan Ling Tian?" The group of patrolling disciples, including the leader, widened their eyes in shock when they heard Duanling Tian's self-introduction. The leader was the first to regain his senses. He studied the handsome purple-clad young man in front of him. The young man seemed to fit the descriptions in the rumors. After a while, he noticed something that proved Duanling Tian's identity without a doubt. Is that the violet gold token? His eyes that contained a hint of coldness turned warm. He bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian." "Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian." "Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian." The other patrolling disciples followed suit and greeted Duanling Tian when they saw their leader bowing at Duanling Tian. The leader of the group of patrolling disciples motioned for Duanling Tian to follow him after he respectfully greeted Duanling Tian. "Lord Duanling Tian, our old ancestor has ordered us to lead you to him immediately if you come." Duanling Tian nodded and followed the leader of the group of patrolling disciples into the inner mansion of the Yellow Arch Mansion. Not long after he entered the Yellow Arch Mansion, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. "Brother Ling Tian." Duanling Tian looked up and saw a figure flying toward him. The figure belonged to an old man. He was none other than Shen Yuanji, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial and the old ancestor of the Yellow Arch Mansion, whom he had met in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. A middle-aged man could be seen trailing after Shen Yuanji. He was tall and handsome and possessed neat eyebrows. He emitted an imposing aura as well. The mansion master of Yellow Arch Mansion? Duanling Tian managed to identify the middle-aged man with just a glance. He had heard Zhang Yi talk about the mansion master of Yellow Arch Mansion before. He knew the mansion master was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. In terms of strength, he was second only to the two old ancestors who were 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. He was stronger than the other 8-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow Arch Mansion. "Big brother." Duanling Tian greeted Shen Yuanji, who had come near him, with a smile. He discovered that Shen Yuanji's gaze was different from when they were in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Moreover, Shen Yuanji had also changed the way he addressed him. It had changed from "Little Brother Ling Tian" to "Brother Ling Tian." He was not surprised by this. After all, he was no longer the same person from when he was in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. More importantly, almost all forces in Yanhuang realm had most likely learned about him killing the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. When the leader of the group of patrolling disciples regained his senses, he hurriedly bowed at Shen Yuanji and the dignified middle-aged man. "Greetings, old ancestor." "Greetings, Lord Mansion Master." It seemed like Duanling Tian had speculated correctly. The middle-aged man was, indeed, the mansion master of the Yellow Arch Mansion. Shen Yuanji nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the mansion master of the Yellow Arch Mansion said to the leader of the group of patrolling disciples, "You may take your leave. We'll receive Lord Duanling Tian from here." Even the mansion master of the Yellow Arch Mansion, an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, addressed Duanling Tian as Lord Duanling Tian. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was equal to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, or possibly even stronger. He knew very well the only way a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial could kill Duanling Tian was if they had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Even then, they could only do it if they managed to catch him off guard. Moreover, Duanling Tian had even mastered a strange technique that could snatch one's weapon, including celestial supreme treasures, away. "Yes, sir," the leader of the group of patrolling disciples replied. Before he left, he glanced at Duanling Tian. The respect in his eyes grew stronger. After all, even his mansion master addressed Duanling Tian as a lord. After the leader of the group patrolling disciples left, the mansion master of Yellow Arch Mansion bowed respectfully. "I'm Shen Yuanzheng, the mansion master of Yellow Arch Mansion." "Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian nodded in response. He remained calm even though the person who respectfully saluted him was the mansion master of Yellow Arch Mansion. After all, with his current strength, he was more than worthy of such an honor. "Brother Ling Tian, let's talk in the Great Hall." Shen Yuanji smiled and beckoned Duanling Tian to follow him. Then, the mansion master of Yellow Arch Mansion, Shen Yuanzheng, led Duanling Tian and Shen Yuanji to the Great Hall. Both Shen Yuanzheng and Shen Yuanji even asked Duanling Tian to take the main seat in the hall. Although Xian Yuan Zheng favored Duan Ling Tian, it had to be said that Duan Ling Tian probably would not receive this treatment if news about him killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion did not spread out. After all, when they were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Xian Yuanji only felt that Duan Ling Tian was strong and had strength comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian might be even weaker than him. However, currently, he felt he would certainly die if they were to fight. Although he was confident he was stronger than the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, the gap between their strength was not very wide. Duan Ling Tian managed to kill that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a single blow. Therefore, he knew the current Duan Ling Tian was different from the past. Xian Yuanji took a seat on Duan Ling Tian's right before he began to apologize. Brother Ling Tian, since my elder brother has gone into closed-door cultivation, he's not able to greet you. I apologize on his behalf. His elder brother was the other old ancestor and 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yellow the Archmansion, Xian Yuan Rui. After Xian Yuanji apologized, he said with a sigh, I didn't think you would do something so earth-shattering in Yanhuang realm while I was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. You should know that in our Yanhuang realm it has been a long time since a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed. He had been thoroughly shocked when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's feat when he returned to Yanhuang realm. I'm just lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled humbly. Xian Yuan Shi shook his head. Brother Ling Tian, you're too humble. The reason why there are no deaths of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials for the longest time isn't due to the lack of conflict between them. For example, if I were to fight the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial of the heavenly wave mansion, whom you killed, I would only be able to defeat him after 100 moves. However, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Similarly, it's difficult for us 9 tribulation bodiless celestials to kill another 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. At most, we can only defeat them. However, since you're able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, it shows that you're standing at the pinnacle of all existence in the mundane realms. His eyes were filled with genuine respect as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, although Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial, Duan Ling Tian's strength was more than worthy of his respect. Regardless of how strong one is, there's always someone stronger. The pinnacle of all existence in the mundane realms? I don't dare to accept this compliment. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Who knew if there was a powerhouse stronger than a great overarching golden celestial in the mundane realms? After all, the celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could freely travel back and forth between the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian continued chatting with Xian Yuanji for a while. While they were talking, Xian Yuanzhang did not interject but stood silently at the side, serving tea to the two of them. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked, Big brother, is Suli around? Suli had agreed to become a guest elder in the Yellow the Archmansion when they were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It could be said that the main reason he had come to the Yellow the Archmansion was to see Suli. He wanted to see his best friend again before he had to ascend to a Devata realm. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanji's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, the mansion master, Xian Yuanzhang, who was standing at the side, dropped the teapot in his hand on the ground, shattering it. Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. When he saw Xian Yuanji and Xian Yuanzhang's reactions, he knew something was amiss. His expression changed as well. He asked grimly, What's it? Did something happen to Suli? Tell me, Big brother, what happened to Suli? Xian Yuanji had a guilty expression on his face as he said, Brother Ling Tian, I'm sorry for not taking good care of Elder Suli. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened and his eyes turned cold. His voice rose considerably as well when he spoke. What happened? Duan Ling Tian, you can't blame the old ancestor for this. It's all because of those two from the Gongsun family. They covet your technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures away. Therefore, soon after Elder Suli returned to our Yellow the Archmansion, they came over, injured the old ancestor, and took Elder Suli away. They wanted to threaten you with Suli so that you'd teach them that method of yours. Our other old ancestor is in closed-door cultivation and is about to face his 10th bodiless celestial tribulation soon, so we didn't disturb him. However, even if the other old ancestor was around at that time, he might not be a match for those two from the Gongsun family. After all, one of them is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Xian Yuanzheng sighed when he finished speaking. Gongsun family? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes that had turned ice cold. This was not the first time Duanling Tian had heard of the Gongsun family. When he was traveling with Tang Xiaoxiao from the Cos galaxy to the galaxy where Earth was located, they had talked about the forces in Yanhuang realm that included the Gongsun family. At that time, he learned that the Gongsun family was one of the top forces, along with the Yellow the Archmansion in Yanhuang realm. He estimated that they were even more powerful than Mount Huagua sect and the Celestial Masters sect. Similar to the Yellow the Archmansion, the Gongsun family had 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials and more than 5 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, they had a lot more 7 tribulation bodiless celestials in comparison. Most importantly, one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. I heard that the Gongsun family is also descendants of Gongsun Shenyuan, the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion? Duanling Tian asked as his eyes flashed coldly. His emotions were like a tempest at this moment. Yes. Xian Yuanzhi nodded. I don't know when the descendants separated. For some reason, we became archenemies. We used to be one family, but now one had taken the last name Gongsun while we took the last name Xian Yuan. It's the same in the Devata realms as well. Xian Yuanzhi continued to say, I heard the fight between the Yellow the Archmansion and Gongsun family is even more intense in the Devata realms. People are killed almost every day. However, whoever manages to survive, no matter if he or she is from the Gongsun family of the Yellow the Archmansion, they would be able to train under the old ancestor himself. His tone turned respectful when he mentioned the old ancestor. Gongsun Shenyuan was like a deity to everyone in the Yellow the Archmansion and Gongsun family. Based on what you said, the fight between the Gongsun family and the Yellow the Archmansion is tacitly approved by Gongsun Shenyuan? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult for him to figure this out. You can say that. Xian Yuanzhi nodded. Gongsun Shenyuan is, indeed, ambitious. He even used such a method to train his descendants. Previously, Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow and the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, had told Duanling Tian that Gongsun Shenyuan, the yellow emperor of planet Yanhuang, had become a tyrant after ascending to the Devata realm and becoming a heavenly emperor. It was not difficult to believe that the strife between the descendants was all part of Gongsun Xuanyuan's plan. His objective was to select the best among his descendants to train by his side. After all, he was just a single person. It was impossible for him to personally train every single one of his descendants. Duanling Tian's eyes were so cold that it seemed to cause the temperature in the surroundings to drop. He muttered, it doesn't matter if the Gongsun family is the descendants of Gongsun Xianyuan. Since they covet the sovereign heart sword technique and kidnapped my friend to threaten me, they will have to pay a hefty price. Then, Duanling Tian turned to look at Xian Yuanzhi and asked, Big brother, where's the Gongsun family located? His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he intended to kill every single member of the Gongsun family. He planned to head to the Gongsun family to save Suli as soon as he obtained their location. He was going to make them pay for their actions. Brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuanzhi did not seem surprised by Duanling Tian's reaction. He thought about it for a moment before he tried to dissuade Duanling Tian. I know you're not weak, and you mastered a technique to snatch celestial supreme treasures away. I have no doubt you can kill even the strongest of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, the Gongsun family is not that simple. Xian Yuanzhi continued to say, not to mention the others. The strongest person in Yanhuang realm is not only a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he has also mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. He explained patiently, perhaps if he didn't abduct Elder Suli, you might be able to catch him off guard and kill him. However, since he has abducted Elder Suli, he's definitely expecting your arrival. He will definitely be guarded against you. It's almost impossible for you to kill him before he cast a soul attack. Duanling Tian was calm and relaxed even after he heard Xian Yuanzhi's words. Thank you for the reminder, Big Brother. However, I know what I'm doing. Do you have a star chart of the galaxy where the Yellow the Archmansion and Gongsun family are located? I would like to borrow them. Xian Yuanji asked tentatively, Brother Lingtian, are you certain about this? He's able to cast soul attacks. So? Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. He did not seem troubled by the fact that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Upon seeing this, Xian Yuanji had a feeling Duan Lingtian might be stronger than what he had thought. However, he had no idea what was the extent of Duan Lingtian's strength. Brother Lingtian, since you've made up your mind, I'll accompany you on this trip as well. Xian Yuanji continued to say, after all, Elder Suli had been taken away under my nose. His eyes flashed coldly as well when he spoke. Since the strongest person in Yanhuang realm was from the Gongsun family, the Gongsun family could, more or less, be considered as the top force in Yanhuang realm as well. The Gongsun family ruled over a galaxy called the mystical ancient galaxy. It was an extremely vast galaxy. Its size was far bigger than all the galaxies Duan Lingtian had visited. It was more than twice the size of the galaxy that was ruled by the Yellow the Archmansion. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the galaxy was extremely rich as well. It was richer than the galaxy where the Yellow the Archmansion was located. As soon as they entered the mystical ancient galaxy, Xian Yuanji said, Brother Lingtian, this is the galaxy the Gongsun family ruled. It's called the mystical ancient galaxy. Duan Lingtian nodded as he looked at the countless stars in his surroundings. Before they had come here, Xian Yuanji had told him the mystical ancient galaxy did not have an interstellar transportation formation. Everyone, including the Gongsun family, would have to physically travel in and out of the galaxy. This was so they would have a better hold and control of the mystical ancient galaxy. Who's there? A voice rang in the air as Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji hovered in the outskirts of the mystical ancient galaxy. They were just about to enter the home planet of the Gongsun family, but they came to a halt immediately when they heard the low and stern voice. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air like a ghost. However, with their strength, Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji could naturally see the figure's movement. They saw the figure belong to a blue-clad middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Xian Yuanji? The blue-clad middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he saw Xian Yuanji, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he did not expect to see the old ancestor and 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion. Although he was a well-respected 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, he was nothing in front of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like Xian Yuanji. Xian Yuanji asked, slightly taken aback, Who are you? How do you know me? I am an elder of the Gongsun family. I have seen you once, the blue-clad middle-aged man stammered as he lowered his head. He really regretted making an appearance here. Initially, he was about to leave the mystical ancient galaxy, but when he noticed 2 people in the outskirts of the galaxy, he thought to show off his might as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family. Who knew things would turn out this way? He would not have appeared if he knew one of those 2 people was the old ancestor from the Yellow the Archmansion. Xian Yuanji's eyes turned cold when he heard the blue-clad middle-aged man's words. You're a member of the Gongsun family? With Xian Yuanji glaring at him, the middle-aged man did not dare hesitate and quickly replied, Yes, Senior, my name is Gongsun Yun. I'm an elder of the Gongsun family. Xian Yuanji looked at Gongsun Yun and said indifferently, I heard the Gongsun family has moved to another planet about 300 years ago. Take us there. Although Xian Yuanji's tone was calm and his expression was indifferent, his words sounded threatening, therefore Gongsun Yun did not dare to refuse. Gongsun Yun also had no intention of finding out if the old ancestor of the Yellow the Archmansion would kill him if he refused the request. He might be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family, but if this person wanted to kill him, even if the Gongsun family wanted to avenge him, they would not be able to do so. After all, even their strongest old ancestor was not able to kill this person standing before him. Led by Gongsun Yun, Duan Lingtian and Xian Yuanji soon arrived near the planet where the Gongsun family was based. The planet was blue. With a glance, it was easy to tell their ecosystem was similar to Earth, but it was 10 times bigger than Earth. Senior, our Gongsun family is based on this planet, Gongsun Yun said. Then he asked anxiously, "See, can I leave now?" "Scram," Shen Yuanji said calmly. Gongsun Yun sighed in relief before he flew to the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Duanling Tian and Shen Yuanji's sight. Shen Yuanji was about to ask Duanling Tian about his plan when Duanling Tian's majestic voice rang in the air. "I'm Duanling Tian. Bring Suli to me in the next 15 minutes and make sure he's in his best condition. If I don't see him in 15 minutes, I, Duanling Tian, will annihilate the Gongsun family." Duanling Tian's voice that was infused with his energy was heard by every inhabitant on the planet before him. His words shocked everyone and caused an uproar. Many people gasped when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian? Is he the one who barged into the heavenly wave mansion and killed their 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Apart from that Duanling Tian, is there anyone else who's so bold to publicly announce he would destroy the Gongsun family? The Gongsun family is the top force in Yen Huang realm. Moreover, one of the 29 tribulation bodiless celestials of the family is the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. Is Duanling Tian trying to seek death by proclaiming he wants to annihilate the Gongsun family? That might not be the case. After all, Duanling Tian is capable of killing that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. The inhabitants from all over the planet discussed heatedly among themselves when they discovered the voice they had heard was from the person who had killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion. On the planet that housed the Gongsun family and the other planets they ruled, there were many other second and third tier forces. They had to regularly send saint stones to the Gongsun family as a fee for protection and cultivation resources in the mystical ancient galaxy. It's true he killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion, but don't forget that's only because that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial didn't use soul attacks. You're right. I heard Duanling Tian is only an eminent celestial. Although he's really strong and has even mastered a technique that allowed him to snatch celestial supreme treasures from his opponents, his soul is still that of an eminent celestial. How unfortunate. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion had also cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, but he was still killed by Duanling Tian. Indeed, it's a waste. He had a chance to kill Duanling Tian. Even if he had to die, he could have taken Duanling Tian's life as well. Many people knew Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial. They also knew the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was not aware that Duanling Tian was an eminent celestial. Otherwise, at the very least, even if he had to die, he could have dragged Duanling Tian down with him. If I'm not mistaken, the old ancestor from the Gongsun family, who's widely regarded as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm, has also cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Right? You're right. The old ancestor from the Gongsun family has indeed cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Apart from that, the old ancestor from the Gongsun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. If he's prepared, there's a high chance he could kill Duanling Tian with his soul attack before Duanling Tian could do him any harm. Worst case scenario, he could still kill Duanling Tian as well before he dies. Well, if Duanling Tian is swift enough and attacks before the old ancestor manages to cast his soul attack, Duanling Tian will be unharmed. Indeed, similar discussions could be heard everywhere on the planet. Most of them were uncertain of the outcome if Duanling Tian and the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family were to fight. They only knew whoever managed to strike first would have the upper hand. Worst case scenario, both of them would die together. This is a bit awkward. I still think the old ancestor from the Gongsun family has a higher chance of winning. Duanling Tian only managed to kill the old ancestor from the heavenly wave mansion because they didn't know he was only an eminent celestial. However, everyone knows he's an eminent celestial now. Moreover, since he announced his presence so openly, he wouldn't be able to catch the Gongsun family off guard. The Gongsun family will definitely come prepared. I agree. I really wonder what's going through Duanling Tian's mind. Why would he just barge in and openly announce his presence? This is disadvantageous to him. Did he forget he's just an eminent celestial? More and more people began to think Duan Ling Tian was too reckless. He had given his opponent the upper hand by announcing his presence. In space, outside the blue planet. Brother Ling Tian, you're too reckless. Xian Yuanji was perplexed. He had thought of many possibilities for today, but he really did not expect this. Since Duan Ling Tian had announced his arrival, there was no doubt the old ancestors from the Gongsun family would make preparations to deal with Duan Ling Tian. In any case, there's no more hope for Duan Ling Tian to catch the old ancestor off guard and ambush or assassinate him. Reckless. Duan Ling Tian laughed lightly when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. Perhaps. At this moment, a strong voice rang from somewhere on the planet. The person laughed before saying, Duan Ling Tian, you're finally here. I have waited for you for a long time. Similarly, all the inhabitants on the planet heard this person's voice as well. A hint of anger could be seen on Xian Yuanji's face as he narrowed his eyes. It's Gongsun Wentian. That old fool. Previously, if the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family was the only one who came to take Su Li away, Xian Yuanji would have been able to stop him. However, this person, Gongsun Wentian, had come as well, making him unable to save Su Li. Not to mention Xian Yuanji, even his older brother Xian Yuan Rie, who was stronger than him, was around. His brother still would not be able to stop this person. Gongsun Wentian? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard Xian Yuanji's words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Gongsun Wentian, the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. Apart from Xian Yuanji, Duan Ling Tian had also heard about Gongsun Wentian from Tang Xiao previously. This person was like a modern-day legend after he became the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind suddenly appeared, accompanied by the arrival of 2 figures in front of Duan Ling Tian and Xian Yuanji. To be more accurate, there were 3 figures. One of them was an old man dressed in blue robes, while the other figure was an old man dressed in turquoise robes who was holding onto a frail-looking young man with a pale face. Su Li! Duan Ling Tian cried out. His expression changed drastically when he saw the state the young man was in. His eyes burned with fires of anger as he stared at the turquoise-clad old man. Old fart! What did you do to Su Li? The young man was, indeed, Su Li. When Su Li heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, he struggled to open his eyes before he said in a hoarse voice, Duan Ling Tian. Leave. Go now. Don't worry about me. Gongsun Wentian. Xian Yuanji's expression turned grim and cold. It was as though he could freeze the air with just a look. He bellowed, You. How dare you torture an elder from our Yellow Throat mansion? Do you really think our Yellow Throat mansion can't retaliate? The turquoise-clad old man was none other than Gongsun Wentian, the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. When he heard Xian Yuanji's words, he said nonchalantly, I didn't plan to torture him. I had to seal his power and torture him mentally. Otherwise, he would have killed himself. This brat really values friendship. He would rather die than be used to threaten his friend. Why you? Xian Yuanji's facial expression changed drastically again when he heard Gongsun Wentian's words. His gaze turned ice-cold as though it was capable of freezing everything. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Xian Yuanji, remained calm. He looked at Gongsun Wentian with nary a ripple in his expression, as though he was unaffected by Gongsun Wentian's words. However, it seemed like Gongsun Wentian was the only person he could see at this moment. Tom seemed to stand still. Gongsun Wentian thought he had everything under control, but his expression changed slightly when he met Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze. Before he had shown up, he was confident he could use Su Li to threaten Duan Ling Tian to reveal the technique to snatch Celestial Supreme treasures away. However, now that he saw Duan Ling Tian was still able to maintain his composure, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He was truly discomfited by how calm Duan Ling Tian was. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was similar to how the strong would look down on the weak. It was as though Duan Ling Tian did not take him seriously. He had seen gazes like this before he became a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he had this gaze as well when he faced weak opponents. He would have felt better if Duan Ling Tian was as angry as Xian Yuanji. He's definitely bluffing. He's intentionally acting mysterious, Gongsun Wentian thought to himself. When he looked at Su Li whom he held captive, he felt the uneasiness and ominous feeling fade away. After all, if Duanling Tian tried to do anything, he still had his shield, Su Li. Moreover, there was a possibility that Duanling Tian was not even as strong as a golden celestial from the Devata realms. Even if Duanling Tian was that strong, he was confident he could kill Su Li before Duanling Tian could kill him. With Su Li in his hands, he felt that he was invincible. Duanling Tian would certainly restrain himself since he wanted Su Li to live. Whoosh! 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 More and more figures appeared in the surroundings as Duanling Tian stared at Gongsun Wentian calmly. Initially, the onlookers only consisted of members of the Gongsun family. However, as time passed, people from forces affiliated with the Gongsun family and sectless cultivators came to watch the show as well. So he's Duanling Tian? I've seen the mirror image talisman from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. There's no doubt he's Duanling Tian who killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. He looks very young. Of course. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? You're joking. It's not a joke. Duanling Tian is really younger than 100 years old. It's said that he's not from our Yan Huang realm and that he's from another mundane realm known as the Saint Province realm. He came to our realm using the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone? Since he's able to enter the Secret Zone, there's really no doubt he's younger than 100 years old. After all, only people younger than 100 years old and bodiless celestials are able to enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. The onlookers, including members of the Gongsun family, looked at Duanling Tian as they furtively discussed him. There were also many people whose attention was on Gongsun Wentian who held Su Li in his hand and the old man who stood next to him. Are those two the old ancestors from the Gongsun family who are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Upon hearing this, some members of the Gongsun family, who had never seen their old ancestors before, shifted their eyes to them. They are the 2 old ancestors from our Gongsun family? The 2 old ancestors from the Gongsun family are Gongsun Hong and Gongsun Wentian. I wonder which one is Gongsun Wentian, the strongest person in our Yan Huang realm. Many people were curious about the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. Those from the Gongsun family who were in the know said in a low voice, "That's old ancestor Wentian." At this point, everyone realized the old man who was holding a seemingly unconscious pale young man in his hand was Gongsun Wentian, the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. I wonder who's the young man Senior Wentian is holding in his hand? He's probably Su Li. Duanling Tian demanded that the Gongsun family hand someone called Su Li over to him earlier. Duanling Tian said he'll annihilate the Gongsun family if they don't hand over that person named Su Li within 15 minutes. Indeed. That's what he said. Based on Duanling Tian's words, the onlookers could easily figure out Duanling Tian's reason for coming here today. What's the relationship between Duanling Tian and Su Li? Who's Su Li? Why would Duanling Tian come for him? Based on the situation, it's obvious Su Li isn't a member of the Gongsun family. Looked at his tortured state. The Gongsun family wouldn't torture one of their own to this extent. However, the onlookers were still confused, and this included many members from the Gongsun family. Why was Gongsun Wentian, the strongest person in Yan Huang realm, holding the young man? Moreover, it seemed like he was using the young man to threaten Duanling Tian. Some of the members of the Gongsun family looked at the well-informed members of the Gongsun family for an explanation. It did not take long before they learned about what was happening. As it turns out, the Gongsun family covets Duanling Tian's technique that can snatch away celestial supreme treasures. They kidnapped Su Li so they can threaten Duanling Tian. I didn't expect things would be like this. Me too. I had assumed Duanling Tian thought he was very strong and blindly came to challenge the Gongsun family to make a name for himself. As it turns out, he's only here to save his friend. It's not very becoming of the Gongsun family to do something like that, right? Many people who were not from the Gongsun family could not help but whisper among themselves when they learned the truth of the matter. Their voices were lowered since they were afraid of offending the Gongsun family. In fact, some upright members from the Gongsun family had fallen silent when they discovered the truth. Although they disagreed with the family's way of doing things, they did not speak up. After all, even if they voiced out their opinion, it would not be heard or heeded. Naturally, there were also members from the Gongsun family who became excited upon discovering the truth. Their gaze turned greedy as they stared at Duanling Tian. After all, if the family obtained the technique from Duanling Tian, it meant they would have a chance of learning it in the future. How could they not feel excited about learning a technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures away from people? Humans are naturally greedy. Otherwise, the 29 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family would not have abducted Su Li to threaten Duanling Tian into revealing his technique. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gongsun Wen Tian, who had been in a confrontation with Duanling Tian for almost 15 minutes, finally broke the silence. He said in a low voice, "Duanling Tian, I'm sure you've learned about my objective from Xianxia. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath and promise to teach the Gongsun family your technique of snatching celestial supreme treasures away and not hold this against the family, in addition to letting Su Li go, I won't kill you as well. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you and Su Li." His eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued to say, "You should know that I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. With just a thought, I can cast a soul attack to kill you. Since I'm here, I'm naturally confident that I'm able to kill you." Then, Gongsun Wen Tian added, "Naturally, you can try to kill me. However, I promise you that before you're able to do so, I'll kill Su Li first. Moreover, you might not even be able to avoid my soul attack." Gongsun Wen Tian is so ruthless. Those who were not from the Gongsun family gasped when they heard Gongsun Wen Tian's words. They felt Gongsun Wen Tian was too ruthless for forcing Duanling Tian to choose between swearing on the lightning penalty oath according to his request and death. He was even willing to sacrifice himself to achieve his goal. Gongsun Wen Tian was not certain if Duanling Tian's technique was a celestial method or a celestial supreme treasure. Old ancestor. The members of the Gongsun family were moved when they heard Gongsun Wen Tian's words. After all, their ancestor took such a huge risk to threaten Duanling Tian and was even willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Gongsun family. Even those who thought it was not right for Gongsun Wen Tian to threaten Duanling Tian could not help but feel moved. Their ancestor went to such great lengths to obtain Duanling Tian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures away for the sake of their family. Xianxia's expression darkened as he said through clenched teeth, "Gongsun Wen Tian, you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. Aren't you ashamed of threatening someone who's not even 100 years old?" He did not expect Gongsun Wen Tian would risk his own life just to achieve his goal. Gongsun Wen Tian did not deign to reply to Xianxia, he only stared at Duanling Tian calmly. It was as though, by staring at Duanling Tian, he could somehow make Duanling Tian act according to his will. Duanling Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone, including Xianxia, was baffled. Xianxia wondered if the pressure had gotten to Duanling Tian for him to be able to laugh at a time like this. "Why are you laughing?" Gongsun Wen Tian's expression darkened again. The ominous feeling he had dispelled earlier rose in his heart again. Duanling Tian finally stopped laughing. He looked at Gongsun Wen Tian and replied indifferently, "I'm laughing at your hubris." He glanced at Su Li before he continued to say, "Su Li is my friend, so I know him very well. For you to threaten me using him, he definitely feels it's worse than dying. I know he'd rather die than let you threaten me." When Su Li heard Duanling Tian's words, a faint smile appeared on his face. He clearly agreed with Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian shifted his eyes back to Gongsun Wen Tian, his eyes flashing with a sinister and cold light as he said, "You can kill Su Li. However, if he dies, I promise you I'll destroy the entire Gongsun family." Duanling Tian's words raised a commotion among the onlookers. Those who were not from the Gongsun family felt there was a higher chance that Gongsun Wen Tian would survive if things came to blows. Isn't Duanling Tian too arrogant? Things have already escalated to this extent, and yet he dares to utter such audacious words. How can he possibly withstand a soul attack from the old ancestor when his soul is that of an eminent celestial? That's right. Gongsun Wen Tian came well prepared. Even if he's able to kill Gongsun Wentian with his strength, there's no way he can withstand Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. The soul of an eminent celestial is defenseless against the soul attack of 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Does he really think Gongsun Wentian won't kill him because of his technique that allows him to snatch celestial supreme treasures away? Members of the Gongsun family thought Duanling Tian was being too arrogant. Only a few remained calm as they observed the killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes and the chilling aura he emitted. Ridiculous. How arrogant. How dare Duanling Tian speak about destroying the Gongsun family in front of our old ancestors? He's seeking death. I wonder if he's really that delusional to think he's able to stand up against a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique? Has he forgotten his soul is only that of an eminent celestial? Does he intend to die together with our old ancestor? Meanwhile, Gongsun Wentian, who was stunned by Duanling Tian's words, finally regained his senses. His grip around Su Li tightened, causing Su Li's face to turn paler. It was as though Su Li was on the verge of suffocating. Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? I've already said that you can kill him. However, if you do, I'll definitely annihilate the Gongsun family. Duanling Tian said indifferently in a tone that brooked no arguments. Gongsun Wentian asked impatiently, so you're really not going to hand over the technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures away? He had thought he would have things under control since he had Su Li in his hands. He thought he could control Duanling Tian. Who knew Duanling Tian would wrestle the control from him and made him take a passive stance. Can't you understand human language? Duanling Tian said with a faint smile. Good, very good. Since it's like this, I'll kill Su Li now. Gongsun Wentian's eyes flashed coldly as he made a move. Naturally, he had no intention of killing Su Li, he only wanted to intimidate Duanling Tian and see if Duanling Tian was calling his bluff. Whoosh! When Gongsun Wentian's hand almost landed on Su Li's forehead, he halted his movement. His eyes were filled with disbelief when he saw Duanling Tian remaining motionless. He clearly had no intention of stopping him. He truly did not expect that Duanling Tian was not calling his bluff. You truly don't care if Su Li lives or dies? According to his investigation, Su Li was Duanling Tian's closest friend. How could Duanling Tian not care about his friend's life and death? Similarly, the onlookers had thought Duanling Tian was only putting on a front. Upon seeing this, they realized Duanling Tian had meant what he said. What? Duanling Tian is not acting? Earlier, our old ancestor almost killed his friend. And yet, it seems like he doesn't care. Well, I guess he intends on abandoning his friend. Regardless, does he really think he's capable of annihilating the Gongsun family to avenge his friend's death? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian replied indifferently to Gongsun Wentian. I know you won't kill him. After all, you're meticulous and farsighted. You won't kill Su Li unless you're certain you can kill me. You're worried you'll bring catastrophe to the Gongsun family if you fail to kill me after killing Su Li. His piercing gaze made him seem as though he knew the thoughts that were running through Gongsun Wentian's mind. Gongsun Wentian's expression turned grim. It seems like you know me well. He was naturally displeased that Duanling Tian was able to guess his thoughts. However, since Duanling Tian had no intention of compromising, he decided not to hold back any longer. He looked at Duanling Tian coldly and said, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With a thought, a cold light flickered in his eyes before they shot out 2 beams of light that looked like a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. The 2 beams of light that were shooting toward Duanling Tian were a soul attack. Swoosh! Gongsun Wentian's soul attack moved swiftly. In just a blink of an eye, it had reached Duanling Tian. As soon as it landed, it would destroy Duanling Tian's soul. However, in the split second before the soul attack could land on Duanling Tian, a thunderous sound rang in the air. Duanling Tian had raised his hand, and a defective metal piece shot out of his palm and hovered between him and Gongsun Wentian's soul attack. Gongsun Wentian sneered when he saw Duanling Tian's actions. You think you'll be able to defend against my soul attack with your physical strength? Preposterous? Gongsun Hong, the other old ancestor and 9 tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family, said disdainfully, truly preposterous. You intend on countering my junior uncle's soul attack with a physical attack. Physical attacks and soul attacks were two completely different attacks. Physical attacks, as its name suggested, would leave physical injuries and could be countered with strength. Soul attacks, on the other hand, left no injuries on the physical body as it would destroy one's soul. Moreover, it was almost impossible to stop it unless one had an object with a restriction formation. Unfortunately, restriction formations were only available in Devata realms. For this reason, Gongsun Wen Tian was confident the defective metal piece that Duanling Tian had shot out would be helpless to stop his soul attack. He was certain his soul attack would easily pierce through the defective metal piece and destroy Duanling Tian's soul. Similarly, Gongsun Hong, who was standing next to Gongsun Wen Tian, and Xian Yuanji, the Nine Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Arch Mansion, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, had the same thought as Gongsun Wen Tian. Brother Ling Tian, that's a soul attack. You won't be able to repel it. Xian Yuanji was certain Duanling Tian would die. Meanwhile, the 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family could vaguely see the situation before them. They smiled coldly, certain that Duanling Tian would die. Many people thought Duanling Tian's actions were futile. The old ancestor has cast his soul attack, right? Duanling Tian is seeking death. Our old ancestor is a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial after all. His soul attack is comparable to the soul attack of a heavenly celestial at his peak. As a mere eminent celestial, it's impossible for Duanling Tian to repel our ancestor's soul attack. Duanling Tian is truly seeking death. Duanling Tian is trying to defend against the soul attack from Gongsun Wen Tian? How pointless. Not only is he doing something useless, but he has also lost the chance to take Gongsun Wen Tian down with him. I wonder what's going through his mind. Don't tell me he thinks his physical attack is able to stop Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack. The only 2 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene shook their heads. The 2 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials were the only ones who could vaguely see what was happening. They thought Duanling Tian was foolish for not trying to take Gongsun Wen Tian down with him, but cast such a useless attack instead. Just a moment later, as the 8 and 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials watched on, there was a sudden disturbance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The defect metal piece that Duanling Tian had thrown out finally collided with Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack. Everyone expected to see the soul attack pass through the defective metal piece. After all, the soul attack was in soul form. It could easily pierce through the defective metal piece that was a physical object. Their eyes soon widened in disbelief when they saw Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack that was like a pair of dragons playing with a pearl disappeared as soon as it touched the defective metal piece. It was as though the defective metal piece had devoured or absorbed the soul attack. Swoosh! Before the onlookers regained their senses, Duanling Tian casually waved his hand. The defective metal piece made a turn and returned to his hand immediately. He played with the defective metal piece in his hand as he glanced at Gongsun Wen Tian coldly. He said in an indifferent tone, "So this the soul attack of a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial? Is that all?" When the 8 and 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials regained their senses, they inhaled sharply. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear when they looked at Duanling Tian again. This was especially true for the strongest person in Yen Huang realm, the old ancestor and 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family, Gongsun Wen Tian. Gongsun Wen Tian did not hold back and had unleashed all his strength when he had cast the soul attack earlier. He had exhausted a part of his soul and would need 10 to 14 days to recover. However, Duanling Tian had easily blocked his soul attack. What's that metal piece? Gongsun Wen Tian, naturally, knew the defective metal piece Duanling Tian was playing with was the reason Duanling Tian was able to counter his soul attack. Naturally, the 8 and 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials shared the same thought as Gongsun Wen Tian. Their eyes were all glued to the defective metal piece in Duanling Tian's hand at this moment. The defective metal piece looked very ordinary at a glance. However, upon closer inspection, they saw a faint and mysterious light surrounding it. When they subconsciously extended their divine consciousness to probe the metal piece, they discovered the metal piece was like an insatiable beast that kept devouring their divine consciousness. It was difficult for them to withdraw their divine consciousness from the defective metal piece. Xianxia, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the the Archmansion, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, sighed in relief as he looked at the defective metal piece in Duanling Tian's hand. That's why it's able to block Gong Sun when Tian's soul attack. Brother Ling Tian's metal piece is, indeed, extraordinary. A wry smile appeared on his face as he continued thinking to himself. No wonder Brother Ling Tian is so calm. As it turns out, he already has a plan. If Duanling Tian had told him about this earlier, he would not have felt so frightened earlier. What's that piece of metal in your hand? Gong Sun Wen Tian looked at Duanling Tian in fear and shock. At the same time, he realized the ominous feeling he had earlier was accurate. As it turned out, Duanling Tian was truly not afraid of his soul attack. He knew regardless of how many times he cast his soul attack, he would not be able to injure Duanling Tian as long as Duanling Tian possessed the defective metal piece. For a moment he felt remorse flooding him. He should not have been greedy and covet Duanling Tian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures away. Otherwise, he would not be in this predicament now. Everyone, non-members and members of the Gongsun family alike, was confused since they could not see what happened earlier due to their weak cultivation bases. However, they could tell that Duanling Tian seemed to hold the upper hand. They could see the fear in Gongsun Wen Tian's eyes. He seemed as though he was looking at a monster when he looked at Duanling Tian. What's going on? Didn't our ancestor cast his soul attack? Why is Duanling Tian still alive? Can anyone tell me what's going on? One of the onlookers who was more astute said, look. Apart from Gongsun Wen Tian, even the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family seems afraid of Duanling Tian. Instantly, an uproar broke out. What's going on? Gongsun Wen Tian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, looked at Su Li whom he held in his hand. As though he was clutching at straws, he said threateningly, Duanling Tian, swear on the lighting penalty oath that you won't be an enemy of the Gongsun family for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll kill Su Li right now. He stared at Duanling Tian with reddened eyes. He seemed like a cornered beast at this moment. Faced with Gongsun Wen Tian's threat, Duanling Tian remained calm. Those who were not in the know would think he did not care about Su Li's life. He replied nonchalantly, I've already said you can kill Su Li. However, if he dies, I'll kill and destroy your entire family. Then, he turned to look at Su Li before he asked, Su Li, you won't blame me, right? Su Li coughed twice as he struggled to breathe. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he said with great difficulty, I can't even thank you enough, so how can I blame you? With a top force like the Gongsun family accompanying me in my death, I Su Li will die without regrets. Duanling Tian nodded. I'm relieved to hear that. As soon as Gongsun Wen Tian heard Su Li's words, his expression changed dramatically. When Gongsun Wen Tian discovered Duanling Tian was not afraid of his soul attacks, he knew there was nothing else he could do. Duanling Tian would definitely come after him for kidnapping Su Li. The only thing he thought would work was to use Su Li as a shield. However, Su Li and Duanling Tian's conversation disabused him of that notion. Earlier, Gongsun Wen Tian thought Duanling Tian was lying when he said he would destroy the Gongsun family if he killed Su Li. However, currently, he had no doubt that Duanling Tian possessed the capability to do as he had said. Gongsun Wen Tian stared at Duanling Tian and tried to threaten him with Gongsun Shenyuan since he knew he could no longer threaten Duanling Tian by using Su Li. Duanling Tian had tied Su Li's fate to the entire Gongsun family after all. For this reason, he could only look for another alternative. Duanling Tian, my Gongsun family's forefather, Gongsun Shenyuan, is the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. If you destroy my Gongsun family, you'll definitely incur his wrath. Duanling Tian laughed when he heard Gongsun Wen Tian's words. He said scornfully, Gongsun Shenyuan? From what I know, although he's from Yanhuang realm, he has many descendants in other mundane realms as well after he ascended to a Devata realm. Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, had told him about this. He continued to say, moreover, Senior Gongsun Xian Yuan doesn't only have descendants in the Gongsun family in Yanhuang realm. He also has descendants in the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Even if your family is his only descendants in Yanhuang realm, he might not even care about your family. Even if he cares, so what? If I die with your entire family accompanying me, I think it's worth it. Moreover, I might not even die. He was truly unbothered by Gongsun Wentian's threat. Seeing his failure to threaten Duanling Tian again, Gongsun Wentian's expression changed again. At this moment, the expressions of all the members of the Gongsun family had turned grim. Even those with a weaker cultivation base who had no idea what was going on could tell there was nothing their old ancestor, the strongest person in Yanhuang realm, could do to Duanling Tian. Otherwise, was there a need for their old ancestor to threaten Duanling Tian with Su Li and their forefather? Only the weak would need to rely on something to threaten the strong. The onlookers who were not from the Gongsun family also gradually understood the situation. They were naturally shocked. After all, Gongsun Wentian was the strongest person in Yanhuang realm. Such a person was clearly helpless against Duanling Tian, who had not even turned 100 years old. How could they not feel shocked? If they did not witness this with their own eyes, they would not have believed this. Why is Gongsun Wentian acting this way? It seems like Duanling Tian isn't afraid of his soul attack. Otherwise, he won't act like this. If Duanling Tian isn't afraid of his soul attack, it's impossible for him to threaten Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian can't even be threatened with his friend's life and the forefather of the Gongsun family. Gongsun Xian Yuan. Gongsun Wentian suppressed the unwillingness he felt and asked in a low voice. You said if Su Li dies, you'll bury the entire Gongsun family with him. Does this mean if I let him go, you'll let the Gongsun family go as well? Yes, well, you can interpret it that way, Duanling Tian replied indifferently as though he was not surprised by Gongsun Wentian's question. Does this include me? Gongsun Wentian asked tentatively. Although he felt it was impossible, he still could not help but ask. He wanted to know if there was any possibility of him surviving if he let Su Li go. Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Gongsun Wentian's question. He could not help but laugh before he said, You? Gongsun Wentian, you've lived for 10,000 years. Do you think I'll let you go? If you were in my shoes, would you let yourself go? Gongsun Wentian's face turned deathly pale upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Although he had expected this outcome, accepting it was a different matter altogether. He was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, and he would be facing his 10th bodiless celestial tribulation in roughly 100 years. Moreover, he was confident he would be able to successfully pass the tribulation and become a golden celestial in a Devata realm. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had lost everything. After cultivation and living for roughly 10,000 years, he treasured his life even more than anyone else. He did not expect to meet this calamity before his ascension. He truly felt unresigned. He hated the predicament he was in. However, he could only hate and blame himself for being greedy and coveting Duanling Tian's technique that could snatch celestial supreme treasures away. Duanling Tian's eyes shifted from Gongsun Wentian to Gongsun Hong, the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family, and asked indifferently, Do both of you want to do it yourself, or should I do it? As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, not only did Gongsun Wentian and Gongsun Hong's expressions change, but the expressions of the other members of the Gongsun family changed as well. Prior to this, they assumed Duanling Tian would take Gongsun Wentian's life and stop pursuing this matter, sparing everyone else's life. They did not expect that he also wanted Gongsun Hong's life. The Gongsun family only had 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. If both of them died, the Gongsun family would drop to the bottom tier and become a force that was like Tang sect. Gongsun Wentian became emotional. It was clear he was afraid of Duanling Tian taking Gongsun Hong's life. Duanling Tian, I'm the main culprit. This has nothing to do with my junior nephew, Gongsun Hong. Duanling Tian said knowingly. Weren't there 2 people who went to the Yellow the Arch Mansion to abduct Su Li? Before Gongsun Wentian could reply, he said indifferently, I'll give both of you 3 breaths to act. If both of you are not dead after the given time, all the members of the Gongsun family will die along with you. Currently, the situation was completely different from when Duanling Tian had first arrived. At this moment, no one doubted Duanling Tian's words and capabilities like they had earlier. Gong Sun Wen Tian and Gong Sun Hong's expressions changed again. Gong Sun Wen Tian was the first to regain his senses. His body shook violently as he let go of Su Li. Whoosh! A raging force surged out of Gong Sun Wen Tian's body before it engulfed him. After a moment, he disappeared without a trace. He did not even ask Duanling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to not harm the Gongsun family after his death. After all, he knew he was not qualified to make any demands. Old ancestor! The members of the Gongsun family cried out simultaneously in distress when they saw Gongsun Wen Tian had committed suicide. When Duanling Tian turned to look at Gongsun Hong, he saw Gongsun Hong trying to flee. No! I don't want to die. I want to live. Duanling Tian scoffed. Swoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of sword whistling rang in the air. Everyone felt a raging aura from Gongsun Hong as he tried to run away. However, in just a moment, he had also disappeared without a trace. The 2-9 Tribulation bodiless celestials, who were the reason the Gongsun family was the top force in Yanhuang realm, had died. If the Gongsun family was described as a tiger previously, currently the family was a tiger without fangs. After Duanling Tian killed Gongsun Hong, he flew towards Su Li, who was swaying on his feet, clearly weakened. He brought Su Li with him as he beckoned to Xian Yuanji. Let's go. Xian Yuanji, who was still in a daze over the deaths of the 2-9 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gongsun family, only regained his senses when Duanling Tian called out to him. His respect for Duanling Tian had risen even higher now. Although Xian Yuanji had heard about Duanling Tian killing the 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion when he returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he did not witness it himself. He had only watched it through a mirror image talisman and was not very shocked. Now that he had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength with his own eyes, he felt thoroughly shocked. Xian Yuanji was amazed when he watched Duanling Tian force Gongsun Wen Tian, the old ancestor of the Gongsun family and the strongest 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial in Yanhuang realm, to commit suicide and killed the other 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family. Duanling Tian was now someone whose strength surpassed 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Previously, Xian Yuanji had thought Duanling Tian's only flaw was his weak soul as an eminent celestial. It made him vulnerable to soul attacks from bodiless celestials after all, despite his immense strength. However, now Duanling Tian possessed an object that could even counter soul attacks from 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. After Duanling Tian and Xian Yuanji left the mystical ancient galaxy that was ruled by the Gongsun family with Su Li in tow, Xian Yuanji looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a bitter smile on his face, "Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you tell me earlier that you aren't afraid of Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack? Do you know I was so frightened that you wouldn't be able to survive his soul attack?" Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. "Older brother Ji, why didn't you trust me?" Xian Yuanji replied, "It's not that I don't trust you. However, it's difficult to imagine an eminent celestial would be able to deal with a soul attack from a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique." "Oh yes, is that defective metal piece you used to block Gongsun Wen Tian's soul attack a soul defense celestial supreme treasure?" In the end, he could not help but ask curiously. "A soul defense celestial supreme treasure? There's such celestial supreme treasures." Duanling Tian was confused. "Why you don't know about this? Does this mean your metal piece is not a type of soul defense celestial supreme treasure?" Xian Yuanji was taken aback. Duanling Tian took the defective metal piece that emitted a mysterious light out and began to study it. However, he did not sense the aura of a celestial supreme treasure from it. "I obtained this by chance, and I don't think it's a celestial supreme treasure. It's not a celestial supreme treasure, but it's capable of blocking a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial soul attack. It's truly extraordinary," Xian Yuanji said with a sigh. It seemed as though he had thought of something as he added, "I really didn't expect Gongsun Wen Tian wouldn't put up a fight and committed suicide directly. He didn't even try to see if you're truly stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian replied, he's a clever man. The scene of me killing the Heavenly Wave Mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is recorded by a mirror image talisman. I think he has watched the recording. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cooperative. Regardless, he was much more respectable than that Gong Sun Hong who tried to run away. Gong Sun Wen Tian was willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of his family. A hint of respect could be seen in Duanling Tian's eyes when he spoke about Gong Sun Wen Tian. Despite how greedy Gong Sun Wen Tian was or the despicable method he used to achieve his goal, the fact that the old ancestor of the Gong Sun family, the strongest person in Yan Huang realm, was willing to die for the Gong Sun family was enough for Duanling Tian to respect him. After all, not everyone would be able to do this. Gong Sun Hong, the other old ancestor of the Gong Sun family, was a good example of this. Indeed, since I've seen the recording, he must have seen it too, Shen Yuanji replied. After a while, he discovered Su Li, who had been quietly healing himself, had finally opened his eyes. He asked worriedly, Elder Su Li, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Li shook his head lightly. After that, he turned to look at Duanling Tian with a smile, but he did not express any word of gratitude. There was no need for such words between them. Duanling Tian carried Su Li and followed Shen Yuanji back to the Yellow the Arch mansion. He decided to temporarily stay in the Yellow Theer mansion as well. As time passed, Duanling Tian's feet in the mystical ancient galaxy that was ruled by the Gong Sun family had begun to circulate widely. The speed of the news spreading was even faster compared to when Duanling Tian killed the Heavenly Wave Mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the person who was killed was Gong Sun Wen Tian, the old ancestor from the top force of Yan Huang realm, the Gong Sun family. He was also the strongest person in Yan Huang realm. It naturally caused a commotion. However, when the news was just beginning to spread, many people still did know about the outcome. Many of them thought Duanling Tian was just seeking death by provoking the Gong Sun family. Did you hear? Duanling Tian from the Saint Province realm is causing problems again in our Yan Huang realm. After he killed the Heavenly Wave Mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he went to look for trouble with the old ancestor from the Gong Sun family in the mystical ancient galaxy. The Gong Sun family is much more powerful than the Heavenly Wave Mansion. One of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials is the strongest person in our Yan Huang realm. Isn't Duanling Tian seeking death by looking for trouble with them? That's right. The strongest person in our Yan Huang realm is Gong Sun Wen Tian, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gong Sun family. He's also a bodiless celestial who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Although Duanling Tian is stronger than all 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yan Huang realm in terms of physical strength, he's vulnerable against soul attacks. He won't even be able to withstand one of Gong Sun Wen Tian's soul attacks. When they finally learned of the entire story, they were thoroughly shocked. Duanling Tian wasn't afraid of Gong Sun Wen Tian's soul attack? He's an eminent celestial who hasn't even turned 100 years old. But he managed to easily block Gong Sun Wen Tian's soul attack? What is the item he used? Is it possible that it's a kind of soul defense celestial supreme treasure? I think only soul defense celestial supreme treasures are able to help him block Gong Sun Wen Tian's soul attack. I really didn't expect him to own a soul defense celestial supreme treasure. Well, I find it unexpected that the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Gong Sun family provoked Duanling Tian first. I had thought Duanling Tian was causing trouble in the mystical ancient galaxy. As it turns out, those 2 old ancestors from the Gong Sun family were greedy and coveted Duanling Tian's technique that can snatch celestial supreme treasures away. I don't think they expected they would lose their lives because of this matter. The news caused an uproar wherever it spread. Gong Sun Wen Tian, the strongest person in Yan Huang realm, had died. Moreover, he was killed by an eminent celestial who had not even turned 100 years old. What was even more shocking was Duanling Tian was completely unafraid of soul attacks. Duanling Tian's name will certainly go down in history in our Yan Huang realm. Of course, he killed 3 of our realm's 9 tribulation bodiless celestials despite being an eminent celestial. Moreover, some of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had even cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Most importantly, one of them was the former strongest person in Yen Huang realm. Similar comments could be heard everywhere in Yen Huang realm. Since the Archmansion was located in a remote area, news would reach here slower compared to other places. Duan Tian only heard about all the rumors about him after a while. He was not surprised. After all, the person he killed was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. Since he was capable of forcing Gongsun Wen Tian to commit suicide, it would naturally cause waves in Yen Huang realm. One day, Duan Tian was in his room as usual. He was studying the defective metal piece that emitted a mysterious light, but he still did not discover anything unusual about it. All of a sudden, a spiritual light flashed in Duan Tian's mind. His eyes widened as though he had sensed something. At this moment, he clearly sensed a mysterious force from all directions, shrouding him. It gave him a wonderful feeling and seemed as though it was trying to bring him somewhere. Most importantly, he could sense a dense energy similar to the celestial origin energy. The celestial ascension force? A thought appeared in Duan Tian's mind. This seemed like the highest possibility. Duan Tian instinctively mobilized his energy to touch the force that came from all directions. The force grew stronger and stronger, ignoring his energy. However, in the next moment, he felt his body being squeezed by this force to the point where he felt he was going to faint. It seems this is truly the celestial ascension force, and I'm about to ascend. At this time, Duan Tian had no doubt this force was going to help him to ascend when he recalled Tang Xiao Zhao's ascension. Duan Tian had already mentally prepared himself for his ascension. Since Yun Qingyan appeared and imprisoned his family and friends to force Ke into leaving with him, he had also been yearning to ascend to the Devata realms. After all, he could only save Ke, his family, and friends once he ascended to the Devata realms. Naturally, Duan Tian knew he would not be able to save his loved ones as soon as he ascended to the Devata realms. However, at the very least, his cultivation base would have a breakthrough and he would become a true celestial. In the mundane realms, his cultivation base had reached its limit when he became an eminent celestial. Now that Duan Tian sensed the celestial ascension force that would lead him to a Devata realm, he could not help but feel excited. The force has finally come. I've been waiting for it for a long time. When he recalled how Tang Xiao had ascended so quickly, he thought to himself, since the celestial ascension force has appeared, it seems like it won't take long before I ascend to a Devata realm. Before I ascend, I should inform Su Li and big brother Yuanxi about this. Otherwise, they might think I've gone missing. With this thought in mind, he lifted his hand and brought out 2 communication jade tokens. After leaving a message, he infused his power into the communication jade tokens. As a result, the jade tokens turned into 2 streaks of light and flew out of the room in just a blink of an eye. After a while, Duan Tian discovered the celestial ascension force that shrouded him was becoming richer, causing him to almost lose consciousness. Apart from that, he also felt the force tugging at him as though it was trying to bring him somewhere. He knew he was very close to ascending at this moment was. Duan Tian was startled. The force of the tug was getting stronger and stronger when all of a sudden, he suddenly discovered the celestial ascension force weakening. Moreover, it was no longer as rich as before and had begun to thin. The feeling as though the force was trying to take him somewhere had disappeared as well. What's going on? Is it possible that it's not the celestial ascension force? Duan Tian thought he had made a mistake. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. He felt as though he had been teased. Duan Tian was further shocked after a moment. It's actually the celestial ascension force. He discovered the defective metal piece he held in his hand was devouring the celestial ascension force like a gluttonous child. Although the celestial ascension force descended on Duan Tian constantly to lead him to the Devata realms, it did not have enough strength to bring him away since it was constantly being devoured by the defective metal piece. A few dozen breaths had passed. Duan Tian could sense the celestial ascension force continuously descending and shrouding him. However, it still could not bring him away from the mundane realms to the Devata realms. This was naturally due to the defective metal piece that was constantly devouring the force. The appetite of the defective metal piece truly frightened him. It's truly a bottomless abyss. After a while, an idea came to Duan Ling Tian. He tried to put the defective metal piece into his spatial ring. However, to his chagrin, he discovered he could not place it in the spatial ring. He was feeling rather helpless and frustrated when he heard Xian Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Xian Yuanji's voice was filled with a sense of urgency as he asked, "Brother Ling Tian, are you ascending soon?" "Big brother Yuanji." Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he walked out of his room in the air and moved to Xian Yuanji's side. Xian Yuanji's attention was instantly drawn to the almost transparent force that shrouded Duan Ling Tian. Is this the celestial ascension force? He could clearly sense the force was not from the mundane realms. Even his celestial origin energy as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was nowhere near as pure as this force. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I thought you've already ascended with the help of the celestial ascension force. I didn't think you'd still be around, Xian Yuanji said with a slight frown on his face. He looked at Duan Ling Tian thoughtfully before he continued to say, "Based on what I know, as soon as the celestial ascension force comes, it'll quickly lead one to the Devata realms. Did you sense the arrival of the celestial ascension force before it came? Did it just come?" No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled bitterly. He lifted his hand and revealed the defective metal piece. It's because of this thing. It's been devouring the celestial ascension force. If it were not for it, I would have already ascended to the Devata realms with the help of the celestial ascension force. What's this thing? Xian Yuanji was shocked as he studied the defective metal piece. He had not heard of anything in the mundane realms that was capable of devouring the celestial ascension force and could delay an eminent celestial's ascension. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he said, I think I'll only be able to ascend once it has had its fill of the celestial ascension force. Based on what I can see, that's most likely the case. Xian Yuanji nodded, agreeing with Duan Ling Tian. A hint of relief could be seen on his face as he said, fortunately, the celestial ascension force is descending continuously. If only a certain amount of celestial ascension force would descend and it was devoured by that thing. How are you going to ascend? You're right. Fortunately, that's not the case. The thought of this frightened Duan Ling Tian so much that he broke into cold sweat. If the celestial ascension force that descended was limited, what would happen if it was completely devoured by the defective metal piece? Did it mean he would not be able to ascend to the Devata realms? After a while, Su Li's voice rang from afar. Duan Ling Tian, are you ascending soon? Similar to Xian Yuanji, he had rushed here as soon as he had received Duan Ling Tian's message. Since his speed was slower, naturally it took longer for him to arrive. Upon hearing Su Li's question, a bitter smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face again, as he looked at the defective metal piece in his hand. Yes, I'm about to ascend. However, I think I'll have to wait for a while for it to happen. He did not think he would be able to see his best friend before he left the mundane realm. Who knew the defective metal piece would give him a chance? What's going on? Su Li asked when he realized something was amiss. When he learned about what happened, he looked at the defective metal piece in Duan Ling Tian's hand and laughed. Duan Ling Tian, the defective metal piece has been devouring the celestial ascension force for 15 minutes. This shows it's truly unusual. The longer it can devour the force, the more unusual it is. It seems like it won't stop anytime soon. There's no need to rush. Although his words were meant to comfort Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt that his words made sense as well. You're right. Upon being reminded by Su Li's words, Duan Ling Tian relaxed and the bitter smile on his face disappeared. Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of reluctance to part in his eyes. He said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, after you ascend to a Devata realm, I don't know when we'll be able to see each other again. Don't worry. As long as we have fate, we'll eventually meet again. Moreover, when either one of us gains enough strength to make a name for ourselves, we'll be able to find out each other's whereabouts. At that time, we'll definitely meet again, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, I'll wait for you to make a name for yourself. I wish you'll achieve that by the time I ascend to the Devata realms, so I can look for you immediately, Su Li said with a laugh. It won't take long before you ascend to the Devata realms. You want me to make a name for myself in just a few years? That's a difficult task, Duanling Tian said as he looked at Suli. For other people it might be impossible. However, that's not the case for you. Suli looked at Duanling Tian knowingly as he said, in my opinion, you're someone who's capable of creating miracles. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion in the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. When the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion learned that the person who killed their old ancestor, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, was merely an eminent celestial, they felt frustrated and upset. They thought their old ancestor had died in vain. In their opinion, if their old ancestor had known that Duanling Tian was merely an eminent celestial, their old ancestor would have been able to kill Duanling Tian with a soul attack. Even if Duanling Tian was still able to kill their old ancestor, at the very least, Duanling Tian would die along with their old ancestor. That incident was like a thorn in their flesh, making them feel aggrieved and vexed whenever they recalled it. However, all this disappeared when they heard a piece of shocking news. Although Duanling Tian's only an eminent celestial, he managed to defend against the soul attack from Gongsun when Tian, the old ancestor and 9-tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family, and forced him to commit suicide? Gongsun when Tian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in our Yen Huang realm. Right? Yes. Heavens! Even the strongest person in Yen Huang realm, who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, couldn't kill Duanling Tian. Instead, he was forced to commit suicide. There's no doubt Gongsun when Tian is stronger than our old ancestor. It seems like our old ancestor did not die in vain. That's right. Rumor has it that the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family coveted Duanling Tian's technique that could snatch others' celestial supreme treasures away. Therefore, he abducted Duanling Tian's friend to threaten Duanling Tian. He assumed Duanling Tian's soul was weak since Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial. He, naturally, didn't expect that his soul attack couldn't even harm Duanling Tian. That's so unfortunate and sad. At this moment, nobody from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought their old ancestor had died in vain. After all, even Gongsun when Tian, the strongest person in Yen Huang realm, was forced to commit suicide even though he had made preparations to deal with Duanling Tian. Is Duanling Tian a monster? How is he able to kill the strongest person in our Yen Huang realm even though he's only an eminent celestial? I wonder if there's anyone in the mundane realms who's a match for him. The people of the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duanling Tian was absurdly strong. Tang Sect in the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy. The news about Duanling Tian forcing Gongsun when Tian, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial of the Gongsun family, to commit suicide before killing Gongsun Hong, another 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, had also spread to Tang Sect as time passed. It naturally took many people by surprise. It's been a very long time since any 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were killed in the Yen Huang realm. Within a few years, who knew Duanling Tian, who's from the St. Province realm, would kill 3 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in our Yen Huang realm. One of them was even the strongest person in our Yen Huang realm. Who's Duanling Tian? How can he be so strong? I heard that Duanling Tian had visited our sect before. He's a friend of Tang Xiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in our sect. Is it true? It should be true. I heard someone mentioning this matter. When Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang Sect, received the news, he was similarly shocked. Duanling Tian is so strong? Tang Chong was already shocked when he heard Duanling Tian had killed the old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion, who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he had thought Duanling Tian was only lucky since the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not launch a soul attack on him. However, based on the recent news he received from the mystical ancient galaxy, he realized Duanling Tian had no need to fear the soul attack of the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion at all. After all, Duanling Tian had easily defended himself against the soul attack of the strongest person in Yen Huang realm and even forced such a person to commit suicide. I wonder if Xiao Zhao's friend is the reincarnation of a god? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength despite being an eminent celestial? Tang Chong thought to himself, unable to regain his senses for a long time. In planet Satel of the Kost Galaxy. The Kost Galaxy was located in a remote area of the Yen Huang realm. Previously, Duanling Tian had used the interstellar transportation formation here to return to Earth. This recording from a mirror image talisman belongs to a cultivator. My friend who is a star trader brought it back. Take a look. Doesn't that man in the recording look familiar? The recording spread like a wildfire in the Cost galaxy, shocking all the inhabitants. Heavens! Isn't this purple-clad young man the cultivator who destroyed the disaster-level battleships and killed the patriarch of the Garnier family? It's said that the old man he killed in the recording is the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, which is one of the top forces in our Yen Huang realm. He was also a strong 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Aren't 9-tribulation bodiless celestials the peak existence in Yen Huang realm? They're capable of destroying apocalypse-level battleships with just a snap of their finger. And yet, that purple-clad young man is capable of killing someone like that. Just a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial alone can destroy an SSS-level technology civilization. However, this purple-clad cultivator killed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Fortunately, he didn't vent his anger on the other members of the Garnier family or the inhabitants of the Cost galaxy. With his strength, he's capable of destroying the entire Cost galaxy. The people from the Cost galaxy had just received the news about Duanling Tian killing the old ancestor from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. They had yet to learn about the news of him killing the strongest person in Yen Huang realm. When they finally learned about it, it would cause another commotion. In the the Arch Mansion. It's finally slowing down. Duanling Tian could finally feel the speed of the defective metal piece devouring the celestial ascension force slowing down after 3 days. He was even more convinced the defective metal piece was special. After all, how could something that was able to devour the celestial ascension force for 3 days and delay his ascension be ordinary? I wonder what it's supposed to be? Brother Ling Tian. Duanling Tian. Xian Ji and Su Li rushed over again when they received Duanling Tian's message. Duanling Tian looked at Xian Ji and Su Li who had rushed here and smiled. Based on its decreasing speed, I think it'll stop devouring the celestial ascension force in a few dozen breaths' time. I'll be ascending soon. Big Brother Ji and Su Li, I'll wait for you in the Devata realms. Xian Ji said solemnly. Brother Ling Tian. The Devata realms are unlike the mundane realms. You may stand at the peak in the mundane realms, but your strength might be considered weak in the Devata realms. There are many golden celestials who are stronger than you. Above them are great overarching golden celestials and powerhouses who are even stronger. Please be careful when you get there. As a member of the Arch Mansion, he had read various ancient records, therefore he had a slight knowledge about the Devata realms. I will. Duanling Tian nodded. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself for this. He might be the strongest in the mundane realms, but he would be insignificant once he ascended to a Devata realm. Duanling Tian, take care, Su Li said. He did not say much, but one could see his reluctance to part in his eyes. He had met Duanling Tian at a young age. The fact that they were still friends to this day was a testament to how precious their friendship was. There was no doubt he truly treasured their friendship. Of course. Duanling Tian nodded solemnly. His feelings were similar to Su Li's feelings. In just a blink of an eye, a few dozen breaths had passed. It has finally stopped, Duanling Tian said. Just as he had estimated. The defective metal piece finally stopped devouring the celestial ascension force after a few dozen breaths. Whoosh! The celestial ascension force became richer and richer, and Duanling Tian felt as though he was almost going to lose consciousness. However, he managed to stay conscious. Fwa! Suddenly, with a flash, Xian Ji and Su Li's figures began to blur before they disappeared. Duanling Tian's vision was replaced by darkness in just an instant. It was as though day had suddenly turned into night. After a while, he felt himself slowly losing consciousness. Devata realm was just a common name. There were 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. Each Devata realm was surrounded by numerous mundane realms like stars and moon orbiting a planet. Usually, eminent celestials and 9-tribulation bodiless celestials from mundane realms would ascend to the Devata realm that was closest to them. For instance, people from Yen Huang realm would generally ascend to the Jade Emperor heaven since they were adjacent to one another. However, nothing was absolute. If the colossal world was in turmoil, the space between the mundane realms and Devata realms would be in turmoil as well. At this time, there was a possibility that those who were ascending might not ascend to the Devata realms closest to them. Generally, a turmoil or disturbance in the colossal world only happened once every 10,000 years and would only last for 1,000 years. In other words, for once to encounter a disturbance, the chance was only 1 in 10. Duanling Tian, who was ascending, was quite lucky. The disturbance in the colossal world had only started less than a year ago and would last for 1,000 years. Due to the disturbance, the chances of him ascending to the Jade Emperor Heaven was very small. Since Duanling Tian had lost consciousness shortly after the celestial ascension force led him away from the mundane realm, he was unaware of what had happened. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he was already submerged in a pool of white mist. Where am I? Duanling Tian began surveying his surroundings as soon as he regained consciousness. He discovered the pool that he was in was as big as a football field. From time to time, he saw figures appearing around him. When these figures appeared, all of them had their eyes closed. It seemed like there were also people who had arrived before him. At the same time, he kept his ears open when he heard the people around him talking. So this is the Devata realm? Someone laughed. I ascended. I finally ascended. So I'm a heavenly celestial now? Indeed, I can clearly feel the difference. The mixture of celestial origin energy and saint origin in my body has finally transformed into pure celestial origin energy. It seems like it's all due to the celestial ascension pool. I've heard that when eminent celestials ascend, we'll enter a celestial ascension pool as soon as we arrive in the Devata realm. Apparently, we'll only regain consciousness once we've become heavenly celestials. It seems like what I heard is true. Heavenly celestial. So I'm a heavenly celestial. Upon hearing the discussion in his surroundings, Duanling Tian instinctively checked his body. True enough, he discovered his saint origin had disappeared and was replaced with celestial origin energy. At some point, he had turned into a heavenly celestial. All my clothes are gone. It did not take long before Duanling Tian discovered he was naked. He felt fortunate the white mist from the celestial ascension pool had covered the important parts of his bodies. At the same time, he was baffled when he discovered the people around him were clothed, but why are they dressed? However, upon closer inspection, Duanling Tian discovered these people were not wearing clothes. They had formed clothes using their celestial origin energy. He also discovered those who had yet to regain consciousness were also dressed. He thought to himself, it seems like the clothes on those who are unconscious are formed from a mixture of celestial origin energy and saint origin. It seems to be changing constantly as their energies turn into pure celestial origin energy. It seems they've known about this before their ascension and came prepared. Why didn't Big Brother Xi remind me? Duanling Tian muttered with a bitter smile on his face before he manipulated his celestial origin energy and turned it into a purple robe. Duanling Tian was certain that Xian Yuanji, the old ancestor of Yellow the Archmansion, knew one could not bring anything, including clothes, from the mundane realms to the Devata realms. Most people knew this, so they would form clothes from their energies so they would not be naked when they arrived in the Devata realms. He was not aware that Xian Yuanji did not remind him about this because Xian Yuanji had thought this was common knowledge. These people should have just ascended to the Devata realms like me, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had told him that one would appear in the celestial ascension pool when one had just ascended to a Devata realm. The pool would help one to become a true celestial. He also knew that after one had left the celestial ascension pool, one would not be able to enter it again. This was because the pool only granted entry to eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who still had saint origin energy in their bodies. There isn't any woman among these people who just ascended. Duanling Tian thought to himself when he discovered there were no women in his surroundings. There were many kinds of people around him. There were people who wore scruffy, ordinary, and beautiful clothes, and there were people who were tall, short, plump, and skinny of different ages. However, like him, all of them were men. It seems like there aren't many female cultivators who can ascend to a Devata realm no matter which mundane realms they're from, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He was not surprised. After all, women's innate talent was much inferior compared to men. Naturally, there were a few women who had extraordinarily high innate talent that were even higher than most men. After a while, his attention shifted back to himself, feeling happy that he had finally become a heavenly celestial. Suddenly, a voice laced with impatience bellowed from the other side of the pool. "What's all this fuss about? Shut up." The voice seemed to contain some force as it drowned out the voices in the surroundings. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, shifted their attention to the source of the voice. They discovered the voice belonged to a young man dressed in silver armor. The young man looked strong, but his appearance was ordinary. He was staring at them with big eyes that gleamed with anger. His eyes flicked past everyone, including Duanling Tian. After a moment of silence, a young man dressed in brocade clothing stood up in the celestial ascension pool. He chuckled coldly before he said, "Who are you? How dare you behave so rudely? It's none of your business if we're talking." Many people in the celestial ascension pool nodded in agreement as they coldly looked at the strong young man who was dressed in silver armor. Which one of these people in the celestial ascension pool was not the pride of the mundane realms that they came from? The fact that they survived their tribulation and ascended was enough to prove their innate talent and strength. How could they tolerate someone else being rude to them? All of a sudden, an unrestrained laughter rang from outside the pool as soon as the young man who was dressed in brocade robes finished speaking. In just a blink of an eye, another young man dressed in silver armor appeared like a ghost before everyone's eyes. This man, unlike the other young man in silver armor, was handsome with an average build. As soon as the handsome young man dressed in silver armor appeared, he looked at the other young man in silver armor. He laughed derisively before he said, "Wang Wei, I think you're regressing the longer you live. Even newly ascended people dare to shout at you." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's expression darkened as he glared at the handsome young man in silver armor who had just appeared. "Feng Qing." Then, he turned to that young man in brocade clothes and said coldly with burning eyes, "Brat, you better stay in the pool forever. Otherwise, I'll—" The young man in the brocade clothing interjected, "So what if I leave the pool?" He flew out of the celestial ascension pool and stood in front of Wang Wei, clearly unafraid. "I think this fellow is about to meet with misfortune." Duanling Tian furrowed his brows as he looked at the young man in brocade clothing. A hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes when he shifted his gaze to Wang Wei. Earlier, when Feng Qing, the handsome young man who dressed in silver armor, had laughed, Duanling Tian had looked toward the edge of the pool, but he only managed to catch a brief glimpse of Feng Qing, even though he was concentrating with all his might. This proved Feng Qing was very strong. Duanling Tian was no longer in the mundane realms. He had already ascended to a Devata realm and became a heavenly celestial through the celestial ascension pool. This meant not only did he become stronger, but his sight had improved as well. And yet, he failed to catch a clear look at Feng Qing's movement. He thought to himself, Feng Qing's speed is not any slower than a 9 bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian knew that although Feng Qing's speed was comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial, it did not mean that Feng Qing was a peak heavenly celestial even if 9 bodiless celestials had strength comparable to heavenly celestials. This was because bodiless celestials did not have physical bodies in the mundane realms, so they could not cast divine abilities or celestial methods from Devata realms. However, once they became celestials, they were no longer restricted by that rule. For this reason, someone with speed comparable to 9 bodiless celestial from the mundane realms could very well be weaker than a peak heavenly celestial. Nevertheless, someone with that speed was definitely stronger than an eminent celestial who had just ascended. On the other hand, although Wang Wei did not reveal any clues about his strength, based on his conversation with Feng Qing, Duanling Tian speculated that their strength was probably on par with one another. Therefore, when Duanling Tian saw the young man dressed in brocade clothing flying out of the celestial ascension pool to Wang Wei, he had a hunch the young man was about to meet with misfortune. A light suddenly flashed as Wang Wei suddenly attacked. Crack! With just a slap, Wang Wei instantly destroyed the brocade-clad young man's shield that was formed from his celestial origin energy before punching the brocade-clad young man's shoulder. Smack! An ear-piercing sound, accompanied by an extremely wretched scream, rang in the air. The brocade-clad young man's arm had been ripped out by Wang Wei. Dazzlingly red blood spurted out and stained the ground. His severed arm fell into the pool of blood, causing the blood to splash everywhere. The brocade-clad young man's face was ghastly pale as he was about to staunch the bleeding of the wound. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Wang Wei released a wave of majestic celestial origin energy at the brocade-clad young man's severed arm. It was clear he intended to destroy the severed arm. After all, as long as he did not destroy the severed arm, the brocade-clad young man could reattach his arm. The brocade-clad young man would feel as good as new after some rest. However, once the severed arm was destroyed, there was little the brocade-clad young man could do to regain his arm. Although there were pills to regrow limbs in the Devata realms, they were extremely rare and expensive. "New!" the brocade-clad young man roared, but it was too late. He cried hysterically, "How dare you destroy my arm? Just you wait. I won't let you go for this." His face turned even paler when he saw his severed arm had been destroyed. He glared at Wang Wei with eyes that were brimming with resentment as though he wanted to cut Wang Wei into pieces. "You won't let me go?" Wang Wei smiled coldly. He lifted his hand again. A force descended on the brocade-clad young man and forced him to the ground into a position that made him look like a dead dog. Bang! Wang Wei stepped on the brocade-clad young man's head and said contemptuously, "I'm curious as to how you plan to do that? Do you think this is the mundane realms? Whether you're a tiger or a dragon in the mundane realms, you're now merely a man who has just ascended to a Devata realm. You're like an ant that anyone can easily kill. If there weren't a rule about not killing newly ascended people, you would have already died." His eyes were brimming with killing intent as he spoke. The brocade-clad young man who was stepped on bellowed, "I am the legitimate lineal disciple of the Palace Master of Great Will Palace. The Great Will Palace is a well-known and strong force in this blazing fire heaven. Since you destroyed my arm, I'll make sure you die once I return to the Great Will Palace." The Great Will Palace where the brocade-clad young man was from was not only famous and strong in the mundane realm, it was also a strong force in the Devata realm, the blazing fire heaven. The Great Will Palace? Wang Wei's expression turned blank for a moment. Then he sneered before he said, "I'm sorry to say that I haven't heard about your Great Will Palace. As for the blazing fire heaven, I'm sorry to inform you that you're not in the blazing fire heaven. You're in the Devata realm known as the spirit overarching heaven." His sneer grew even more pronounced as he said, "Even if your Great Will Palace is a force to be reckoned with, it's unfortunate that its influence doesn't reach the spirit overarching heaven. For someone like you who have just ascended, it's extremely difficult for you to go to the blazing fire heaven now. In other words, you're completely without support now in the spirit overarching heaven." When he finished speaking, he squatted down and slapped the brocade-clad young man's face twice. Wang Wei looked at the brocade-clad young man before he continued to say, "Little brat, you better behave in the spirit overarching heaven. If you insist on provoking me, I can still destroy your legs even if I can't kill you." After he finished speaking, he moved his leg that was stepping on the brocade-clad young man. The brocade-clad young man did not stand up immediately. He lay on the ground, his eyes were dull. It was as though he did not feel the two slaps from Wang Wei as he muttered repeatedly, "How's this possible? Impossible. I should have ascended to the blazing fire heaven from my mundane realm. Why am I not in the blazing fire heaven?" It was obvious that he was in denial that he had ascended to a different Devata realm. At this moment, he looked more like a madman than a person who had just become a heavenly celestial. An uproar broke out in Duanling Tian's surroundings as soon as they heard Wang Wei's words to the brocade-clad young man. "This is the Devata realm that's known as the spirit overarching heaven? How's this possible? It should be the myriad jade heaven. The eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in my mundane realm would ascend to the dream revival heaven. Why did I ascend to the spirit overarching heaven instead? Can anybody explain to me what's going on?" Even Duanling Tian was shocked by this revelation. "This is the spirit overarching heaven? Since I ascended from Yen Huang realm, I thought I'll ascend to the Jade Emperor heaven. Both Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and Xian Yuan Ji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow Arch mansion. had told him that eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who ascended from Yanhuang realm would ascend to the nearest Devata realm, which was the Jade Emperor Heaven. How could he not feel shocked to discover that he had ascended to another Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven? How's this possible? Duanling Tian's I landed on Wang Wei, just like everyone else. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They did not know why they did not ascend to the Devata realms nearest to their mundane realms, but instead they had ascended to the Devata realm known as the spirit overarching heaven. Wang Wei looked at everyone dismissively. He clearly had no intentions of explaining anything. However, the other young man dressed in silver armor said there was a disturbance in the colossal world roughly a year ago. This disturbance, or turmoil, only happens once every 10,000 years. This disturbance will last for 1,000 years. During this time, there's a possibility that people who are ascending will not ascend to the Devata realms nearest to their mundane realms. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, everyone who had just ascended, including Duanling Tian, finally understood what had happened. Oh, so that's what happened, Duanling Tian thought to himself. As it turned out, all these things were due to the disturbance in the colossal world. Duanling Tian had heard about the colossal world from Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He knew the colossal world was the collective name for all Devata realms, mundane realms, and other realms. After everyone who had ascended learned about the reason they had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven instead of the Devata realms closest to their mundane realms, they naturally began to discuss this among themselves. As it turns out, it's caused by a disturbance in the colossal world. I didn't think we'd be so lucky as to encounter the disturbance in the colossal world during our ascension. The chances of that happening are 1 in 10. To think the disturbance only started about a year ago in the colossal world. If I had ascended before then, I wouldn't have ascended to the spirit overarching heaven that I'm not familiar with at all. I thought I'd be able to join my sect after I ascended to the Devata realm. I didn't expect to ascend to another Devata realm instead. This is heaven's will. We can only obey it. Indeed, it's heaven's will. We're fated to be here. Although it's quite disorienting to be suddenly brought here, there's nothing we can do but take one step at a time. With time and hard work, it's possible to go to the Devata realms we wanted to ascend to in the future. That's easier said than done. Didn't you hear Wang Wei say it's difficult for us to leave the spirit overarching heaven to another Devata realm? Yeah, that's what he told the brocade-clad young man. Although some of the newly ascended people in the Celestial Ascension pool managed to remain optimistic, there were more people who were pessimistic and felt disappointed. Quiet. All of a sudden an overpowering voice drowned out the conversations. It was none other than the young man who wore silver armor, Wang Wei. He looked at them indifferently before he continued to say in a low voice, I'm Wang Wei. I'm the receptionist for those who have just ascended to our spirit overarching heaven and have just become a heavenly celestial. Now, all of you, leave the Celestial Ascension pool immediately and come with me to the register at the camp. Receptionist? Camp? Register? Everyone, including Duanling Tian, was startled by Wang Wei's words. They did not expect that after ascending to a Devata realm, someone would take them to a camp for registration. All of them enjoyed special treatment in their respective mundane realms and were used to a carefree life. However, Wang Wei just told them they had to register at a camp. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts instantly when they heard his words. A middle-aged looked worried as he asked tentatively, Lord Wang Wei, what do you mean by registering at the camp? Wang Wei did not deign to reply to the middle-aged man's question. He only looked at him coldly. Then, he looked at everyone in the pool who had just become heavenly celestials, including Duanling Tian, and snapped impatiently, Cut the crap! I'll give each of you 3 breaths. Whoever hasn't left the Celestial Ascension pool at that time will have the same outcome as this fellow. He pointed at the pale brocade-clad young man who had just risen to his feet. The brocade-clad young man no longer dared to act recklessly before Wang Wei. Naturally, he hated Wang Wei to the bones. However, now that he learned that he was in an unfamiliar Devata realm, he knew he could not act as he pleased. For this reason, he silently hid his resentment in the depth of his heart, planning to seek revenge after he had gotten stronger than Wang Wei. When the newly ascended people around Duanling Tian heard Wang Wei's words, they instinctively turned to look at the brocade-clad young man. Their expressions changed immediately. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just a breath, everyone around Duanling Tian who had just become heavenly celestials left the celestial ascension pool. All of them quietly stood next to Wang Wei like docile cats. At this moment, Duanling Tian was the only heavenly celestial left in the celestial ascension pool. Naturally, he stood out like a sore thumb. There were a few unconscious figures around him. It was clear that these people had just arrived in the spirit overarching heaven and was still going through the process of becoming a heavenly celestial. Duanling Tian did not leave the pool, because he still remembered Xiajia's words to him. Xiajia was Kuer's third uncle. Xiajia had told him to immerse himself longer in the celestial ascension pool to strengthen the 99 saint veins in his body. A few of those who had left the celestial ascension pool and was standing obediently next to Wang Wei exclaimed in surprise when they saw Duanling Tian. "There's someone who hasn't left the pool?" An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. They did not expect that there was someone who dared to defy Wang Wei's order after witnessing what had happened to the brocade-clad young man. Was this person not afraid that Wang Wei would destroy his arm and stomp on him on the ground? After all, they had all seen what happened to the brocade-clad young man. One of the first people who discovered Duanling Tian was still in the celestial ascension pool said, "Perhaps he has lost his mind." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Wang Wei, turned to look at Duanling Tian who was still immersing himself in the celestial ascension pool. Duanling Tian, naturally, stood out in the crowd since he was the only heavenly celestial in the pool. The people around him had just ascended and had yet to become a heavenly celestial. Wang Wei did not expect someone would dare to defy his orders, and his expression darkened immediately. "Little brat, you have less than a breath left before you have to come out. If you're not out by then, I'll cripple your arm and leg. Then, I'll stomp you into the ground and disfigure your handsome face with my shoe." The more Wang Wei looked at Duanling Tian, he became jealous over Duanling Tian's handsome face that could charm thousands of girls. After all, Wang Wei's appearance was extremely average. Although celestials could manipulate and change their appearance, it could be easily seen through by other celestials. At that time, they would become the butt of everyone's joke. Therefore, many celestials maintained their original appearances. Initially, Duanling Tian had planned to speak to Wang Wei politely and explained that he could not leave the celestial ascension pool for the time being. However, his expression darkened when he heard Wang Wei's words. He looked at Wang Wei coldly and said in a low voice, "If it weren't because I can't return to the celestial ascension pool once I leave, I'd leave the pool now and see how you're going to cripple my arm and leg before stomping me into the ground to disfigure my face." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, not only was Wang Wei startled, but the other young man in silver armor, Feng Qing, was startled as well. They appraised the purple-clad young man in the celestial ascension pool. Feng Qing wondered why the newcomer was still so arrogant after seeing Wang Wei's display of strength. Was he not afraid of death? This celestial ascension pool was only exclusive to eminent celestials who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. As for 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, they had their own celestial ascension pool at another place to rebuild their body and become a golden celestial. Therefore, he was certain this purple-clad young man was merely a heavenly celestial and not a golden celestial. The group of newcomers was also shocked by Duanling Tian's words. They only regained their senses after a while. Naturally, all of them began to discuss furtively among themselves. One of the newcomers looked at Duanling Tian as though he was a ghost and said, Is he crazy? It's fine if he didn't witness Lord Wang Wei's strength. However, how can he still act like that after seeing Lord Wang Wei's strength? Does he have a death wish? We've had a live example earlier. How can he still act so recklessly? He's just looking for trouble. Does he think he's still in a mundane realm? Many of the newcomers shook their heads. They thought Duanling Tian was only asking for trouble. When Wang Wei finally regained his senses, he glared at Duanling Tian with flames of anger burning in his eyes. Little brat, 3 breaths have passed. I'll wait for you to come out. I don't believe you'll be able to stay in the celestial ascension pool forever. Then he turned to Feng Qing, who was next to him, and said, Feng Qing, let's exchange our tasks. Please help me bring these newcomers to register at the camp, and I'll do it for the next batch of newcomers. With this, you don't have to wait here and can return to cultivating. Wang Wei and Feng Qing were the receptionists of the Celestial Ascension Pool. Wang Wei was responsible for taking Duanling Tian and the group of newcomers to the camp, while Feng Qing was responsible for the next batch. However, since Wang Wei wanted to wait for Duanling Tian, he willingly discarded his chance to return and cultivate. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Feng Qing's eyes lit up and he laughed before he said, "Thank you then." Both Feng Qing and Wang Wei had only arrived in the spirit within the past 10,000 years. Without backers and a strong force, they were at the bottom of the food chain in the spirit overarching heaven. Although they were faring better now, they were still only superior to those who have just ascended. In the spirit overarching heaven and all the Devata realms, one could only rely on oneself to change one's status. As usual, the strong stood on top while the weak stood at the bottom. Only the strong were revered. For this reason, everyone would spend their time cultivating to become stronger. In Feng Qing and Wang Wei's case, they wanted to go stronger so that other people would respect them as well, instead of only being feared by those who had newly ascended to the spirit overarching realm. After thanking Wang Wei, Feng Qing looked at Duanling Tian with a faint smile and said, "And you? Thank you. If it weren't for you, Wang Wei wouldn't have swapped shifts with me." After he finished speaking, he left the Celestial Ascension Pool and led the newcomers who were standing next to Wang Wei away. After their departure, Duanling Tian and Wang Wei were the only ones conscious in the football field-sized pool. Duanling Tian glanced at Wang Wei dismissively and said in an equally dismissive tone, "Since you want to wait, then wait." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, ignoring Wang Wei, who was even more enraged now. He immersed himself in the pool and sensed the gentle force within the Celestial Ascension Pool. The force felt similar to the celestial origin energy but different at the same time. The force made him feel warm as though he was bathing in a hot spring. Since Third Uncle had intentionally reminded me to stay in the Celestial Ascension Pool longer to refine my 99 heavenly veins, I'm sure it'll be beneficial to me. Although Duanling Tian had only met Xianxia once and they did not have a close relationship, he firmly trusted Xianxia since Xianxia was Kur's third uncle. Moreover, Xianxia had also saved his life before. I wonder how I should refine my heavenly veins? Should I try absorbing the force in the Celestial Ascension Pool and circulate it through my 99 heavenly veins? As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he relaxed and allowed the force from the Celestial Ascension Pool to flow into his body. However, Duanling Tian discovered the force from the Celestial Ascension Pool did not seem to affect his heavenly veins at all, even after he had meticulously circulated it through his heavenly veins. Even after half an hour passed, nothing had happened. What is going on? Nothing's happening? Was Third Uncle toying with me? Duanling Tian was confused. At this time, the people around him still remained unconscious. Only he and Wang Wei, who was standing by the Celestial Ascension Pool, were awake. As soon as Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered Wang Wei was still glaring at him coldly. However, he merely glanced at Wang Wei dismissively before ignoring him again. Duanling Tian shook his head and dismissed his earlier thoughts. Third Uncle has no reason to lie to me. Right? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up suddenly as though he remembered something. I can try using the elementary devouring tactic to absorb the force from the Celestial Ascension Pool. Perhaps I'll be able to refine my heavenly veins that way. With that in mind, Duanling Tian closed his eyes again and cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Black whirlpools appeared around him. Due to the mist shrouding the Celestial Ascension Pool, Wang Wei's sight was obscured by it. However, a frown appeared on his face when he saw the mist begin to stir around the purple-clad young man whom he despised. As the mist swirled, it did not take long before they covered the purple-clad young man's figure. What's he doing? Wang Wei's expression sank. He felt even more vexed when he could not figure out what Duanling Tian was doing. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian's laughter rang in the air. It works! He discovered the force he had absorbed using the elementary devouring tactic was flowing through his heavenly veins rapidly. Under these circumstances, his 99 heavenly veins were deconstructed before they were reconstructed again. The process repeated itself, bringing great pain to him. Every time his veins were deconstructed, he felt as though his organs were being stabbed. However, he braved through the pain. As the process repeated itself over and over again, he could feel his heavenly veins growing stronger as they kept evolving. As time passed, it evolved further. Duanling Tian, who was fully immersed in refining his heavenly veins, failed to notice this. Meanwhile, more and more newly ascended people appeared around Duanling Tian. All of them were unconscious since they had yet to become heavenly celestials. What was strange was the newcomers who arrived shortly after Duanling Tian were still unconscious. Based on the time, they should have regained their consciousness and become heavenly celestials by now. At some point, Wang Wei was no longer the only one by the pool. Currently, there were 3 men dressed in silver armors by the pool. There were 1 middle-aged man and 2 young men. All 3 of them were dumbfounded when they saw the large group of people in the Celestial Ascension pool. What is happening? The 3 groups of newcomers who ascended earlier should have become heavenly celestials and woken up by now. However, even after the 4th batch has arrived, the first 3 batches still show no signs of waking up. Wang Wei, who's the newcomer who's surrounded by the swirling mist? I have a feeling this has something to do with him. All 3 of them were looking at Wang Wei in confusion. When they arrived, they had learned the reason behind Wang Wei's prolonged presence by the Celestial Ascension pool. Wang Wei looked at the figure shrouded in mist in the distance and said contemptuously, "You are overthinking things. How can a newly ascended person like him affect others' cultivation paths?" The men in silver armors, the middle-aged man and the 2 young men could not help but frown when they heard Wang Wei's words. Logically, your words make sense. However, it doesn't explain what's happening at this moment. I don't think it's a coincidence. Unfortunately, we can't probe the Celestial Ascension pool with our divine consciousness. Otherwise, we can check if this purple-clad young man is the cause of this phenomenon. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening in his surroundings. In fact, he did not even know that his elementary devouring tactic was seriously affecting the people around him. Although there was a constant flow of the force in the Celestial Ascension pool, it was absorbed by him as soon as the force was released. As a result, the people around him suffered from a lack of the Celestial Ascension pool's force that was supposed to help them become heavenly celestials. Duanling Tian only opened his eyes when he discovered his 99 heavenly veins had stopped deconstructing and constructing. A bright smile bloomed on his face as he thought to himself, "My heavenly veins have changed." He could clearly sense the changes in his heavenly veins. Not only were they stronger, but they had also become thicker. Originally, they were the size of a small snake, but now they were as thick as a python. Although Duanling Tian was ecstatic, he did not forget to stop casting the elementary devouring tactic. Soon enough, the white mist that shrouded him gradually dispersed, revealing his figure. It did not take long before Duanling Tian discovered several cutting gazes trained on him. Before Duanling Tian had time to think about those cutting gazes, he was shocked to discover the Celestial Ascension pool was now filled with so many people. Why are there so many people here? He was dumbfounded as he looked at the large group of people who had yet to become heavenly celestials. He was still unaware that he was the cause of their delay in becoming heavenly celestials. Wang Wei. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he discovered the cutting gazes were from the men standing by the Celestial Ascension pool. One of them was Wang Wei. Currently, there were 7 men who stood next to Wang Wei. There were 3 young men, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 old men. All of them wore armor similar to Wang Wei's. Duanling Tian was still staring at Wang Wei when a question was thrown at him. "Lad, is it because of you that these newly ascended people have yet to become heavenly celestials?" The person who had spoken was one of the old men who was dressed in silver armor. "They have yet to become heavenly celestials?" Duanling Tian turned to the other men dressed in silver armors when he heard the old man's question. Logically, a man in silver armor would appear once in a while to bring a batch of newcomers away. Similar to how Wang Wei was the only one around when I woke up. When those who had ascended at the same time as I woke up, Feng Qing arrived to take away the next batch of newcomers. However, there are now 7 men in silver armors apart from Wang Wei. Currently, there are 8 times more people compared to earlier. Is it possible that due to the elementary devouring tactic devouring the force in the Celestial Ascension pool, I somehow stalled their progress of becoming heavenly celestials. It did not take long before he figured out what had happened. No wonder the old man in silver armor had asked him such a question. Who knew by following third uncle's order, I would cause so many cultivators to fall behind? Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly when he thought about this. Bang! Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted time. He stomped his feet on the group and leaped out of the celestial ascension pool like an eagle taking flight. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the newcomers who were still in the celestial ascension pool and said, I apologize. Meanwhile, the old man who had questioned Duan Ling Tian was enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of answering his question. Lad, you dare to ignore me? At the same time, an excited voice exclaimed, You finally came out. It was none other than Wang Wei. He was thrilled when he saw Duan Ling Tian had finally left the celestial ascension pool. In just a blink of an eye, he flew toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed as his eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. Whoosh! Wang Wei shot out like a cannonball toward Duan Ling Tian. Brat! I told you I'll cripple your arm and leg before stomping you into the ground and disfiguring your face with my foot. His voice sounded bloodthirsty when he spoke. Upon seeing this, the old man who had questioned Duan Ling Tian earlier felt his anger subside. A hint of delight over Duan Ling Tian's misfortune could be seen on his face. As for the remaining 6 men, they stared at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. In their opinion, it was definitely a misfortune for a newly ascended cultivator to offend Wang Wei. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses as soon as Wang Wei made his move. He saw Wang Wei moving toward him with the speed of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms. He could tell Wang Wei was not using any celestial methods or divine abilities. This meant without external help, Wang Wei's basic strength was comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms. Crippling my arm and leg? Disfigure my face with your foot. Duan Ling Tian's eyes and expression turned cold. Even the aura he emitted was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped as well. He said with a sneer, We'll have to see if you're capable of that. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate as he cast the elementary devouring tactic. Instantly, black whirlpools began to appear around him. The whirlpools began to quickly devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the celestial ascension pool's surroundings. However, this time it did not deplete the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding. This was because Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was still fairly low, and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was very rich. It was not something the mundane realms could compare to. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Yuan had managed to rapidly increase his celestial origin energy. Although it was only temporary, it still granted Duan Ling Tian with strength that was seemingly able to tear the heavens and earth apart. In any case, that was how Duan Ling Tian felt. Compared to Wang Wei's celestial origin energy, Duan Ling Tian's improvement was nothing. Nevertheless, the elementary devouring tactic was not the only technique Duan Ling Tian planned to use against Wang Wei. Previously, Duan Ling Tian's heavenly veins had been enhanced. He discovered as celestial origin energy coursed through his veins, the veins were further enhanced. Currently, whenever his energy coursed through his veins, it would be enhanced as well. How could he not feel shocked when he discovered this? Sword! With just a thought, the celestial origin energy surged out of him through the 99 heavenly veins before solidifying into sword rays that hovered around him like loyal guards. It's as though I cast the elementary devouring tactic twice. Feeling the enhanced celestial origin energy surging out his body, Duan Ling Tian was delighted by this unexpected surprise. Based on what Elder Hua had told him, he had known heavenly veins were not much use in the mundane realms. He did not expect, after following Xiajia's advice, the 99 heavenly veins were so powerful and useful. It seemed as though he was bestowed double the effects of the elementary devouring tactic. When Wang Wei drew closer to Duan Ling Tian, he saw the tens of thousands of sword rays hovering around Duan Ling Tian. He could also sense the piercing aura from them. An ominous feeling rose in his heart at this moment. Several thoughts appeared in his mind immediately. How's this possible? How can a newcomer emit this sense of danger? A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes as he became guarded. Dumb, 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 dumb. Dumb. Then, a drumming noise came from Wang Wei. Wang Wei's well-built body began to grow rapidly. He grew from a normal man with a height of 190 km to a 10 feet tall giant. Strangely, the silver armor did not shatter with his sudden growth. Instead, it grew with him. Did Wang Wei cast his assist-type divine ability? Boom, 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 boom. The 7 men dressed in silver armor were shocked by Wang Wei's rapid growth. Meanwhile, Wang Wei spread his arms and 2 balls of vast celestial origin energy shot out from his palm. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into pillars that seemed like a cage. It was clear he intended to trap Duan Tian in the cage. Gravity? As soon as Duan Tian was in the cage, he could feel the gravity increasing outrageously at a swift speed. If it was another newcomer, they would not have been able to withstand this. Even Duan Tian felt a slight pressure from this. Gravitational prison. In order to fight this cultivator who just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, not only did Wang Wei cast his assist-type divine ability, but he also cast his offensive divine ability, the gravitational prison. He has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Is this necessary? The other men in silver armors were dumbfounded when they saw the divine abilities Wang Wei had cast when fighting Duan Tian. They were puzzled. Why was Wang Wei treating a newly ascended celestial like an opponent equal to him? Naturally, this was because they had yet to discover this newly ascended celestial was capable of producing tens of thousands of sword rays that hovered around him. Most importantly, the sword rays made Wang Wei feel a sense of danger. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions suddenly rang in the air. Wang Wei had increased the gravity on Duan Tian, as though he planned to crush Duan Tian using his offensive divine ability, the gravitational prison. Swoosh! At the same time, Wang Wei, who had grown into a giant after casting his assist-type divine ability, the giant phenomenon, raised his hand and sent out a wave of celestial origin energy in the form of swift and piercing saber rays. The size of the saber rays were, naturally, huge as well. BZZZT. 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 A buzzing noise rang in the air as Wang Wei used his remarkable saber technique. Soon after, numerous saber rays shot out from the gigantic saber in his hand. They were like a troop of formidable army as they flew toward Duan Tian, who was imprisoned in the gravitational prison. The saber rays flew in such an angle that it seemed like they were going to cut Duan Tian into a million pieces. However, upon closer inspection, one would see the saber rays were only targeting Duan Tian's right arm and right leg. Wang Wei was serious when he said he was going to sever Duan Tian's arm and leg. The 7 men clad in silver armors shook their heads when they saw this. All of them thought he was overreacting. Wang Wei even cast his celestial method? He's really not holding back. Is it necessary to go all out against a celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven though? Maybe he's just being overly cautious? Wang Wei, a blue moon heavenly celestial, was going all out in a fight against someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. In their opinion, Wang Wei was stooping too low. Wang Wei's full strength is far stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wang Wei's attacks. If Wang Wei did not cast his celestial method, Wang Wei's strength would be on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. With the celestial method, Wang Wei's strength has, naturally, surpassed that of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Wang Wei's strength is currently comparable to ordinary golden celestials who did not cast any divine abilities or celestial method. Duan Tian's eyes turned icy cold when the saber rays passed through the gravitational prison and made their way to his arm and leg. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. With just a thought, Duan Tian cast his strongest technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword and his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus sword. Xiao! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays hovering around Duan Tian flashed and formed a sword battle formation at an alarming speed before flying out. It left 7 afterimages in its wake. Duan Tian had only used the first 7 moves from the 13 green lotus swords. He did not think it was necessary to use all the moves against an opponent like Wang Wei. Bang! In just a moment, the sword formation merged with its afterimages and it glowed brighter than before. Xiao! 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 Sword cries sounded again as the sword formation formed by tens of thousands of sword rays' strength rose by another level. Boom! 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 Wang Wei and the others were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian's sword battle formation had easily destroyed the gravitational prison that seemed capable of imprisoning him. However, currently it seemed fragile as Duanling Tian easily destroyed it with his formation. At the same time, Duanling Tian's sword battle formation collided with Wang Wei's celestial method as well. Although it met with some resistance, it was still crushed by the formation in just a blink of an eye. No! Impossible! Wang Wei cried out when he saw Duanling Tian's sword battle formation destroying all his attacks like an unstoppable rampaging beast. Wang Wei's expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He had speculated earlier that Duanling Tian was not a simple person. Therefore, he had played it safe and attacked with all his might. Not even in his wildest dream did he think he would lose to a celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven even after unleashing all his strength. No! Wang Wei cried out. Duanling Tian's sword battle formation did not lose momentum and continued flying forth like an eagle toward him. His eyes were widened in horror as despair rose in his heart. He did not have time to mobilize his celestial origin energy after all. Ah! A shriek not dissimilar to pigs being slaughtered rang in the air, sending chills running up the spines of the 7 onlookers. Soon after, they saw each one of Wang Wei's arm and leg had been severed. The blood spurted out like rain and splattered all over the ground, looking like blooming roses. Naturally, no one was in the mood to admire such a sight. You should be glad I have no intention to kill you. Otherwise, you'd definitely die. Duanling Tian said coldly, causing Wang Wei and the others to shudder involuntarily. Wang Wei staunched the bleeding on his wounds before he turned to look at Duanling Tian again. A hint of relief could be seen on his face. It was truly fortunate he had abided by the rule of not killing those who were newly ascended. If he had tried to kill Duanling Tian, there was no doubt he would have died. Who are you? Fear lingered on Wang Wei's face. This was his first time seeing a newly ascended heavenly celestial with such terrifying strength. Is he really just a heavenly celestial? Although the others present on the scene knew the celestial ascension pool only accepted eminent celestials, they could not help but use their divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base after seeing his strength. With 7 powerful divine consciousness approaching him at once, how could Duanling Tian not discover them? Based on the 7 divine consciousness, 5 of them are comparable to 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, while the other 2 are comparable to 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. In any case, he was not bothered. Even if they used soul attacks on him because they assumed he was just a weak heavenly celestial who had just ascended, he still had the defective metal piece to counter the soul attacks. Duanling Tian had speculated the other 7 men's cultivation base should be roughly the same as Wang Wei. It was likely that they had not become golden celestials. With the defective metal piece, he was very confident he would be able to defend against the soul attacks from someone with their strength. Where's the metal piece? Duanling Tian instinctively tried to touch the defective metal piece, and his expression changed dramatically. He recalled his robes had been destroyed when he ascended, and he was naked in the celestial ascension pool. Don't tell me I lost it when my robe was destroyed? With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian's expression turned gloomy. He had only brought the defective metal piece and the 7 orifices exquisite sword, a Devata artifact that had lost its weapon spirit and had merged with his body. He did not even bring his spatial ring since it could not be brought into the Devata realms. However, he had forgotten about his robes. More importantly, he did not think he would lose consciousness in the process. At the moment when Duanling Tian was upset by the loss of the mysterious defective metal piece, the 7 powerful divine consciousness had also reached Duanling Tian and headed for his soul to probe his cultivation base. Just as the 7 divine consciousness were about to reach his soul, he was startled to discover that they vanished completely. There was no doubt it did not vanish because the 7 men had withdrawn their divine consciousness. Something near his soul had forcefully devoured them. There it is. Duan Tian checked his body inwardly and discovered the defective glowing metal piece was hovering near his soul. It had devoured the 7 divine consciousness that tried to probe his soul. How did it get there? Upon realizing the defective metal piece was hovering next to his soul like a guardian, Duan Tian was both delighted and shocked. He was shocked because he did not expect it to be there, and he was delighted because he did not lose it while ascending to this Devata realm. Meanwhile, the 7 men dressed in silver armors who failed to probe Duan Tian's cultivation base, due to their divine consciousness being devoured by the defective metal piece, were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, baffled and speechless. One of them wildly guessed, "Is it possible that this newcomer is a golden celestial?" He came to this conclusion when he saw Duan Tian completely defeated Wang Wei, a blue moon heavenly celestial, and how his divine consciousness had disappeared when he tried to probe Duan Tian's cultivation base. He speculated that Duan Tian must have been a 9 bodiless celestial in the mundane realms and had become a golden celestial after ascending to this Devata realm. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the celestial ascension pool before him was exclusively for eminent celestials who had just ascended. The 9 bodiless celestials who ascended had a celestial ascension pool exclusive to them that would help them rebuild their physical bodies and become golden celestials. Golden celestial? Impossible. That's right. Don't forget, this is not the pool that receives newly ascended 9 bodiless celestial. This celestial ascension pool is solely for eminent celestials who have just ascended. After their transformation, they'll only become Crimson Moon heavenly celestials. What a terrifyingly powerful Crimson Moon heavenly celestial! The celestial methods and divine abilities he had cast are truly remarkable. Although he's just a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial, he managed to overpower Wang Wei, who's a Blue Moon heavenly celestial. This means his celestial methods and divine abilities are truly rare and precious. He must have come from a major faction from the mundane realms, or he has had an extremely fortuitous encounter in the mundane realms. Based on the 7 men's discussion, it was clear they did not think Duan Tian was a golden celestial. They thought the disappearance of their divine consciousness was due to some technique to hide one's cultivation base. After all, such techniques were not uncommon in the Devata realms. Celestial methods? Divine abilities? Upon hearing the conversation between the 7 men, Wang Wei, who had lost an arm and a leg, turned to look at Duan Tian again. This time, his eyes were filled with greed. However, when Duan Tian returned his gaze, he quickly lowered his head. Even then, the greed in his eyes did not disappear. In fact, it had only intensified. A mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial was able to defeat a Blue Moon heavenly celestial by relying on his celestial methods and divine abilities. His strength had even risen a few levels. It was apparent how powerful Duan Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities were. Crimson Moon heavenly celestial? Blue Moon heavenly celestial. Duan Tian, who had recovered from his joy and shock from discovering the defective metal piece, shifted his attention to the men in silver armors. A frown appeared on his face as he asked, "Is that how the cultivation base of a heavenly celestial in Devata realms is ranked?" Although Duan Tian knew eminent celestials from the mundane realms would become heavenly celestials after their ascensions, 9 bodiless celestials from the mundane realms would become golden celestials after their ascensions, and golden celestials were ranked higher than heavenly celestials, he did not know there were ranks. Why, you don't even know the cultivation stages of a heavenly celestial? Wang Wei and the 7 men in silver armors were stunned when they heard Duan Tian's words. After looking at Duan Tian, they ascertained that he was truly clueless. If he were from a major faction, he would definitely know about the ranks of heavenly celestials. You're right. It's impossible for someone from a major faction to be unaware of this. In this case, it's likely that he has had an extremely fortuitous encounter and obtained the rare and precious celestial methods and divine abilities. The men in silver armors discussed this through voice transmission. Eventually, they came to the conclusion that the purple-clad young man who had just ascended must have had a truly remarkable fortuitous encounter. It was unlikely that he was from a major faction. In just a moment, their gazes were filled with greed when they turned to look at Duanling Tian. A middle-aged man dressed in silver armor explained with a gleam in his eyes, a heavenly celestial has 7 stages in their cultivation. They are aptly called the 7 stages of a heavenly celestial. The 7 stages are the crimson moon heavenly celestial, the orange moon heavenly celestial, the yellow moon heavenly celestial, the green moon heavenly celestial, the blue moon heavenly celestial, the indigo moon heavenly celestial, and the violet moon heavenly celestial. Their strength corresponded with the strength of a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 7 colors of a rainbow? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man in silver armor. If this was the case, it would not be difficult to remember the ranks of a heavenly celestial. The middle-aged man clad in silver armor continued to say the heavenly celestial's cultivation base might be similar to the bodiless celestial, but heavenly celestials are, naturally, stronger. After all, bodiless celestials will only regain their physical bodies after their ascension. In the mundane realms, due to their lack of a physical body, they are vulnerable to Devata realm's celestial methods and divine abilities, and they're also unable to master it. The silver-armored middle-aged man continued. For example, a green moon heavenly celestial who has mastered a normal divine abilities and celestial methods is as powerful as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. Without all the techniques, a green moon heavenly celestial is only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this moment, the middle-aged man in silver armor looked at Duanling Tian intently before he said, "Although you're a crimson moon heavenly celestial, the strength you displayed proves that you're capable of defeating 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when you were in the mundane realms. After all, the strength you used to defeat Wang Wei is comparable to an orange sun golden celestial who isn't using any celestial method, divine abilities, or celestial weapons." Orange sun golden celestial? Duanling Tian was stunned. Similar to the heavenly celestials, the golden celestials are also divided into 7 ranks. They are the scarlet sun golden celestial, the orange sun golden celestial, the yellow sun golden celestial, the green sun golden celestial, the blue sun golden celestial, the indigo sun golden celestial, and the violet sun golden celestial. He continued to say when he saw the confused expression on Duanling Tian's face. Wang Wei's full strength is equivalent to a scarlet sun golden celestial who isn't using any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. As a crimson moon heavenly celestial, your strength is already equivalent to an orange sun golden celestial. This means when you were an eminent celestial, you were as strong as a scarlet sun golden celestial. Naturally, this is under the condition they are not using any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. After listening to the explanation, Duanling Tian naturally understood everything. Wang Wei is a blue moon heavenly celestial. As for the others, judging from their divine consciousness, there are 5 blue moon heavenly celestials and 2 indigo moon heavenly celestials among them. When the men in silver armor tried to probe his cultivation base, Duanling Tian had managed to discover their cultivation base as bodiless celestials. Therefore, he could easily convert that to the ranks of a heavenly celestial. This means among these people, 5 of them are evenly matched with Wang Wei while the other 2 are stronger than him. Soon after, Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man in silver armor and asked curiously, "Who are you?" He had no idea who these people who waited for the newly ascended celestials by the celestial ascension pool to lead them to camp for registration were. Duanling Tian did not know who these men in silver armors were, including Wang Wei. He did not even know why they were bringing newly ascended celestials to a camp. He did not ascend to a Devata realm to report for duty in a camp. He had ascended for its superior cultivating environment and resources so he could get stronger and rescue Kuer, his family, and his friends in the divine offering realm after 1,000 years. "We're the Decurions of the Silverworm Army," the middle-aged man in silver armor answered. "Silverworm Army?" Duanling Tian frowned and asked, "You're all in a troop?" "Yes." The middle-aged man in silver armor nodded as he said, "We're the Silverworm Army, the army of the Bloody Spectre City. Our Lord Commander is one of the 3 strongest powerhouses that serve under the Bloody Spectre City's governor." "Bloody Spectre City?" Duan Ling Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. Bloody Spectre City is the only city in this region. It's the seat of the 9 Spectres County. Apart from being the resting place of passing Celestials, Bloody Spectre City is also responsible for receiving new Celestials in the Celestial Ascension Pool. The middle-aged man in silver armor added, "The Celestial Ascension Pool you just left is one of the many Celestial Ascension Pools that Bloody Spectre City is responsible for. Those who have just ascended will normally be received by 2 Decurions of the Silverworm Army." "Received?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. "Earlier, I heard you're supposed to bring us to some camp to report for duty. Are we heading to the Silverworm Army's camp?" "Yes." The middle-aged man in silver armor nodded. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why do I need to report to the Silverworm Army's camp?" "This is the rule here. All who ascended to the 9 Spectres County will be led by the armies from the respective cities to their camps and report for duty. Then they'll serve under the army's watch," the middle-aged man in silver armor said. "Only those who have served for 1,000 years will regain their freedom." "I have to serve for 1,000 years before I can regain my freedom?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed even more. He said with a sneer, "What a tyrannical rule! How dare they force people who have ascended to serve them for 1,000 years before granting them freedom?" Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment as he swept his eyes across the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army, including Wang Wei, before he said coldly, "Although I've just ascended to the Devata realm, I don't think any of you are capable of stopping me if I want to leave." Among the 8 Decurions from the Silverworm Army, the 2 Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestials were the strongest. Unless they had mastered some exceptionally powerful celestial methods or divine abilities, the 2 Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestials would not pose a danger to Duan Ling Tian. The expressions of the 8 Decurions changed immediately as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. At this moment, a powerful voice boomed from the horizon. "They might not be able to make you stay. However, now that we've arrived, it won't be so easy for you to leave." Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, 2 figures flashed in the sky at tremendous speed and appeared in just a blink of an eye. The figures belonged to 2 men who were also wearing silver armors. One of them was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. Although both of the newcomers were also wearing silver armors, the insignia on their chests were different compared to the 8 Decurions. The heads of 2 WIRMs were etched on their armor, while the Decurions only had 1 WIRM etched on their armor. This clearly showed these 2 people held a higher position than the 8 men. "Lord Centurion," the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army saluted and paid their respect to the middle-aged man and young man in silver armors. Just as expected, Duan Ling Tian's suspicion was confirmed as soon as the 8 Decurions greeted the 2 men. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just a second later, Duan Ling Tian discovered the divine consciousness of the 2 Centurions of the Silverworm Army heading toward him. It was obvious they were trying to probe him. Duan Ling Tian was not worried to begin with when the 2 Centurions arrived, but he relaxed even more when he discovered their divine consciousness was only as strong as that of a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. What a joke! He was not even afraid of soul attacks from 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Why would he be afraid of a little probing from these 2's divine consciousness? As expected, as soon as the 2 Centurions' divine consciousness entered Duan Ling Tian, it was instantly devoured by the defective metal piece that was hovering next to his soul. The expressions of the 2 Centurions of the Silverworm Army changed immediately. "Good technique," the middle-aged Centurion praised Duan Ling Tian. "How rare for someone who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, a mere crimson moon heavenly celestial, to master such an impressive technique to conceal one's cultivation base." The young Centurion looked at Duan Ling Tian. "What's happening? Did the 2 Centurions come to prevent me from leaving?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. He finally realized why the middle-aged Decurion was so patient and helpful as he explained everything to him. In fact, they had already notified the Centurions and were just stalling for time. He scoffed inwardly. Did they think the 2 Centurions would be able to stop him? How naive. After all, up until now, he had not revealed his full strength. Previously, my greatest weakness was my soul. However, now, Duan Ling Tian's confidence was boosted when he thought about the defective metal piece that hovered near his soul. Prior to his ascension, Duanling Tian had thought long and hard about this. He could rely on his celestial methods and divine abilities to battle opponents who are stronger than him. However, if his opponent was too powerful and cast a soul attack before he could react, he would be doomed. Nonetheless, now that he possessed the defective metal piece, he was no longer afraid. After all, the defective metal piece would devour all soul attacks that were directed at him. Duanling Tian thought to himself, how powerful must the soul attack be to bypass the defective metal piece? If I'm not mistaken, the defective metal piece can easily devour the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial. There's a chance it can even devour soul attacks from heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. His confidence rose again when he recalled the defective metal piece was indirectly given to him by Xianxia, Kur's third uncle and a powerhouse from the divine offering land. His eyes shone when he thought of this. Naturally, this was just his speculation. He was not entirely certain if the defective metal piece could withstand the soul attack of a heavenly emperor. Duanling Tian continued thinking to himself, during my battle with Wang Wei, I didn't unleash the full might of the 13 green lotus swords. If I had used all 13 swords, I'd be even stronger. Moreover, I didn't even use the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword that's missing its spirit. Even then, it's comparable to the best celestial weapons. If I don't use the 7 orifices sword, I'll still be as powerful as a green sun golden celestial without celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. With the 7 orifices exquisite sword, I might be on even footing with a violet moon golden celestial without celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Duanling Tian was aware of all these because he used to possess a top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, even though it was damaged. A top celestial supreme treasure was able to assist its owner far more than an ordinary celestial supreme treasure could. Even the most common celestial supreme treasure would be able to increase its owner's strength, let alone a top celestial supreme treasure. Naturally, I still don't stand a chance against violet moon golden celestials in an actual battle. After all, beings like that definitely possess celestial weapons, celestials methods, and divine abilities. Duanling Tian was aware of this. In fact, even a green sun golden celestial who had mastered ordinary celestial techniques or divine abilities and wielded an ordinary celestial weapon would be a tough match for me. After all, with all the techniques and weapons, it would increase his or her strength by 2 to 3 levels. At that time, their strength would be comparable to a violet moon golden celestial without celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Up until now, Duanling Tian was uncertain how much his strength would rise if he used the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Therefore, he was uncertain if he would be a match for a green sun golden celestial. Duanling Tian asked indifferently, "What? Are you 2 centurions here to stop me from leaving?" The centurion of Silverworm army who looked like a young man stared at Duanling Tian coldly with a sneer. "So what if I am? Do you think a mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven can evade us?" "Yes, I do," Duanling Tian replied calmly and confidently. "Impudent. Audacious. How dare a newly ascended cultivator act so impudent before our centurions? How dare you?" As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, all 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, glared at Duanling Tian and rebuked him. The arrival of their centurions had increased their confidence. Their centurions were not only Violet Moon heavenly celestials, but they also owned celestial weapons that were bestowed to them by their Lord Commander. Unlike the centurions, the decurions had no celestial weapons at all. Otherwise, their strength would have increased a level. This purple-clad young man who had just ascended displayed strength that was comparable to an orange sun golden celestial without using any celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Even then, they did not think this newcomer was a match for the Silverworm army centurions. If their centurions unleashed all their strength was comparable to a green sun golden celestial without the use of any celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Unless the purple-clad young man who had just ascended was capable of raising his strength 2 levels higher, he definitely would not be a match for their centurions. Naturally, The thought had crossed their minds that the purple-clad young man might have concealed his strength. However, all 8 Decurions, including Wang Wei, quickly dismissed that thought. It was impossible. Therefore, they had great confidence in their centurions. The Silverworm Army's centurion, who looked like a young man, was further enraged. His eyes turned icy cold as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. You really think so? Even the middle-aged centurion's expression darkened. He stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said in a low voice, I want to see how you're going to escape from us. The seemingly young centurion said disdainfully, I also want to see how fast your speed is since you're so boastful. Duan Ling Tian laughed. My speed? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint all of you. Although I don't think I'm slower than any of you, I don't plan to leave by relying on my speed. Well, I'm preparing to leave now. You can try to stop me. However, let me warn you that you're only looking for trouble if you try and stop or attack me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away and flew at an average speed that even a Decurion could chase up to him, let alone a centurion. Looking for trouble? The 2 centurions of Silverworm Army looked at each other and saw the rage burning in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a slap to their faces. How could they not feel humiliated by this? I want to see how you're going to trouble us. What an arrogant brat. I'll prove to you that there will always be someone stronger no matter how strong you are. The 2 furious centurions moved in unison as their energies surged out. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they overtook Duan Ling Tian and blocked his path. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. Swoosh! 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 Meanwhile, the 8 Decurions had come over as well. They got into the formation with their 2 centurions and surrounded Duan Ling Tian in 3 directions. Wang Fei, whose arm and leg were crippled by Duan Ling Tian, stared at Duan Ling Tian like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. It seemed like he could not wait to pounce forward and tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. However, Duan Ling Tian did not even deign to look at the 8 Decurions. He treated them as though they were air. He looked at the 2 centurions as he said, You want to see how I'll bring trouble to you and prove that there's always someone stronger regardless of how strong I am? He laughed for a moment before he said, I'll fulfill your wish then. Moreover, I'll also show you that there would be people stronger than you no matter how strong you think you are. He made a move as soon as he finished speaking. Swoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of swords howling rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian mobilized his celestial origin energy that coursed out of his 99 heavenly veins before forming thousands upon thousands of sword rays. They radiated a fierce sword chi as though they were capable of destroying everything in their path. Previously, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had gotten stronger through his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had returned to its original level when the 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army arrived. Therefore, the celestial origin energy he had mobilized now was similar to its strength from before. The effects were similar to the elementary devouring tactic being cast twice. His strength was comparable to a blue moon heavenly celestial. Naturally, this was not the limit of his strength. If he had used the other methods he had up his sleeve, his strength would increase even more. When the 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army regained their senses, a grim expression was etched on their faces as they cast their various techniques and took out their celestial weapons. Sword battle formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian quickly cast the strongest technique of the Sovereign Heart Sword and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Since he had been holding back earlier when he fought with Wang Wei, his strength was naturally much stronger now that he did not hold back. Swoosh! 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 The sword battle formation flew out with a dozen sword rays in its wake. Shortly after, these sword rays shone brightly. On the other hand, the sword chi roiled violently as though it could destroy everything that stood in its way. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had cast all the methods available to him except for using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. His strength, at this moment, was comparable to a green sun golden celestial who did not use any celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. It was about the same as the 2 centurions who had cast their celestial methods and wielded their celestial weapons. This was the extent of the centurion's strength. When the 2 centurions saw Duan Ling Tian's formidable sword battle formation, Their expressions darken immediately. At this moment, it finally dawned on them that Duanling Tian was not inferior to them even though they had unleashed all their strength. How can a newly ascended cultivator be so strong? Even the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who have become golden celestials aren't so strong, right? He's already so strong even though he's not wielding a celestial weapon. The 2 centurions finally realized they were in trouble. Although their expressions were dark, they still fearlessly attacked. After all, there were 2 of them against the purple-clad young man who had just ascended. Swoosh! 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 Buzz! 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 One of the 2 centurions wielded a celestial sword while the other wielded a celestial saber. Their weapons emitted fierce and intimidating sword chi and saber chi. Their weapons left 2 ear-piercing noises in the air. The stability of mundane realm space was undoubtedly incomparable to the Devata realm space. If the 2 centurions were in the mundane realms, there was no doubt their attacks would leave thousands of meters-long void tears. The same could be said for Duanling Tian's sword battle formation as well. Even then, as the 3 attacks shot out, there were no signs of tearing in the space. Only the sound of wind howling in the air could be heard. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 8 decurions were dark. A hint of incredulity could be seen in the depths of their eyes. It was not surprising that they could not completely see the attacks from the 2 centurions. However, they could not see the attack from the purple-clad young man who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven as well. This was truly shocking. At this moment, all 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, could clearly see how much Duanling Tian had held back during his earlier fight with Wang Wei. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Currently, he's not any weaker than the centurions. Wang Wei was shocked. Initially, he had glared at Duanling Tian fiercely like a hungry wolf staring at his prey. However, now that he had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength, his expression had changed to one of fear. He truly did not expect the purple-clad young man who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven was so strong. Even when the purple-clad young man had held back his strength earlier, the purple-clad young man could still easily defeat him. How is it possible? Not to mention he was just an eminent celestial before he entered the celestial ascension pool. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has just ascended wouldn't be this strong, right? Based on his current strength, he is not weaker than any of our centurions in the Silverworm army. His strength is indeed on par with our 2 centurions. Don't forget our 2 centurions had also raised their strength after they wielded their celestial weapons. The purple-clad young man is not wielding a celestial weapon at all. Then, doesn't this mean if he has a celestial weapon, he would be stronger than our 2 centurions? Well, it sounds absurd, but it's a fact. Similarly, the other 7 decurions were shocked by Duanling Tian's strength. None of them had expected him to withhold so much of his strength earlier. The old man who had questioned Duanling Tian earlier could not help but break out in cold sweat. After all, he was furious when Duanling Tian had ignored his question. He had almost attacked Duanling Tian because of that. However, he did not get a chance to attack since Wang Wei had made a move first. He truly felt lucky he did not manage to attack first. Otherwise, the outcome would definitely not be good for him. During the brief discussion among the group of decurions, Duanling Tian's sword battle formation was about to collide with the 2 centurions' attacks that were cast from their sword and saber. 10,000 soldiers surrender. With just a thought, a mysterious force shot out of the sword battle formation. It seemed to have a life of its own. Whoosh! 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 The mysterious power shot toward the 2 centurions' celestial weapons and entwined itself around them before snatching it away. After that, it returned to Duanling Tian. What's happening? How's this possible? The 2 centurions only regained their senses when the celestial weapons in their hands flew out of their hands, injuring them. Their expressions were one of shock and incredulity. They could clearly sense the force that had snatched their celestial weapons away was not something they could resist. In a panic, they tried to summon their celestial weapons back to their spatial rings, but to no avail. They discovered the bond between them and their weapons had been severed, leaving them with no way to summon their weapons back. Boom! 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 Boom. Boom. Once the two centurions' celestial weapons were snatched away, their attacks collided with Duan Ling Tian's sword battle formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The wind began to blow violently, wreaking havoc in all directions. At the same time, a terrifying and destructive shockwave spread out in all directions as well. The 8 Decurions hurriedly mobilized their internal power to form a protective shield around themselves. Otherwise, even if they did not die, they would be gravely injured. While they stayed protected in their shield, the 8 Decurions began to discuss among themselves again. They saw Duan Ling Tian's sword battle formation only managed to nullify half of the attacks from the two centurions. The remaining force of the attacks was still sweeping toward Duan Ling Tian destructively, as though it would not stop until Duan Ling Tian was dead. In the end, it seems like the combined attacks of our two centurions are stronger. Under such circumstances, this young man who has just ascended will probably die. But would the two Lord Centurions really kill him? If he dies, the celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered would disappear along with him. Ah, that's too bad if that happens. When the 8 Decurions thought about the rare methods Duan Ling Tian had mastered and how he was about to die, they could not help but feel their hearts ache. They did not care if he lived or died. They cared about his celestial methods and divine abilities. This was also one of the reasons their centurions had come over. He can't die. Don't let him die. The two centurions cried out in unison. At this moment, they had forgotten about their celestial weapons that had been taken away. They were more anxious about Duan Ling Tian getting killed by the remnants of their attack. If the purple-clad young man who had just ascended died, they would not be able to obtain his rare celestial methods and divine abilities. Their trip here would have been in vain. Bang! Bang! The two centurions lifted their legs simultaneously and stomped in the air. Their energies surged to bring them toward their combined attacks that were speeding toward Duan Ling Tian like a beast baring its fangs and claws. Boom! 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 At the same time, the two centurions lifted their hands and cast all kinds of methods to stop their attacks from landing on Duan Ling Tian. They clearly intended to save Duan Ling Tian. However, since their celestial weapons had been taken away, they were powerless to save Duan Ling Tian. Damn it! If I still have my celestial weapon, I would have been able to stop the attack. When the two centurions saw their earlier attack was about to land on Duan Ling Tian and devour him like a giant beast, they could not help but feel upset. If that strange and mysterious force did not take their celestial weapons away, they would have been able to save the purple-clad young man who had just ascended. Now, they could only watch helplessly as their attack killed the purple-clad young man. If he were alive, they could have imprisoned him and tortured him to teach them his celestial methods and divine abilities. What a pity! The two centurions sighed in unison. They truly felt regretful about the loss of the celestial methods and divine abilities. If it were not for that, they did not care if Duan Ling Tian lived or died. They were still lamenting the loss of the celestial methods and divine abilities when swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sounds of sword howling in the air rang suddenly just as the remnant of the two centurions' combined attack was about to land on Duan Ling Tian. They saw their attacks shattering before they saw the familiar purple figure emerging out of the chaos like a god. There was a sword battle formation before him, and it looked stronger than the one before. He held back his strength again earlier. How is this possible? The two centurions' eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets when they saw the sword battle formation had easily shattered their attacks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After crushing the combined attack from the two centurions, the sword battle formation continued forward and crushed all the techniques that the two centurions had cast earlier to stop their combined attacks. The entire process was very smooth, and it did not look like it was losing momentum at all as it continued on its trajectory. Am I going to die? Not even in my wildest dream did I think that I would be killed by a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial. Moreover, he's a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. When the two centurions saw the sword battle formation was about to hit them and felt the intimidating sword chi, they fell into despair. They were certain they were going to die. Contrary to their expectations, the sword battle formation vanished into thin air suddenly. Only 2 streaks of light remained as it shot back into Duan Ling Tian's hand. "That's my celestial sword. That's my celestial saber," the 2 centurions cried out in unison. They recognized the streaks of light that returned to Duan Ling Tian were their celestial sword and celestial saber. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian held a sword and saber in each hand. It was the celestial weapons of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. What's going on? Aren't those our centurions' celestial weapons? Why are they in his hands? The 2 centurions were not the only ones who were shocked. The 8 decurions were shocked as well. How did their centurions' celestial weapons end up in the hands of the purple-clad young man who had just ascended? Moreover, it seemed that he was using the power of the celestial weapons as well earlier. That was how he managed to turn defeat into victory. Most importantly, from what they could vaguely see, if the purple-clad young man did not stop his attack promptly, their 2 centurions would have died. An expression of shock and incredulity appeared on the middle-aged centurion's face. "It was you who snatched my celestial weapon away earlier?" At this moment, realization finally dawned on him after he saw his weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession. "What method did you use?" the seemingly young centurion asked. Flames of greed burned in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though he had forgotten how he would have died if Duan Ling Tian did not cease his attack earlier. Duan Ling Tian did not deign to reply to their questions. Instead, he said indifferently, "I'm aware both of you tried to save me earlier because of my celestial methods and divine abilities. However, since both of you didn't have the intention to kill me, I'll let this matter go. I'll take these 2 celestial weapons as compensation." He did not even look at them before he turned to leave after speaking. However, before Duan Ling Tian could leave, the seemingly young centurion glared at Duan Ling Tian's back and said coldly, "Little brat, although you have the celestial weapons, do you really think you can just leave? Don't you forget you're a mere crimson moon, heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. You might be stronger than us because you've mastered superior celestial methods and divine abilities and possess our celestial weapons. However, these are all physical attacks. If we were to cast our soul attacks with the soul of a crimson moon heavenly celestial, you'll definitely die. Therefore, I advise you to return our celestial weapons and obediently follow us to the Silverworm army's camp." His tone was threatening. It was clear if Duan Ling Tian did not comply with his request, he was going to cast a soul attack. The eyes of the decurion, Wang Wei, lit up like stars in the night sky upon hearing these words. "That's right. How could I have forgotten about this? We can deal with him by using soul attacks. He's so strong that we've forgotten he's just a mere crimson moon heavenly celestial. With this soul, let alone the 2 centurions, he wouldn't even be able to defend against our soul attacks. Even the weakest among us is a blue moon heavenly celestial. A mere crimson moon heavenly celestial definitely won't even be able to defend against a soul attack by a blue moon heavenly celestial. If the 2 centurions who are green sun golden celestials cast their soul attacks, I'm afraid this newly ascended young man would have his soul scattered in just an instant." When the 7 decurions looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the fear in the depths of their eyes had been replaced with courage. Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks when he heard the seemingly young centurion's words. "Soul attack." He did not even deign to turn back to look at them as he said indifferently, "You may cast soul attacks at me if you wish. However, let me warn you, if you cast soul attacks on me, we'll fight until the other dies. There'll be no turning back once you attack me." Although there was no inflection in his tone when he spoke, his words sounded so cold that the men from the Silverworm army felt as though they were in an ice cellar. The seemingly young centurion was the first to regain his senses. He sneered, "Little brat, are you trying to call our bluff? Do you think I'll fall for it and not cast a soul attack on you?" Similarly, the middle-aged centurion and the 8 decurions shared the same thought. All of them thought Duan Ling Tian was just putting on an act. After all, even a violet moon heavenly celestial who was not particularly skilled in soul attacks could still kill a crimson moon heavenly celestial with a soul attack. After all, the difference between the souls was too large. There were 6 levels between the 2 cultivation bases. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently. He did not take their words to heart and began to fly away. When he was in the mundane realm, he had faced a soul attack from a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and remained unharmed. Although the 2 centurions were quite strong, their soul attacks might not even be as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Therefore, was there a need for him to be afraid? The seemingly young centurion's expression changed greatly when he saw Duanling Tian ignoring him and leaving. "You're seeking death." His eyes flashed as a streak of light shot out from his glabella. The streak of light was the soul attack he had cast in anger. Swoosh! The centurion's soul attack flew across the sky, targeting Duanling Tian. It seemed indestructible as it shot toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's expression darkened. He turned back and roared, "Seeding death!" Then he instantly cast his techniques. Sword Battle Formation. 13 green lotus swords. A burst of sword rays emerged from the celestial sword in his hand and merged with the thousands of sword rays formed by his celestial origin energy. Then, the thousands of sword rays transformed into a sword battle formation that flew out, leaving dozens of afterimages in its wake. Swoosh! 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 When the afterimages merged with the sword battle formation, its power surged even more. It flew out with destructive power toward the seemingly young centurion who had cast the soul attack on Duanling Tian. The seemingly young centurion had already expected Duanling Tian's strike. He sneered, "Although your attack is powerful, it's impossible for you to drag me down with you to die together. At most, I'll be severely injured. However, you'll most certainly die." His expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. His celestial origin energy that had been roiling under his skin surged out at this moment. It seemed as though he had divine help as the energy formed a thick and translucent wall before him. The wall was like an impregnable fortress. During the critical juncture, the seemingly young centurion had successfully cast his defensive method. Without wasting time, his celestial origin energy surged again, as he prepared to cast his ultimate attack to counter Duanling Tian's formidable sword battle formation. Since he was well prepared, he was confident that he would be severely injured at most. "Let's see how you'll die." After making all the necessary preparations to defend himself, the seemingly young centurion watched as the streak of light, which was his soul attack, entered Duanling Tian's body like an indestructible force. He smiled triumphantly, certain that he was going to see Duanling Tian's soul being destroyed by his soul attack. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was calm when faced with the soul attack from the seemingly young centurion. It was clear he did not take the soul attack seriously. When the soul attack entered his body, it instantly headed for his soul. However, just as he had expected, as soon as the soul attack drew close to his soul, the defective metal piece suddenly shone brightly and devoured the soul attack. The soul attack disappeared in just a blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. After that, Duanling Tian looked at the centurion, who was looking at him like a dead man walking, and smiled contemptuously. His voice was dripping with disdain as he said, "Is this all there is to the soul attack of a violet moon heavenly celestial?" The triumphant smile on the seemingly young centurion's face vanished immediately. His eyes widened as he looked at Duanling Tian in shock and horror. It was as though he had just seen a ghost. Impossible! Boom! 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 Meanwhile, a thunderous explosion rang in the air. Duanling Tian's sword battle formation had collided with the seemingly young centurion's offensive and defensive techniques. It was just as the seemingly young centurion had expected. Although Duanling Tian's attack was powerful, it was not powerful enough to kill him. After all, the force of the attack had been offset by his offensive and defensive techniques. At most, he would be severely injured. The seemingly young centurion spat out a mouthful of blood caused by his injuries. By all means, he should have been happy that he had escaped death. However, he was upset because Duanling Tian did not die from his soul attack. An expression of unwillingness could be seen on his face. He had a difficulty accepting this outcome. Impossible. How can a mere crimson moon heavenly celestial survive my soul attack? Impossible. Similarly, the middle-aged centurion looked at Duanling Tian as though he had seen a ghost as well. He was also certain Duanling Tian would be killed by his companion's soul attack. How did he survive? Is he? Is he really a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? An incredulous expression was etched on his face at this moment. The 8 Decurions, including Wang Wei, were flabbergasted by this as well. How's this possible? This newly ascended young man managed to survive Lord Centurion's soul attack? How did he survive? You unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Initially, when Lord Centurion brought up soul attacks, I had thought of attacking the young man with my soul attack first to display my strength in front of Lord Centurion. In hindsight, I'm glad I didn't do it. How did he survive Lord Centurion's soul attack? He's completely unharmed. Wang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian with lingering fear on his face. Similarly, he had planned to use soul attack on Duan Ling Tian earlier. He would have made an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian if he had done that. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, even the 2 Centurions would not be able to protect him. A thought suddenly appeared in the seemingly young Centurion's mind before he exclaimed, "Why, you must have a soul defense celestial weapon." His face paled immediately. This was the only explanation a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial could escape unscathed from his soul attack. Soul defense celestial weapon? That seems like the only explanation, the middle-aged Centurion said. Upon hearing this, the 8 Decurions, including Wang Wei, agreed with their Centurion's words. Why didn't I think of that? That's right. How could he have survived a soul attack from our Centurion when he's just a mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended? He definitely possesses a soul defense celestial weapon. If he truly has a soul defense celestial weapon, it would compensate for the weakness of his soul. Soul defense celestial weapons are the rarest among celestial weapons. The price of a soul defense celestial weapon is no cheaper than the cost of a mediocre offensive celestial weapon. As the 8 Decurions continued their discussion, their eyes were filled with greed and envy when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was especially true for Wang Wei. I wonder what's the grade of his soul defense celestial weapon? If his soul defense celestial weapon is merely a primitive celestial weapon, it would only be able to defend against soul attacks from heavenly celestials at most. It wouldn't be able to defend against golden celestials or those who are stronger. I think his soul defense celestial weapon is a primitive celestial weapon. After all, soul defense celestial weapons are extremely rare. Moreover, he has just ascended. It's unlikely that the grade of his weapon is high. I disagree. Don't forget that the celestial methods and divine abilities he mastered are extraordinary. There's a high chance that his soul defense celestial weapon is of a high grade. That's true. Meanwhile, nary a ripple could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face as he said to the seemingly young Centurion, I gave you a chance earlier. A chilling killing intention flashed across his eyes, as though he was about to kill the Centurion. The seemingly young Centurion's expression changed dramatically when he saw the killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. His voice trembled from fear as he said, Why, you can't kill me. I'm the Centurion of Silverworm Army. If you kill me, you'll risk offending the entire Silverworm Army. Not to mention that he was currently injured and had lost his celestial weapon. Even if he was in peak form, he still would not be a match for the purple-clad young man. It was difficult enough for him to survive Duan Ling Tian's first attack. If Duan Ling Tian attacked again, there was no doubt that he would die. Silverworm Army? Duan Ling Tian laughed when he heard the Centurion's word. So only the Silverworm Army is allowed to kill and we're not allowed to fight back? Moreover, I gave you a chance earlier. His eyes flashed coldly as thousands of dazzling sword rays shot out of his body. The middle-aged Centurion was shocked when he felt Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. His body instinctively moved to help his companion. I'll only kill him today. Those who help him will die with him, Duan Ling Tian said. The middle-aged Centurion stopped in his tracks as a frisson of fear ran through him as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. On the other hand, the 8 Decurions stiffened immediately, not daring to move at all. Swoosh! 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 The sound of swords howling rang in the air shortly before Duan Ling Tian killed the seemingly young Centurion who was gravely injured. A wretched scream accompanied the death of the violet moon heavenly celestial who stood at the peak among heavenly celestials. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and the seemingly young Centurion's spatial ring flew into his hand. The ring would be useful to him. After all, he could not bring his spatial ring from the mundane realm here. This will save me the time of having to look for another spatial ring. The spatial rings in Devata realms were of celestial grade. Spatial rings in Devata realms were easily obtained as long as one was strong. On the contrary, even the most common offensive celestial weapons were so rare that usually only golden celestials or those who were stronger possessed them. Heavenly celestials who possessed them usually had a strong supporter. For example, the two centurions possessed celestial weapons due to the Silverworm army that had support from the Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh! After Duan Ling Tian killed the centurion, he put the celestial weapons and spatial ring away before he disappeared in a flash. As soon as Duan Ling Tian disappeared from sight, Wang Wei looked at the middle-aged centurion with eyes red from anger and said, "Lord Centurion, are we going to just let him go? If today's incident spread out, we will be shamed. It would be even worse if the Black Dragon army learns that a centurion of the Silverworm army centurion is killed by someone who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. They will definitely mock us for this." He was filled with resentment and hate. Although his words that were filled with righteous indignation seemed to indicate he was concerned about the Silverworm army's reputation, the truth was he was more concerned about himself. After all, Duan Ling Tian had severed his arm and leg. As a centurion, the middle-aged man was, naturally, not easily fooled or swayed with words. He looked at Wang Wei coldly and sneered. "Don't pretend. You just want to seek revenge by using the army." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei lowered his head immediately. Another decurion stepped forward and said, "Lord Centurion, perhaps Wang Wei has a personal stake in this. However, his words have merit. If this matter spreads out, we'll become a laughingstock. We, the decurions of the Silverworm army, definitely won't spread word of this." However, the same could not be said for that newly ascended young man. After all, this would raise his credibility. The other decurions nodded in agreement. "Naturally, I understand that. I'll return to the camp now and personally report this to Lord Captain." The middle-aged centurion left as soon as he finished speaking. After leaving the vicinity of the Celestial Ascension Pool, Duan Ling Tian wandered around for half a day. However, he could not find his way to the Bloody Spectre City, nor did he encounter anyone during his journey. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he thought to himself, "I thought I'd be able to run into someone and ask for directions. It seems like I was too naive. I've been wandering for roughly half a day, and I've yet to see anyone." For this reason, he decided to return to the vicinity of the Celestial Ascension Pool. He had planned to get someone from the Silverworm army to lead the way. After a while, he thought to himself again, "I've killed someone from the Silverworm army. If they know my destination is the Bloody Spectre City, they definitely won't let me go." Although Duan Ling Tian managed to kill a centurion of the Silverworm army, he was aware of his strength. If someone stronger from the Silverworm army came for him, he might not be a match for his opponent. Perhaps he might be able to hold his own against the captain of the Silverworm army, but what about the commander of the Silverworm army? Moreover, the commander might not even be the strongest person around here. It was likely that the governor of the Bloody Spectre City was even stronger. Shortly after, a plan appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "I'll wait here for the time being. When the newly ascended Celestials are being brought to the Silverworm army's camp, I'll follow them at that time." As a troop of the Bloody Spectre City, the Silverworm army's camp shouldn't be too far away from the Bloody Spectre City. Since I've stopped devouring the force from the Celestial Ascension Pool, those who are newly ascended should be close to becoming heavenly celestials. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Third Uncle's advice to immerse myself longer in the pool would bring so many benefits to my 99 heavenly veins." After his celestial origin coursed through his 99 heavenly saint veins and surged out. His strength was almost comparable to when he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. This meant his strength had risen 2 levels. I feel there would be more benefits after tempering my 99 heavenly veins. What I need to do now after ascending to this Devata realm is to quickly raise my cultivation base. After all, I only have 1,000 years. Duan Ling Tian felt pressured when he recalled the words that Xianxia, who was from the divine offering land, told him. Xianxia had said Kur might be forced to marry Yun Qing Yen 1,000 years later after the matter in the divine offering land had ended. Therefore, the only thing in his mind now was to get as strong as possible. I'll go to the Bloody Spectre City and ask where the best cultivation environment with the best cultivation resources nearby is. Duan Ling Tian finally made up his mind. Since Duan Ling Tian had just ascended to this Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, he had no resources with him at all since he could not bring his possessions in the mundane realm here. Even if he could, they would not help him here. For example, the saint stones from the mundane realm would not be able to help him raise his celestial origin energy. Moreover, since he was newly ascended, he was unaware of the state of the spirit overarching heaven. He would have to ask around before he could make further plans. Duan Ling Tian stood in the air above the celestial ascension pool. I don't think I'll have to wait for long. True enough, after 15 minutes, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. They're here. The figure who just appeared belonged to Wang Wei, the decurion of the Silverworm army whom Duan Ling Tian had crippled. At this moment, Wang Wei was guiding a group of newly ascended celestials toward the east. Duan Ling Tian followed after them silently. As Wang Wei guided the newly ascended celestials, he clenched his fists as he thought to himself, I hope the captain will report that incident to Lord Commander. Based on Lord Commander's temper, if he learns about it, he'll definitely search everywhere for that man before killing him. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought about this. Although Wang Wei did not vent his anger on the group of newly ascended celestials, all of them could feel Wang Wei was not in the best mood. They were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. After about half an hour, a little black dot appeared in Duan Ling Tian's line of vision. He speculated inwardly, it's a city. It must be the Bloody Spectre City. It did not take long for his speculation to be proven right. Duan Ling Tian continued following Wang Wei and the group of people toward the little black dot. The black dot continued to grow larger and larger before revealing itself as a city that looked like a giant beast. The wall around the city was constructed from blood-red bricks, making it look as though it was drenched in blood. Wang Wei, who had been quiet throughout the journey, suddenly stopped in his tracks before turning to look at the group of newly ascended celestials. He began to explain, the city in front of us is called the Bloody Spectre City. The camp I'm taking you to is the Silverworm Army's camp. It's one of the 2 troops in this city. Our Lord Commander reports directly to the city governor. We won't be entering the city. We'll be heading to the camp that's located away from the city. After he finished speaking, he began to lead the group in the northeast direction. Although Duan Ling Tian was hidden among the clouds and was quite a distance away from Wang Wei, he heard Wang Wei's words clearly since Wang Wei did not deliberately lower his voice. After listening to Wang Wei's words, he was assured that the city that looked like it was drenched in blood was Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City was, naturally, the first city Duan Ling Tian had gone to since his arrival in the Devata realm. When he was outside the city, he saw many celestials coming and going from the city. It was bustling with activity. Duan Ling Tian joined the crowd and entered the Bloody Spectre City. He looked like a travel-weary celestial and was looking for a place to rest in the city. As soon as he entered the city, he began to look around. After all, this was the first city he had seen since his ascension. He planned to familiarize himself with the city. After wandering around the city for about half a day, Duan Ling Tian somehow arrived on a street that was lined with stalls. He heard a stall owner saying, Sir, I originally planned to sell this mystical autumn grass for 12 pieces of primitive celestial stones. However, since it's getting late, I'll sell it to you for 10 pieces of primitive celestial stones so I can return home earlier. Duan Ling Tian looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a man taking out 10 light green stones and handing them to the stall owner. The stall owner handed the medicinal herb to the man in return. Duan Ling Tian wondered, primitive celestial stone? Celestial stone? So these are the currencies in the Devata realms? It's probably similar to saint stones that can be used for cultivation. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the celestial stone from Xian Yuan Ji when he was in the mundane realm. However, he had never seen celestial stones before. This was his first time seeing celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian looked into the spatial ring he obtained from the centurion of the Silverworm army whom he had killed. So these are celestial stones? There are quite a lot of them in the spatial ring. He had claimed the spatial ring as his own after dripping his blood on it. Apart from celestial stones, there were also a sword and saber in the spatial ring. They were the celestial weapons of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. He discovered the celestial stones were divided into 2 piles. The one with more celestial stones were lighter in color while the smaller pile had darker colors. Based on the transaction he witnessed earlier, he could tell the bigger pile of stones with lighter colors was the primitive celestial stones. Duan Tian thought to himself, I didn't think I'd have any currency to trade for things in the Devata realm. I didn't think it would be convenient to go to a restaurant to listen for information if that's the case. Fortunately, the centurion I killed possessed quite many celestial stones. As he thought to himself, he entered a relatively busy restaurant that he had passed by earlier and sat before an empty table. Although Duan Tian had gathered quite a few pieces of information during his stay in the restaurant, they were useless to him. Nobody talked about the things he wanted to know. It was not surprising since most of the people here were natives of the Devata realm or had ascended for a long time. Naturally, their conversation would not revolve around the basic information Duan Tian needed to know. With that in mind, Duan Tian decided to change his approach. He hollered at a waiter and said, "Hello, I would like to switch to a quieter place. Can you show me the way to a private booth?" The minimum charge for our booth is 10 primitive celestial stones. You see, sir, there's only one of you. Seeing that Duan Tian was alone, the waiter tried to dissuade him from getting a private booth. However, before the waiter finished speaking, Duan Tian tossed a handful of primitive celestial stones on the table before he interjected, "You can keep the change." The waiter froze when he saw the pile of primitive celestial stones on the table. With just a glance, he could tell there were 20 to 30 primitive celestial stones. Excitement filled his eyes when he regained his senses. As he gathered the primitive celestial stones into a pouch, he said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Then, he led Duan Tian to a private booth. The booth was quiet. All noises from the main hall were blocked out by the wall around it. Duan Tian eyed the booth in satisfaction as the waiter grinned ear to ear and asked, "Would you like to order some food, sir?" The change in the waiter's attitude was obvious. He spoke reverently and served Duan Tian with newfound enthusiasm. Duan Tian wondered if the waiter would address him as master if he had given the waiter more primitive celestial stones. However, that was not important now. Duan Tian's eyes gleamed as he asked bluntly, "Well, put that aside for the moment. I have something to ask you. Do you have the time now?" He intended to obtain as much information from this waiter as he could. This was his plan. "What do you wish to know, sir?" the waiter asked with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you're a native of the spirit overarching heaven, right?" Duan Tian asked. He knew that this waiter was not a heavenly celestial and that he was a native of the spirit overarching heaven. A long time ago, when Duan Tian was still in the mundane realm, he had learned about the natives of Devata realms from Xianxia, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial of Yellow the Archmanian. According to Xianxia, the natives in the Devata realm were the descendants of celestial who had ascended to Devata realms. Since they were born in the Devata realms, there was no need for them to go through the process of ascension. Most of them were at least heavenly celestials. After all, since they were born in the Devata realms, they were blessed with all the Devata realms had to offer. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy more abundant in the Devata realm, but the resources here were extraordinary as well. Unless they were foolish, their cultivation speed was definitely faster than those from the mundane realms. "Yes," the waiter replied. "Where's the best place for cultivation in or around Bloody Spectre City?" Duan Tian asked bluntly. After all, his mind was only filled with thoughts of getting stronger. It was imperative for him to find a perfect location where he could concentrate on his cultivation. It went without saying that a good cultivation place would help immensely with one's cultivation. With his current strength, it was best for him to stay around Bloody Spectre City. There were plenty of great warriors in the Devata realms, each one stronger than him. For his well-being, it was best that he did not stray too far from the Bloody Spectre City. If he was still in the mundane realms, he would not have to worry about such things. Moreover, he was no longer alone. He had his wives, family, and friends whom he had to think about. If anything untoward happened to him, everything would fall apart. "Based on your question, it seems like you're not from around here, sir." In reply to your question, the best cultivation place around Bloody Spectre City is undoubtedly our city governor's isolated cultivation room. It's located in the city governor's estate. There's a spirit channeling formation there that's connected to the cores of the two largest celestial stone or veins around the Bloody Spectre City. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy is the highest there in the entire city and its surroundings, the waiter said. After that, it's the campsites of the commanders and captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Both campsites are situated close to the cores of the two or veins. Moreover, they had also laid a spirit gathering formation to contain the heaven and earth spirit energy. The final location is the cultivation place of the Golden Serpent Guard. It's situated in the city governor's estate as well, and is very near to the city governor's isolated cultivation room. When the waiter mentioned the Golden Serpent Guard, Duanling Tian noticed a glint of fear flashing in the depths of the waiter's eyes. It seemed as though the waiter was talking about some terrifying monster. The Golden Serpent Guard is an army tasked to protect the city governor and his family. Unlike the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, the Golden Serpent Guard has only 100 or so members. However, each of them is monstrously strong, the waiter replied solemnly. From what I heard, even the weakest Golden Serpent Guard is a Golden Celestial. The Golden Celestial is the weakest among the Golden Serpent Guard? Duanling Tian was startled when he heard the waiter's words. After all, the captain of the Silverworm Army was not even a Golden Celestial but had proved to be a tough opponent. How could Duanling Tian not be shocked when he was told that even the weakest among the Golden Serpent Guard was a Golden Celestial? This means the captain of the Silverworm Army is not a match for those who are in the Golden Serpent Guards. It also means the captain isn't qualified to join the Golden Serpent Guard. Duanling Tian pressed on. That's right, the waiter answered honestly. Not only that, but even if they have the strength, they might not even be able to join the Golden Serpent Guard. To join the Golden Serpent Guard, the first criteria is that you have to be powerful. That's the basics. Secondly, you'll have to pass a list of harsh conditions. Those who failed would not be able to join the Golden Serpent Guard even if they're skilled in combat. Duanling Tian nodded. There were 3 spots which were excellent for cultivation in and around Bloody Spectre City. The city governor's isolated cultivation room was the best out of the 3, but he knew it was impractical for him to cultivate there unless he could defeat the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and claim the quiet room for himself. That seemed unfeasible at this moment. The remaining 2 spots were the cultivation location of the Golden Serpent Guard and the campsites of the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the captain of Silverworm Army. This seems a little tricky, Duanling Tian thought to himself helplessly. Other than the 3 spots that I mentioned, the other 2 locations that are suitable for cultivation are the perimeter around the city governor's estate and the campsites of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army, the waiter added. Then, without waiting for Duanling Tian to reply, the waiter looked at the door and said, "If you don't have any more questions, then I'll take my leave. I still need to serve the other customers. My boss will be upset if he doesn't see me. He might even deduct my salary." Hold on, Duanling Tian tossed another celestial stone toward the waiter and said, "I still have other questions." The waiter instinctively raised his arm to catch the celestial stone. At this point, his eyes were gleaming with excitement after he studied the celestial stone. He exclaimed, This is a mediocre celestial stone." It was only natural that the waiter was excited. He was only paid 30 primitive celestial stones by his boss. The mediocre primitive stone in his hand was worth 100 primitive celestial stones. This was slightly more than 3 months of his salary. Duanling Tian asked, "How many primitive celestial stones can I exchange for 1 mediocre celestial stone?" When he had thrown out the darker celestial stone, he had already known it was a mediocre celestial stone. However, he did not know its value. 100, sir," the waiter responded. When he regained his senses, he shifted his eyes away from the celestial stone and looked at Duanling Tian curiously. Put everything aside, the value of mediocre celestial stones was common knowledge, not only the spirit overarching heaven but all Devata realms. However, the man in front of him was totally clueless. He thought to himself, he must be joking with me. However, when Duanling Tian threw out questions after questions that should be general knowledge, the waiter was baffled. Why is this man acting like he has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, those who were newly ascended to the celestial ascension pool near Bloody Spectre City would be conscripted to the Black Dragon Army or Silverworm Army. Even if this man managed to avoid conscription, there was no way he would possess so many celestial stones. For a newly ascended celestial, even if he was a golden celestial, it would still be impossible for him to possess so many celestial stones. Therefore, the waiter just regarded Duan Ling Tian as someone with a strange habit who liked to feign ignorance and ask questions he already knew the answer to. After Duan Ling Tian had asked all the questions he had in mind, he finally let the waiter go. The booth was completely silent at the moment that the sound of needle dropping could be heard. Although he looked calm, inwardly he was feeling anxious. Based on the waiter's words, the best cultivation environments in the Bloody Spectre City are the city governor's estate, and the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army's camp. However, I just killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army not too long ago. They certainly won't welcome me with open arms. Most of them either want me dead or covet my celestial methods and divine abilities. Meanwhile, the Silverworm Army was in chaos at this moment. Zhong Gang was killed by a newly ascended Crimson Moon, Heavenly Celestial. Yang Kongping, one of the 10 captains of the Silverworm Army, was shocked when he heard the report from Chai Ming, one of his centurions. A newly ascended Crimson Moon, Heavenly Celestial managed to kill a centurion with another centurion and 8 decurions around? Yes, Chai Ming said confidently. When he saw the skeptical expression on Yang Kongping's face, he added, "Lord Captain, I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can summon the 8 decurions to confirm my words." He was the middle-aged centurion who was present at the Celestial Ascension pool earlier. The stern-faced, tall, and imposing young man before Chai Ming was the captain of the Silverworm Army, Yang Kongping. Zhong Gang was the seemingly young centurion who was killed by Duan Ling Tian. The Silverworm Army had 10 captains. All of them were golden celestials. Needless to say, they were far stronger than heavenly celestials. Chai Ming, you've been under my command for years. How can I doubt your words? I'm just shocked and want further confirmation, Yang Kongping said. Then he murmured to himself, if it's true, the person who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven must have an extremely fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm. Not only does he possess a soul defense celestial weapon, but he has also mastered extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. As he spoke, desire and greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yang Kongping was a golden celestial. He had also cultivated and comprehended rather extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities, but they were only slightly better compared to ordinary celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. They were definitely inferior to the celestial methods and divine abilities that the newly ascended celestial had mastered. He asked, "Are you certain that person is capable of snatching celestial weapons away, and there was nothing you could do about it?" "Yes," Chai Ming replied. Fear lingered on his face as he recalled what had happened earlier. "This newly ascended celestial is truly special," Yang Kongping said with a gleam in his eyes. He looked at Chai Ming and ordered, "Chai Ming, make sure that the 8 decurions don't spread word about this. I'll go to the commander now and report this to him." He left immediately without waiting for Chai Ming's response. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Silverworm Army's camp. He had just left the restaurant and was strolling along the streets of Bloody Spectre City. Although it was noisy, it seemed as though Duan Ling Tian did not hear it at all. He was completely lost in his thoughts as though his soul had left his body. He was engrossed in his thoughts about ways to enter the city governor's estate or the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unknowingly, he had walked to the main road of the city. The road was wider with lots of traffic, therefore it was even noisier. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, distracted as he was lost in his thoughts like a man who had lost his soul as he strolled down the main street. He did not attract much attention. The only attention he attracted was from young ladies who looked at him shyly and furtively. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt suddenly. All the noises in his surroundings seemed to have faded away in just an instant. The street was still crowded, but it was as though the people had been muted. When Duan Ling Tian stopped walking and looked at the group of people before him, he discovered these people were looking at something behind him. It seemed like whatever or whoever was behind him had caused the sudden silence. He turned around curiously. The fluttering of his robes when he turned was audible in the silence. He was shocked by the sight that greeted his eyes. It was an extremely beautiful woman with a perfect figure. He exclaimed inwardly, "What a beautiful woman!" Realization dawned on Duanling Tian at this moment. He finally figured out why the street had turned silent. It was caused by the woman before him. The woman was wearing a plain purple dress. Her eyebrows were perfectly arched. Her skin was clear and she had a wasp waist. She wore a translucent veil to cover the lower half of her face, but her bright eyes and elegant air was enough to make the surroundings pale. The veil on her face barely concealed her face, causing people to have the urge to peel the veil off her face to take a look at her face. Even with her veil, she already looked so charming and beautiful. One could imagine how much more beautiful she would be if the veil was removed. As the woman walked daintily, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. At this moment, everyone, regardless of their gender, was attracted by this woman as though they were under a spell. Normally, with such an appearance, there would be many men who harbored lecherous intent. However, strangely, none of the men present at this moment seemed to have any lecherous thoughts. Only a devout expression could be seen on their faces as they looked at the woman. It was as though they treated her as a sacred being, not to be desecrated. Duanling Tian was the only one who seemed unaffected after his momentary shock by her beauty. He continued on his way, no longer paying attention to the woman. The moment Duanling Tian turned and left, the woman who was originally walking down the street with a cold gaze and oblivious to her surroundings, took a glance at him. In this remote town, there's actually someone who's not affected by the techniques I practiced? A ripple appeared in her heart as she glanced at Duanling Tian's receding back. However, she quickly suppressed the ripple in her heart. As Duanling Tian walked away, his expression was dark and grim. This woman is indeed extraordinary. She managed to silence everyone on the street not only because of her appearance and temperament but also because of her aura. Fortunately, I'm protected by the defective metal pieces, otherwise, I would have been affected as well. The aura is similar, but at the same time not entirely the same, as a soul attack since it's not offensive. It only affects others' consciousness, leaving them in a muddled state. After a while, Duanling Tian changed his direction. He heaved a sigh of relief, no longer as tense as before. The purple-clad woman gave him a sense of danger. He knew he was no match for the woman at this moment. At this moment, the conversation between two passers-by entered Duanling Tian's ears. "Did you hear? A captain of the Black Dragon Army is dead. I heard about it. It's said that the captain died in a terrain south of Bloody Spectre City. Rumor has it that he accidentally entered a little word that has been classified as a forbidden area. Today, the Black Dragon Army announced that if anyone is able to locate and return the identity token of the captain, that person would assume the position of captain." When Duanling Tian heard the conversation between the two passers-by, his eyes brightened. Black Dragon Army? Captain? He was racking his brains earlier for an opportunity to enter the city governor's estate or the Black Dragon Army's camp. It seemed like an opportunity had presented itself. According to the young waiter of the restaurant, it was not difficult to join the Black Dragon Army. It was easy for newly ascended Celestials to join them. The newly ascended Celestials would have to start at the bottom with little time to cultivate. Once they had reached a certain level, they would officially serve as a member of the army. After that, they would be required to complete missions, and they would have more time to cultivate. However, the Black Dragon Army did not recruit external people. Duanling Tian turned around and caught up with the two passers-by. He stopped them and asked curiously, "Excuse me, may I know what's the little world that both of you mentioned? Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? You're so rude." The two passers-by were annoyed after being stopped by a stranger. Duanling Tian ignored their obvious displeasure. Instead, he took out 2 mediocre celestial stones and said, "I'm sorry, but I'd like to ask a few questions. I'll give both of you a mediocre celestial stone each for answering my questions." The moment Duanling Tian took out the mediocre celestial stones, their eyes brightened immediately. They instantly took the mediocre celestial stones from Duanling Tian in a manner similar to robbing. Even their attitudes took a 180-degree turn. Brother, you may ask anything you want. We promise to tell you everything we know. The two passers-by looked at Duanling Tian with smiles on their faces. It was a complete change from earlier. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. It seemed like no matter where it was, money always made the world go round. He bluntly asked, just like I asked earlier, what's the little world that you mentioned earlier? One of them immediately replied, the little world is an independent space that's forcibly opened by someone whose strength has reached a certain level in the Devata realm. Then he asked curiously, brother, you haven't heard about the little world? Duanling Tian had no intention of answering the passerby's question. He thought to himself, the little world sounds like the pseudo-realm in the mundane realms. However, due to how stable the Devata realm is, common celestials definitely wouldn't be capable of forcibly opening a space. After that he asked, what kind of powerhouse is capable of such a feat? That passerby had, after all, received Duanling Tian's celestial stone. Therefore, he was not angry at Duanling Tian for not replying to his question. He instantly answered Duanling Tian's question. I'm not so sure. However, I heard even great overarching golden celestials are not capable of opening a little world in the Devata realms. It's not only great overarching golden celestials. Rumor has it that even those who are stronger than great overarching golden celestials might not necessarily be able to open up a little world, the other passerby chimed in. Duanling Tian nodded. Then he changed the topic. Did you say that a captain of the Black Dragon Army is suspected of accidentally entering a little world located at the mountain ridge south of Bloody Spectre City? Moreover, Bloody Spectre City has classified that little world as a forbidden area since a long time ago. One of the passers-by nodded. Yes, that little world has a history over 10,000 years long. Over the years, many have entered but none managed to come out. As time passed, that little world grew famous. Many powerhouses in and out of the 9 Spectres County came to Bloody Spectre City to enter the little world. However, none of them returned. Many of them were great overarching golden celestials, and it's said that there were also those who were stronger than great overarching golden celestials. Regardless, none of them returned. For this reason, the little world is classified as a forbidden area in Bloody Spectre City. Shock appeared on one of the passers-by's faces as he said, brother, don't tell me you plan to enter that little world? Please consider it carefully. You may not be able to return after entering that place. The other passerby added, yes. And the space near the valley where the little world is located is unstable too. In our Bloody Spectre City's history, there were about 10 people who were just passing by but were forcibly sent to the little world due to the unstable space and spatial turbulence. All of them had vanished without a trace. This included the captain of the Black Dragon Army. It's suspected that he was forcibly sent to the little world due to the spatial turbulence while he was passing by. We don't know if those who had disappeared are still alive, but there's no doubt the captain of the Black Dragon Army had died. After all, the Black Dragon Army possessed the captain's soul pearl. Since the Black Dragon Army has announced the death of the captain, it means that his soul pearl has shattered. The two passers-by patiently explained and answered Duanling Tian's questions. After Duanling Tian obtained the answer he wanted, he said before he left, thank you. Do take care, brother. The two passers-by saw Duanling off with smiles on their faces. Duanling Tian continued wandering along the streets of Bloody Spectre City. But he kept thinking how he could enter the little world located at the mountain ridge south of Bloody Spectre City. That little world has been around for 10,000 years, but none managed to come out. This proves it's an extremely perilous place. It seems like it's not realistic for me to look for the captain's token near or in the little world. Although Duanling Tian knew about high risk and high return, he was well aware of his current strength. For 10,000 years, so many powerhouses who were stronger than him did not even come out. He did not think he would be able to come out. However, I think I should take a look at the place. Who knows, the captain's token is somewhere outside instead of being in the little world. In the end, Duanling Tian decided to go to the place where the little world was located to try his luck, even though he had no intention of entering the little world. Meanwhile, there was someone at the mountain ridge south of Bloody Spectre City. It was the purple-clad woman with a veil covering the lower half of her face, whom Duan Tian had met on the street of Bloody Spectre City. "It's here," the woman murmured as soon as she arrived at the mountain ridge. Swoosh! She immediately flew toward a direction once she entered the mountain ridge. She stopped a distance away from a valley, as though afraid to get too close. There was nothing special about the valley. However, upon closer inspection, one would see the space in the valley was constantly distorting. This proved that the space was very unstable. "The little world left behind by the powerhouse from Blissful Sect is there," the woman muttered as she looked at the valley. Meanwhile, she held a glowing jade token as she lifted her beautiful hand. "If the instruction of the ancestor from the Blissful Sect is really here, I'll be able to complete the message in this jade token after infusing my energy into it. According to the instruction of the ancestor of Blissful Sect, one would be able to obtain something in the little world as long as one follows the message in the jade token. At that time, the powerhouse from the Blissful Sect who opened up this little world snatched away one of our Compassion Celestial Traveler Sect's 3 guarding celestial weapons. Since they're not in the Blissful Sect, he might have hidden it in the little world." Upon thinking about this, she no longer hesitated as she sent her celestial origin energy into the jade token in her hand. Whoosh! In just an instant, a burst of light surged from the jade token. "The message is now completed." The woman immediately read the message before she even had time to feel delighted. However, her expression changed drastically as she continued to read the message. The message read, "A man and a woman must enter together and have sex inside before they're able to come out alive. Those bald donkeys from Blissful Sect, none of them are good." The woman cursed in a low voice, momentarily losing control. Even the expression on her face that was hidden by a veil changed drastically. She was conflicted after reading the message. She wanted to leave, but at the same time, she wanted to reclaim the sect guarding celestial weapon from her sect. However, she did not want to pay the price for it. After all, she came from an all-women sect called the Compassion Celestial Traveler Sect. All disciples of the sect placed great importance on their purities and virginities. They did not concern themselves in worldly affairs and lived relatively ascetic lives. She was not interested in the affairs between men and women. She only wanted to improve her cultivation base to guard and expand the Compassion Celestial Traveler Sect. "I think I'll return for now and hand this jade token to Master so she can make the decision. Perhaps Master will be able to find 2 people who are not from our sect to enter the little world to see if our sect guarding celestial weapon is there. After all, there's nothing else I can do here." With these thoughts in mind, the woman turned, intending to leave. However, before she left, she saw a figure flying over at an extremely swift speed. In just a blink of an eye, that figure appeared near her. The figure belonged to a purple-clad young man who had bright eyes and dashing eyebrows. He was handsome. "It's him." She instantly recognized the purple-clad young man as the young man she had met on the main street of Bloody Spectre City. She had been rather impressed by him since he was not affected by her cultivation method. The purple-clad young man was, naturally, none other than Duan Tian. "It's her." Duan Tian was taken aback. He did not expect that he would meet the woman again so soon. Moreover, of all places they had met here. He had come here to see the little world that had been classified as a forbidden area by Bloody Spectre City, who knew he would meet her here. Similarly, Duan Tian could still sense the woman's aura that was similar, but not entirely similar, to a soul attack. However, the aura was devoured by the defective metal piece hovering next to his soul. Due to this reason, he was not in a befuddled state like those who encountered her. As he looked at the woman, his attention was suddenly distracted by the space that was distorting near the valley. The space there was clearly unstable. That should be the entrance to the little world. If one were in the range of the unstable space, one would definitely be pulled into the little world due to the spatial turbulence. However, why does the unstable void seem to be expanding? He was not surprised by the spatial turbulence near the valley. What caught his attention was how the spatial turbulence seemed to be spreading swiftly, its range getting wider as time passed. "Leave!" The woman's thunderous voice rang in Duan Tian's ears before he could even react. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the woman shouted, the expanding spatial turbulence crashed onto Duanling Tian and the woman like a wave before they could even escape. Damn it! Duanling Tian roared as his expression changed drastically. He discovered he was slowly losing consciousness. It did not take long before he completely fell unconscious. When Duanling Tian regained consciousness, he discovered he was in a big cave. He used his hands as support to sit up. He studied his surroundings. He saw many grooves on the wall of the cave. In each groove, there was a Buddha statue that seemed connected to the wall. It seemed like someone had carved the Buddha statues on the wall. He did not find this strange. What he found strange was the carvings of graceful women with either no clothes or very little clothes in different postures on the Buddha statues. Some of the postures were even too embarrassing to mention. As Duanling Tian studied the statues of Buddha and the women, a light voice rang in the air. Do they look good? The voice sounded like it came from all directions. It sounded cold yet charming, causing Duanling Tian to feel invigorated. He rose to his feet and looked around. He was stunned to see a graceful figure near him. The woman wore a plain purple dress. She had elegantly arched eyebrows, smooth skin, and a tiny waist. Although the lower half of her face was covered by a veil, her bright eyes and temperament were enough to make the surroundings pale in comparison. Looking at the vague outline of her features that was hidden, it filled one with the urge to lift the veil. One could imagine how much more beautiful and charming she would be without the veil. This was the woman he had met in the main street of Bloody Spectre City and outside the little world. Duanling Tian shook his somewhat dizzy head and recalled the events that had happened before he went unconscious. From what I can remember, we were pulled in by the spatial turbulence. Although he had his suspicion, he could not help but ask the woman before him, Have we been drawn into the little world? The woman emitted an intimidating aura. Her eyes flashed with killing intent as though she could not wait to kill Duanling Tian as she said, If it's not because I die if I kill you, you won't be alive now. Kill me. Duanling Tian startled. Then he knitted his brows as he said, I don't think I have offended you, have I? If you didn't come within 1,000 meters of me, the yin-yang reversal formation outside the little world wouldn't have activated. The already unstable space around the little world wouldn't have expanded and pulled me into this world, the woman replied in a soft voice. However, it was chilling. Coupled with her intimidating aura, it felt as though winter had arrived. Duanling Tian frowned. Yin-yang reversal formation? What's that? Can you at least explain? What makes you so certain that, if I didn't come within 1,000 meters of you, the yin-yang reversal formation wouldn't have activated? What? Do you think that I'm shifting the blame to you? A powerful and peerless aura suddenly surged from the woman and swept toward Duanling Tian like 1,000 horses galloping toward him. Duanling Tian was unprepared, so the force landed on him squarely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How strong? He looked at the woman with a hint of fear. He had clearly sensed the woman's aura before she withdrew it. Just the remnant of her aura managed to injure him. It seemed like her strength might be even stronger than ordinary great overarching golden celestials. Swoosh! Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was looking at the woman warily, did not see the woman move, but a jade token emitting green light was shooting toward him like a lightning bolt. He quickly lifted his hand to catch the jade token as he looked at the woman suspiciously. Have a look at the message, the woman said in an icy cold voice. Duanling Tian sent his celestial origin energy into the jade token and the message appeared in his mind. This little world was opened by a powerhouse from the blissful sect. The entrance of the little world had a yin-yang reversal formation that would send people of yin and yang into the little world if they came within its range. After he read the message, he understood why the woman blamed him for being pulled into the little world. Yin and yang were the innate qi of creatures of both sexes, including humans. For humans, male possessed the yang qi while women possessed the yin qi. According to the message from the jade token, if people with yin and yang qi appear at the same time within 1,000 meters of the entrance of the little world, they would be pulled into the little world. The formation did not distinguish between humans and beasts as long as each possessed yin and yang qi. However, beasts or non-human creatures would die as soon as it was pulled in by the spatial turbulence. A single human could also enter the little world, but without a person of the opposite sex, they would be killed by a killing formation. Duan Tian was truly startled by this information. He thought to himself, during this 10,000 years since the little world was discovered, there must be many people who had accidentally triggered the yin and yang reversal formation and had been forcibly pulled into the little world because there were other creatures or beasts of the opposite sex within 1,000 meters of them. As Duan Tian looked around, he saw a corpse with only the lower part of its body left. A spatial ring and an identity token lay next to it. After he used his celestial origin energy to collect the identity token, he narrowed his eyes. The identity token was black with a dragon's head carved on its front with the 3 words, Black Dragon Army. On its back, the body of the dragon was carved on it with the word Captain. This token, so this corpse belongs to the captain of the Black Dragon Army. It seems like he was really pulled into the little world by the spatial turbulence. Since there's only his corpse in here, it must have been a female creature that triggered the formation. How unlucky, Duan Tian thought to himself. Then he kept the identity token and spatial ring of that Black Dragon Army's captain. After making the ring his own, he looked into the spatial ring and found a celestial saber, some strange materials, primitive celestial stones, and mediocre celestial stones. Needless to say, the captain of the Black Dragon Army had more celestial stones compared to the Decurion of the Silverworm Army whom he had killed. Unfortunately, one would be transported to different places in the little world. Otherwise, I would be able to collect more spatial rings, Duan Tian muttered under his breath after sighing. However, what's the point of having so many celestial weapons and celestial stones if I can't leave this place? Duan Tian smiled bitterly as he thought about this. No wonder she said she would die if she killed me. As it turns out, if the members of the opposite sex don't stay within 1,000 meters of each other after entering the little world, they would die. If one dies, the other will also die. Duan Tian finally understood the woman's words. Duan Tian shifted his eyes. Based on her strength that was at least stronger than ordinary great overarching golden celestials, she should be able to do something, right? You can't even deal with that killing formation with your strength? The woman replied curtly, the powerhouse who left this little world behind was a superior celestial king. Celestial king? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes upon hearing the woman's words. He had learned a few things from the waiter in the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. The levels of cultivation base are as followed. Heavenly Celestials, Golden Celestials, Great Overarching Golden Celestials, Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, Celestial Dukes, and Celestial Kings. This little world I is actually left behind by a superior celestial king? Duan Tian's heart thumped wildly in his chest. Although his strength was comparable to a golden celestial, he was still essentially just a crimson moon heavenly celestial just like the newly ascended cultivators. The reason why he had easily defeated many celestials with a higher cultivation base was due to him being in a small town in the spirit overarching heaven. Most of the celestials in the small town only possessed celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, they only possessed primitive-level celestial weapons. In the future, as he ventured out to bigger towns or cities, his advantage would gradually disappear. After all, the Celestials in bigger cities definitely possessed higher grades celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. The Jade token also contains information on how to pass the various difficult obstacles in the little world. If both people act according to the instruction and stay together, they'll be able to pass easily and won't trigger the yin and yang reversal formation and killing formation. Duan Tian felt as though he had been given a guide just like the games he played during his spare time in his past life on Earth. The various obstacles in the little world aimed to separate the two people instead of killing them. Without the information from this Jade token, it's only natural that the man and woman would die since they're unaware that they aren't supposed to leave each other's side. Since I have the instruction, I don't think there's a problem with passing the obstacles. Duan Tian smiled. He should be able to successfully pass the obstacles with the woman next to him. There's a last message. If I'm not mistaken, it should be about the way to leave the little world. Duan Tian was right. However, he did not expect the way to leave the little world would leave him speechless. After passing the obstacles, in order to leave the little world, the man and woman had to have sexual intercourse to open the exit of the little world. Apart from that, after passing all the obstacles, If the man and woman did not have sex within 3 months since their arrival, they would also trigger the yin and yang reversal formation and the killing formation. Duanling Tian was truly shocked. He quickly threw the jade token that was emitting a green light back to the woman as his hand trembled. "Have you finished reading the message?" the woman asked. Duanling Tian nodded. The woman stared at Duanling Tian and said determinedly, It's impossible for me to do that with you. I'd rather die." Duanling Tian frowned. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm willing to do that with you just to leave the little world? Don't think too much. Duanling Tian, have wives and children after all. Even if I don't, I'm not into casual sex. You said you'd rather die than do that with me. Let me tell you, even if you want to do it with me, you'd still have to see if I'm willing." He glared at the woman indignantly. "You..." The woman was furious. She did not expect the man would launch into such a long tirade. However, based on his words, it was clear that he was different from other men. If it were another man, they would definitely not think like him. Although she rarely interacted with men, she was not unaware of their nature. Duanling Tian glanced at the woman and said, "All right, let's just pass all the obstacles according to the instructions for now. After that, we'll try to find another way to leave." He could see that the woman with a veil was a peerless beauty like his 2 wives. In fact, her temperament might be better due to her profound cultivation base. However, he had no other intention with this woman. After all, 2 wives and a partner was more than enough for him. The woman said nothing in response to Duanling Tian's suggestion, but it was obvious she had given her tacit agreement. As they prepared to tackle the obstacles according to the instructions in the jade token, Duanling Tian asked, "I'm Duanling Tian, how may I address you?" Seeing that the woman beside him was only following him silently without any intention to respond to his question, he could not help but frown and said rather unhappily, "I don't have any other intention. I can't keep referring to you as you all the time, right?" Finally, the woman replied in a melodious yet cold voice, "Murongbing." "Murongbing? She's indeed cold." Duanling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Murongbing indifferently. Soon after, they began to take on the obstacles in the little world. These obstacles aimed to kill, but indirectly. The obstacles would try to separate both man and woman, which would result in their deaths. Once they were 1,000 meters apart, they would trigger the yin and yang reversal formation and a killing formation. Although the 2 met various obstacles along the way, with the instructions from the jade token, they were able to overcome all of them. Although there were some obstacles that were difficult for Duanling Tian to handle, Murongbing was able to handle it. "This woman is truly strong," Duanling Tian thought to himself as he witnessed her strength. He was far inferior to her at this moment. If she wished, she could kill Duanling Tian with just a single strike. Whoosh! At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered he and Murongbing had been transported to another place again after successfully passing another obstacle. "We should have arrived at our destination," Duanling Tian thought to himself as he surveyed the place. They had arrived at a splendid golden hall of a temple with dazzlingly golden Buddha statues around the hall. Each golden statue of the Buddha had a statue of a graceful woman figure attached to it. These women statues were all in different postures. Some of the postures were too embarrassing to describe. However, he had grown numb to it since he had seen many statues like that during their journey. On the other hand, Murongbing did not even spare the statues a glance. Instead, her attention was focused on a stone platform that stood in the middle of the hall. A bald monk could be seen sitting cross-legged on the platform. He looked moderately good-looking and was wearing a red and gold kasaya. Like a statue, he sat with his eyes closed. Duanling Tian could clearly sense there was no life in the monk. It was clear he had died for a long time now. "It's lifeless." He was not surprised the body had not decayed since the bodies of celestials were different from an ordinary man. Provided the body was not destroyed, it could last for millions of years. "Binayaga," Murongbing said in a cold voice. "Binayaga? Is that his name? Do you know him?" Duanling Tian was surprised. He was the powerhouse from Blissful Sect who created this little world. It looks like the rumor is true. At that time, he was severely injured, and he had chosen the little world as his resting place. Murongbing said as she flew towards the monk. She took his spatial ring from his finger and dripped her blood on it to claim ownership of the ring. Whoosh! A horsetail whisk appeared in her hand. A celestial weapon. Moreover, it doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial weapon. Duanling Tian could sense the celestial weapon was not common. When he extended his divine consciousness to probe it, he discovered it was about the same level as the Jasper celestial sword and the universe ruler. World-cleansing horsetail whisk. Morongbing exclaimed as she studied the horsetail whisk in her hand. The permanently icy expression on her face seemed to have thawed at this moment. A smile could be seen blooming on her face. Duanling Tian, who was looking at her, could not help but fall into a daze when he saw her smile that was vaguely hidden by the veil. Her smile seemed able to light up cities. Morongbing seemed to be aware of Duanling Tian's gaze and quickly assumed her usual indifferent expression. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the excitement in her eyes. After all, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk was one of the 3 guarding sect celestial weapons of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect. Duanling Tian, who was aware of the change in Morongbing, said as he looked at her, "This celestial weapon is not ordinary." Usually, Morongbing would have ignored him. However, due to her good mood, she replied, "This is the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. It's a guarding sect celestial weapon from Mai that was lost for over 1,000,000 years. Of course, it's not ordinary." Duanling Tian looked at Morongbing as he said, "The guarding sect celestial weapon of your sect?" Then, he shifted his gaze to the lifeless monk and added, "So your guarding sect celestial weapon had been lost for over 1,000,000 years because it was taken by this powerhouse from the blissful sect?" He recalled the 2 passers-by he met in Blood Spectre City had said the little world had been around for 1,000,000 years. Morongbing looked at Duanling Tian coldly. She did not deign to answer his question. However, based on her expression, Duanling Tian knew the answer to the question. He knew his words were like pouring salt on her sex wound. Wasn't he a supreme celestial king? Why would he die here? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Although he did not know any celestial kings, he knew they were extraordinarily strong and hard to kill. Similar to earlier, Morongbing did not answer Duanling Tian's question. She surveyed the hall before a frown appeared on her face as though she had discovered a problem. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian extended out his divine consciousness and discovered Morongbing had extended her divine consciousness as well and was sweeping it across the hall. It seemed like she was getting annoyed. It seems like she can't find an alternative way to leave. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out. His expression darkened when he recalled the last message in the Jade token. "We still have 2.5 months left before the Yin and Yang reversal formation and killing formation activate." He continued to use his divine consciousness to look for a way out, but it was in vain. Apart from the lifeless Binayaga, the powerhouse from the blissful sect, and bunch of Buddha and women statues, Duanling Tian and Morongbing were the only living beings. Duanling Tian, who had become impatient, walked to Binayaga's corpse as he complained, "This guy has died. And yet, he's still causing trouble." Hum! A cold snort suddenly rang in the air. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew toward Binayaga, the powerhouse from the blissful sect. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as Binayaga's corpse suddenly exploded. "Oh no!" Duanling Tian cried out as he stood next to Binayaga's body. He said to Morongbing, "Quick, retreat." However, he was too late. The moment Binayaga exploded. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of strange green lights shot into Morongbing's body before she could even react. Whoosh! 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 Duanling Tian managed to dodge when Binayaga's body exploded. However, the streaks of green lights still managed to enter his body. What's this? After the streaks of green lights entered Duanling Tian's body, he discovered he was unharmed. It seemed as though the streaks of green light had just melted away. Is this some kind of soul attack? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. No, it doesn't seem like it. It would have moved toward my soul as soon as it entered my body if it were a soul attack. It seemed like the green lights burst into a shower of starlight the moment it entered my body. Duanling Tian could acutely feel the green lights sending sparks in his body. Soon after, it began to spark all over his body before fusing with it. He exclaimed, "What's happening?" Duan Ling Tian felt his entire body was smoldering hot after it fused with his body. A persistent feeling of passion began to grow in his lower abdomen. He felt as though a pressure had been building up for a long time and was rioting for release. Realization dawned on him immediately. This green light is that thing, right? Duan Ling Tian knew what the green lights would make him do. He cursed that monk from the blissful sect. I can't believe a superior celestial king would leave something this vulgar behind. He's not worthy of being a superior celestial king. While Duan Ling Tian was dealing with the intense heat in his body, Murong Bing, who was also affected by the green lights, began to experience a change as well. Her snowy white skin that her purple dress did not cover was flushed red. Her eyes that had been clear and innocent began to cloud with some sort of emotion. It was as though an immaculate lotus had been tainted by mud. If this keeps up, I'm going to explode and die. Duan Ling Tian tried his best to endure. However, as time passed, he felt his control slipping. He felt as though he was in a furnace and that he was going to burst at any time. He gritted his teeth, determined to ride through the hot passion that coursed through his body, when he felt a pair of soft and gentle clinging on his neck. He acutely felt the heat emanating from the pair of hands. The arms were fair and as smooth as velvet. They hugged him from the back like vines that refused to let go. They clung to him so hard as though they wanted to fuse with him. Duan Ling Tian felt a heated breath wafting into his ear, followed by the sounds of Murong Bing's panting. She said, Didi, don't touch me. A delicate body, as languid as a viper, pressed against Duan Ling Tian's back, trapping him tightly against her like a stubborn octopus. She was squeezing him so tightly that even breathing was starting to become a challenge. He murmured, Please, why you're the one who's touching me. The smell of her skin wafted into his nose as the smooth and soft body pressed tighter against him. To his horror, Duan Ling Tian found the heat in his body had turned even hotter. The flames of passion soared in his body. He could tell he was about to lose control. His last ounce of rationality was about to disappear. Kill me. Kill me before, Murong Bing whispered through gritted teeth even though she was holding on to Duan Ling Tian stubbornly. Her eyes were clouded with lust. It was clear she was about to lose control as well. If there's any strength in me left to kill you, I would have pushed you away first, Duan Ling Tian said wryly. His eyes landed on Murong Bing, who was now writhing in his lap. He could feel his mind falling into a daze. What a powerful aphrodisiac! Not even my celestial origin energy nor the power of my soul could fight it, Duan Ling Tian muttered. He had tried to resist the spreading light with his celestial origin energy and his soul energy, and yet it was futile. With power like this, no wonder she's in worse condition than I am. Duan Ling Tian watched as the last light of clarity gradually disappeared from Murong Bing's eyes as his smile turned bitter and helpless. She had fallen victim to the green light first, therefore she was in a worse state. It did not take long before the last shred of rationality left Murong Bing. A few seconds later, Duan Ling Tian followed suit. After the loss of control, the two became puppets of the aphrodisiac. Their figures blurred and intertwined and moved in a frenzy. The environment around them kept shifting. One moment they were in the gilded hall of the temple, the next they were outside in the wild, laying on grass as green as emerald. After that, the copulating pair reappeared among the valleys. However, they did not show any signs of stopping their actions. It seemed as though they would never tire of it. The valley the pair had appeared in was the entrance to the little world. Usually, there would be spatial turbulence, but at this moment, the void was calm. The difference was too stark. It even seemed as though the entrance to the little world had disappeared at this moment. Indeed, the little world had disappeared the moment Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing gave in to their lust. Time trickled by quietly. 3 hours later, a scream pierced through the stillness, followed by a loud crash. Within the valley, two figures who were intertwined so tightly before abruptly separated. The taller and stronger figure was sent flying, hitting the wall of a mountain. Duan Ling Tian let out a pained cry as he felt his internal organs shook. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, this brought clarity back to his mind. He opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of a beautiful naked figure. However, his eyes were glued to the almost negligible crimson stain between the woman's thigh. He could not help but laugh bitterly. He knew what this meant. "How dare you defile me? I'll kill you." An icy voice rang in the air. Murong Bing clothed herself in a flash before she appeared before Duan Tian. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of lights shot out of her finger that was merely inches away from Duan Tian's forehead. If it was any closer, Duan Tian would have died. Murong Bing's eyes examined every inch of the handsome face before her. Her eyes burned with icy anger. However, hidden beneath that was an emotion that was too complicated to describe. The first thought that appeared in Murong Bing's mind when she regained her senses was to kill the man for deflowering her. However, she suddenly remembered Duan Tian was also under the influence of the aphrodisiac. It was not entirely his fault. Moreover, if she did not try and destroy Bayanaga's body, none of this would have happened. In fact, if one were to think about it carefully, she was the one at fault. With these thoughts in mind, she no longer felt the urge to kill Duan Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Tian did not even manage to react when Murong Bing made a move. He thought he would die when she suddenly stopped her movements. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. "The things that happened earlier were out of my control," Duan Tian said as he looked into Murong Bing's eyes that were burning with rage. He sighed before his expression turned solemn and he swore, "But as a man, I'll take responsibility for what happened." Although he harbored no intention toward her, he had deflowered her against her wish after all. It was a fact he could not ignore. He was a proud and dignified man who would not shirk his responsibility. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, Murong Bing and her terrifying aura vanished without a trace. She left. Duan Tian was stunned. Since Murong Bing was many times stronger than him, he could not catch her movements when she left. Suddenly, Murong Bing's steely voice that was as cold as an iceberg rang in the air. "Don't ever let me see your face again because I'll kill you if I see you," she warned. It seemed that she had left as soon as she finished speaking. Duan Tian took a moment to register the fact that she had truly left. "I'll find you one day," he murmured under his breath before saying in a domineering tone. "Any woman whom I've slept with will forever be bound to me." The only two clues Murong Bing left for Duan Tian were her name, and she hailed from a sect that used to possess the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. He would use these two clues to track Murong Bing down. Did the little world disappear? After Duan Tian regained his senses, he wandered around the alley. Although he was not sure if the little world had disappeared, he had no doubt the entrance was gone. "Cour, little fair, Tian Wu," he murmured under his breath. Regret could be seen on his face as he thought about his two wives and Feng Tian Wu, whom he already regarded as a wife as well. His women were all waiting for his rescue in the divine offering land, and yet, he just had relations with another woman. He truly felt remorseful. After wallowing in his remorse, Duan Tian finally decided to leave the valley and return to the Bloody Spectre City. He had barely mobilized his celestial origin energy when something caught his attention. It seemed like there had been a change in his celestial origin. Most importantly, it seemed to have risen a few levels. "My cultivation base has risen 4 levels. What happened?" Duan Tian inspected himself and discovered he was now a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial. It was 4 ranks higher than a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial. "I'm damn sure I was merely a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial before I blacked out. Since I used my divine consciousness at that time, I can confirm I was a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial," Duan Tian reasoned. "Is it possible the sudden and strange improvement is due to the result of my encounter with her after losing control? Did the process help improve my cultivation?" This was the most logical explanation he could come up with. The strange improvement in his strength was likely related to that mysterious woman. Upon thinking about that, the image of Murong Bing's voluptuous figure appeared in his mind. That woman was mysterious and tremendously strong. Duan Tian muttered to himself, "Who is she?" Someone with that strength couldn't have come from Bloody Spectre City or the 9 Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was a city under the governorship of the 9 Spectres County. There were many cities like Bloody Spectre City. There were 9 major settlements, including Bloody Spectre City, that encircled the county like fiefs guarding their kings. These cities were mandated to send an annual tribute of large numbers of celestial stones for protection and support from the county. Duan Ling Tian had learned all these from the waiter in the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. For all these reasons, he concluded Murong Bing might not be from Nine Spectres County. If only I was conscious back then. It would have helped me understand what happened during the process that allowed me to improve this much, Duan Ling Tian mused to himself. Naturally, this was just a fleeting thought. If he had managed to retain his consciousness and control back then, he would not have involved himself with another woman in the first place. However, now that he was entangled with that woman, he was determined to take responsibility like a real man. It was just as he had said. Every woman whom he had slept with would belong to him and no one else. There's no point speculating. Regardless of how it happened, it's still a good thing. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. I should go to the Black Dragon Army's camp. With the captain's identity token, it shouldn't be difficult for me to join their ranks and take up the position of captain. At that time, I'll be able to enjoy one of the best cultivation environments here. It's only second to the cultivation environment in the city governor's estate. After my cultivation base improves, I'll leave Bloody Spectre City and check out the Nine Spectres County. Step by step, I'll look for even better places in the spirit overarching heaven to cultivate. His eyes shone with determination and a sense of purpose. Success would not come to those who did not plan. Duan Ling Tian, who had gone through many trials and tribulations, knew this very well. What he needed to do now was to find the best place to cultivate and resources for cultivation. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. After all, Duan Ling Tian only had 1,000 years left to grow stronger. It seemed like a long time, but he knew many powerful beings in this realm could easily spend a few centuries to a few millennia in closed-door cultivation. 1,000 years were not long to the inhabitants of the Devata realms. A sharp screech ripped through the sky as Duan Ling Tian flew at top speed toward the Black Dragon Army's camp that was located northwest of Bloody Spectre City. He was so eager that he had unleashed all his divine abilities and celestial methods so he could arrive faster. He even circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins and his most potent technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, he had also used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, that was hidden in his body and merged it with the sword formation he was riding on. Duan Ling Tian was so fast that his speed eclipsed most golden celestials even if they used their celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Frankly, without these techniques, even the strongest purple moon golden celestial could not compare to his current speed. The Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Ling Tian cried out when he arrived at a long, undulating mountain range northwest of Bloody Spectre City. The base was located in one of the two celestial stones mining reserves the city had owned. The Black Dragon Army's camp was also located here to guard the reserve. Similarly, the Silverworm Army's camp was also located near a reserve to better guard them. This place is filled with celestial stones. I can feel how rich the heaven and earth spirit energy is, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed as he sensed the energy in the air around him. If the energy is already rich here, how much richer would it be at the heart of the reserve where the commander of the Black Dragon Army had set up his quarters? Upon thinking about this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone like the stars in the night sky. All of a sudden a bellow sounded from below. Who are you? How dare you infiltrate our army base? This naturally attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. He watched as 11 men clad in black armor ascended into the air from the distance. In a flash, they surrounded him, leaving him with no way to escape. A middle-aged man with a fierce expression seemed to be their leader. After scanning the badge pinned to his chest plate, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A Decurion of the Black Dragon Army? It was not difficult for him to guess since the badge was somewhat similar to the badge that belonged to the Decurions of the Silverworm Army. In addition, he had also gained information from the waiter in Bloody Spectre City. Bring me to your commander, Duan Ling Tian said calmly despite being surrounded by 11 soldiers. He looked relaxed and unbothered as he met the eyes of the stern-looking man. The commander? Who are you? Do you know him personally? The middle-aged man asked, his eyes widening slightly. Although he had spoken authoritatively earlier, His tone had softened considerably now. He was only a decurion. He did not want to risk offending a friend of the commander. After all, it was not only him, but even the centurions and captains would not risk offending a friend of the commander. Duanling Tian did not deign to answer his question. Instead, he brought the identity token he found in the little world out. He revealed it with a flair for dramatic purposes. That's the captain's identity token. Not only did the decurion's eyes widen, but the other 10 men wore the same expression as well. At this moment, the way the soldiers looked at Duanling Tian had changed as well. "Sir, please follow me." The middle-aged decurion bowed and led him to the camp as the other trailed behind. They began to whisper among themselves. "Do you think the identity token belongs to the captain who died in the little world north of Bloody Spectre City? It must be. All the other 9 captains still have their identity tokens. Who else do you think this identity token belonged to? Didn't the commander mention that anyone who manages to retrieve the felled captain's identity token would officially take over the position of a captain of the Black Dragon Army? This means this purple-clad young man will be our new captain, right? However, all our captains are golden celestials. Do you think this purple-clad young man is that strong? Well, it doesn't matter if he's a powerful golden celestial or not. We have to honor our commander's words. Since he brought back the identity token of a fallen captain of the Black Dragon Army, he'll be given the position of a captain. I guess you're right. Our commander is not someone who goes back on his words. During the journey to the army camp, the soldiers trailing behind Duanling Tian and the decurion discussed this among themselves through voice transmission. Their discussion, naturally, revolved around Duanling Tian. However, this isn't just about what the commander thinks, right? Even if he's recognized as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, the other 9 captains aren't likely to acknowledge him. Well, I don't know about the other 6 captains, but at least 3 of them aren't going to be happy about a stranger taking up the position so easily. After all, they had each trained a centurion who's a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial after all. That's right. It's only natural that they want their own subordinates who are Golden Celestials to succeed the previous captain who died. In other words, our commander will probably give him the position of captain, but it's not certain if he'll be able to hold on to the position for long. It'll all depend on his skills. That's right. After all, there's an unspoken rule among us that centurions who have become Golden Celestials have the right to challenge any of the 10 captains to a duel. If the centurion won, he would take over the position of captain, while the loser will be demoted to a centurion. The 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army watched Duanling Tian's back with shining eyes, wondering if this man would be able to hold on to his position as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. The decurion did not bring Duanling Tian to meet the commander of the Black Dragon Army directly due to his low rank. For this reason, he had brought Duanling Tian to his superior, a centurion. "Centurion, sir?" The centurion looked old but was filled with vigor. He said to Duanling Tian, "Please wait for a moment while I report to my captain. He'll be bringing you to our commander." Similarly, the centurion's rank was too low for him to bring Duanling Tian directly to meet the commander. After he finished speaking, he left Duanling Tian with the decurion who escorted him here and rushed off. "Excuse me, sir," the decurion's eyes twinkled before he spoke about his soldiers' discussion to Duanling Tian. The reason he was so forthcoming was due to his intention of befriending a captain. Even if this information amounted to nothing, the only thing he would lose was his time. It was a small price to pay. If his gamble paid off, he would be able to befriend a captain. Even if this man was not suited to be a captain, he would still be a centurion. Worst-case scenario, this man would be given the position of a decurion like him. All in all, he had nothing to lose. "So the commander will definitely make me a captain after he sees the identity token, since he's a man of his word. However, based on your words, among the 10 captains, 3 of them will definitely feel dissatisfied since they want their respective subordinates, who are Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials, to take over the position instead. They will probably order their subordinates to challenge me for the position so they can take over the position. If I lose, I'll be demoted to a centurion. However, decurions can also challenge centurions. And if I lose again, I'll be further demoted? Interesting, even foot soldiers can challenge a decurion." After a pause, he said, "Honestly, I'm not terribly in need of this information. However, I supposed I'm grateful that you took the time to fill me in. He nodded to the Decurion as a sign of thanks. The Decurion replied with a smile, "You're welcome, sir." At this moment, a voice that was filled with arrogance and contempt rang in the distance. "Oh, so you're the one who picked up Captain Huang Ji Bing's identity token, huh?" The tone was akin to a master speaking to his servants. A few moments later, two figures appeared before Duanling Tian. The man who was standing slightly farther away was the centurion from earlier. The other figure belonged to a middle-aged man clad in black armor. The middle-aged man possessed a rather average build and even less interesting physical features. And yet, he managed to carry himself with such arrogance as though he was looking down on everyone. He must be one of the captains of the Black Dragon Army, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he saw the badge on the middle-aged man's chest. He naturally knew Huang Ji Bing was the captain who had died in the little world and the former owner of the identity token that he currently possessed. "This is my superior, Captain Jian Xiaoping," the Decurion explained through voice transmission. "He's also one of the 3 captains who's likely to be dissatisfied with you being made captain. In fact, among the 10, now 9 captains, he's the weakest. It's likely that he'll soon be replaced by a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial Centurion. I heard that one of his subordinates has recently become a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial after going into closed-door cultivation. That man is planning to challenge a captain soon, and he'll probably win the duel. For this reason, I believe he would hate to see you being made captain." "Wait a minute. Isn't this man your direct superior? Isn't it unfitting for a subordinate to expose him so thoroughly to me?" Duanling Tian asked via voice transmission as he looked at the Decurion. He completely ignored Jian Xiaoping and his patronizing gaze. "Sir?" Seeing the accusatory look in Duanling Tian's eyes instead of replying to Jian Xiaoping's question, the Decurion broke into cold sweat. Upon listening to Duanling Tian's words, he felt a gnawing in his conscience. He lowered his head, avoiding Duanling Tian's gaze. He was only trying to ingratiate himself to Duanling Tian, but it seemed like Duanling Tian did not appreciate it. Little did the Decurion know that the moment he exposed his superior to Duanling Tian, it had caused Duanling Tian to despise him. He would never trust someone like that. After all, this person might do the same thing to him in the future. "Oi, didn't you hear me?" Jian Xiaoping bellowed as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him with a steely gaze. He managed to look calm, but he was seething inwardly. He was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. How dare a youngster ignore him? He said tauntingly. "What? Do you really think you'll be made captain just because you found the identity token?" His expression turned unsightly as though Duanling Tian was his enemy. "Correct me if I'm wrong," Duanling Tian said as he sized Jian Xiaoping up slowly. "A mere captain doesn't have a say in whether I'll be made captain or not, right? Or are you implying your authority is as high as the commander?" He looked at Jian Xiaoping dismissively. Upon seeing this, Jian Xiaoping's expression darkened immediately. He was thoroughly angered by Duanling Tian's words. "You're seeking death." Jian Xiaoping roared in anger as celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded him. It seemed as though he had lost control after being provoked and planned to fight Duanling Tian now. The centurion standing behind Jian Xiaoping cried out in an attempt to stop him. "Captain Jian!" He quickly added, "The commander will be furious if you attack the person who returns Captain Huang's identity token." Jian Xiaoping withdrew his celestial origin energy and glared at Duanling Tian pointedly. He sneered, "Listen up, punk. Even if the commander honors his words and makes you a captain, you better worry about holding on to your position." "I don't know about the other captains," Duanling Tian replied flatly. "However, using you as a comparison, I don't think there's much I have to worry about. Even if I get replaced, it'll definitely happen after you're replaced." "You!" Jian Xiaoping's blood was boiling when he heard Duanling Tian's words. His celestial origin energy surged out again, a precursor to a violent fight. However, at the last moment, he recalled the centurion's words. He suppressed his rage with great difficulty and tried to calm down. Wounding or killing the brat before him would bring him instant gratification, but the consequences he would bear when the commander found out about it would be bad. Huang Ji Bing, who had died in the little world, had been the commander's most trusted and most relied upon subordinate when he was alive. Due to this sentiment, the commander had made the unusual announcement of making the person who managed to find Huang Jibing's identity token a captain. From this, one could see Huang Jibing was special. After all, many captains had died, but the commander had never made such announcements. Although he managed to stay his hands, Jian Qiuping did not hide his hostility. "You punk, just because you have a glib tongue, it doesn't mean shit in the Black Dragon army. I hope your strength is as good as your glib tongue. I don't recall asking for your opinion," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Enough with wasting time. Bring me to your commander. As he has promised. I'm still waiting to be made a captain." Jian Qiuping scoffed loudly and rushed out, ignoring the fact that he had not formally greeted Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian followed after him. Whoosh! As though he was trying to test Duanling Tian, Jian Qiuping hurtled forward at top speed. In a flash, he had become a tiny black dot in the distance in Duanling Tian's eyes. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian paid no mind to this and continued moving at an even pace to his destination. He knew there was no need to speed up since Jian Qiuping would not dare to leave him in the dust for real. After all, Jian Qiuping had no choice but to wait for him. Duanling Tian's conjecture turned out to be true. By the time Duanling Tian caught up to Jian Qiuping, who had been waiting for a long time, Jian Qiuping's expression was sour and his eyes were burning with rage. He had intended to test the purple-clad young man who was about to be made a captain of the Black Dragon army. However, the purple-clad young man did not bother with him at all. Throughout the remaining journey, Jian Qiuping seethed silently. Every time he looked at Duanling Tian, his eyes were brimming with animosity. Things changed, however, when the two arrived at an expansive plain nestled between valleys. The sour expression on Jian Qiuping's face was immediately replaced by one of abject respect. "Commander!" Captain Jian greeted loudly as he stood in front of an army tent in the middle of the valley. He respectfully performed a military salute as well. As Duanling Tian surveyed his surroundings, he discovered there were 10 other tents erected around the tent in the center. Since the center tent belongs to the commander, the 10 tents must belong to the 10 captains, he thought to himself. This place is the closest to the core of the celestial stone vein. The air here is rich with spiritual energy. The places outside truly pale in comparison. As Duanling Tian basked in the spiritual energy around him, an expression of bliss appeared on his face. After Jian Qiuping finished his greeting, a confident and powerful voice rang from the tent. "What's the matter?" "Commander, I brought the man who found Captain Huang Jibing's identity token," Jian Qiuping reported. As soon as Jian Qiuping finished speaking, a gust of wind appeared in the still air and a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a large, burly frame clad in a long black robe with gilded edges. The man with a bushy beard had a commanding air about him. This must be Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. When Duanling Tian was in the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, he had learned the names of the 2 commanders of the Black Dragon army and Silverworm army from the waiter. Chen Xianba ignored Jian Qiuping and asked Duanling Tian in a low and commanding voice, "You're the one who found Captain Huang Jibing's identity token?" Duanling Tian remained calm when faced with Chen Xianba's attention and his incoming divine consciousness. He quietly produced the identity token he found in the little world that was opened by a superior celestial king from the blissful sect and handed it to Chen Xianba. Whoosh! The commander raised his hand and Duanling Tian felt the token being lifted away by an unseen force before reappearing in Chen Xianba's hand. After inspecting the identity token, Chen Xianba nodded and said, "Indeed, this is Captain Huang Jibing's identity token." To the naked eye, all 10 captains' identity tokens looked the same. However, each of the tokens had been left with a subtle mark by Chen Xianba himself. Therefore, he could easily identify its authenticity and its master. After confirming the authenticity of the identity token, Chen Xianba's eyes shifted back to Duanling Tian, sizing Duanling Tian up. "Where did you find this?" "Within the mountainous range south of Bloody Spectre City. Inside the little world," Duanling Tian replied honestly. Jian Qiuping's expression changed. In fact, Chen Xianba's expression changed as well. Are you telling me that you entered the little world and came out alive? Chen Xianba's eyes, zeroing on Duanling Tian, was piercing. His commanding aura intensified and pressured Duanling Tian. He did this to intimidate Duanling Tian into telling the truth. Before Duanling Tian could say anything, Jian Xiaoping interjected. This person here is obviously lying. Commander, the little world is so dangerous that not even the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, who is an incredibly powerful fighter, dare to guarantee he would be able to return after entering the little world. However, Chen Xianba shot Jian Xiaoping a cutting gaze before Jian Xiaoping could finish speaking. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I'll be fooled by just anyone? Do you think I need someone like you to remind me of this? Chen Xianba's terrifying eyes stared at Jian Xiaoping pointedly until Jian Xiaoping's face turned pale and he fell silent. Yes, Duanling Tian answered calmly, seemingly unflustered by Chen Xianba's scrutinizing eyes. The little world you speak of is not an ordinary place. Even the powerful city governor of Bloody Spectre City wouldn't simply go there. At the same time, even the county chief, who's likely the strongest individual in the 9 Spectres county, can't promise that he would be able to come out of that place alive, Chen Xianba said pointedly. Tell me, why should I believe that you managed to come out of that place unharmed? Chen Xianba was inwardly curious about this purple-clad young man's cultivation base and strength. He could not determine the young man's cultivation base. This could only mean that he was either very strong or he had mastered a technique to conceal his cultivation base. Regardless, he was certain this young man could not possibly be stronger than the county chief of the 9 Spectres County or the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If the young man was stronger than them, he would have no reason to bring Huang Jibing's identity token here. After all, someone that strong would have no interest in becoming the commander of an army, let alone the petty position of a captain. A powerful warrior helped me out of that little world, Duanling Tian replied with a white lie he had prepared beforehand. Although it was more lies than truth, it sounded quite convincing. He was sure no one would be able to find fault with it. He continued with his lies. That warrior is really amazing. Based on his strength, I think he's several times stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. He even told me the little world was created by a superior celestial king from the blissful sect, whatever that is. The warrior went into the little world to retrieve his sect-guarding celestial weapon. It was a horsetail whisk that's called world-cleansing horsetail whisk. As Duanling Tian talked, he looked at Chen Xianba with an anticipatory gaze. He had intentionally mentioned so many details in hopes that Chen Xianba might know the sect that Murongbing belonged to. The blissful sect? A superior celestial king? Chen Xianba's expression changed as his eyes widened in shock when he heard Duanling Tian's words. When he regained his senses, he muttered to himself, seemingly lost in thoughts, no wonder so many powerhouses lost their lives in the little world in these 10,000 years. As it turns out, that place was created by a superior celestial king from the blissful sect. The last time the superior celestial king was active was 10,000 years ago. That was also when the little world had appeared. Meanwhile, Jian Xiaoping, who was standing nearby and listening, was stunned by the mention of the superior celestial king, who opened the little world 10,000 years ago in the mountains south of the Bloody Spectre City. To him, superior celestial kings were what legends were made of. A superior celestial king? The Bloody Spectre City was located in a mere intermediate-rank celestial kingdom. For this reason, there were not many powerhouses of that level in this place. Moreover, even high-rank celestial kingdom had never produced a superior celestial king. Jian Xiaoping inhaled sharply as he thought to himself, since this blissful sect managed to produce a superior celestial king, the sect must be even stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. High-rank celestial kingdoms stood above all low and intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms. They command awe from those beneath them. How frightening would a sect that was stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms be? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. He tried to extract information from Chen Xianba as he asked, "You seem to know a great deal about the blissful sect, Commander Chen. Then, do you know which sect the world-cleansing horsetail whisk belongs to? If it were not for Murongbing, Duanling Tian would not have told the truth about where he found the identity token. After all, he knew he would only be inviting trouble by mentioning the little world. It would have been better if he had skirted around mentioning the little world. After all, since 10,000 years ago, nobody had managed to come out alive. How could people not feel curious if they found out he had managed to come out unharmed? However, despite the trouble it might bring him, he was determined to find the sect that possessed the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. After all, that was the only way for him to find out where Murong Bing came from. His motive was to track her down. Chan Xianba shook his head and said, "I only heard about the blissful sect by chance. All I know is the sect is far stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms. As for the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, I've never heard of it, let alone the sect it belongs to." Duanling Tian could not help feeling disappointed upon hearing this. To find Murong Bing, he had taken a huge gamble by revealing potentially dangerous information. However, it ended in failure. Well, at least, he managed to learn from Qin Xianba that the blissful sect was a force that was far stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms. High-rank celestial kingdoms are leagues above intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms like the one the Nine Spectre County is in. Even then, the blissful sect is much stronger than those high-rank celestial kingdoms. It's very likely that Murong Bing's sect is on equal footing with the blissful sect and is far stronger than those high-rank celestial kingdoms. Duanling Tian mused to himself. Speaking of, Duanling Tian had learned from the waiter that he was currently in an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom. Celestial kingdoms were divided into high, intermediate, and low rank. Most of them were independent of one another. The differences between these celestial kingdoms were that high-rank celestial kingdoms had better cultivation environments and resources. Their general strength was also stronger. Chan Xianba looked at Duanling Tian thoughtfully as he said, "It says something about your destiny to be able to meet someone so powerful in the little world to rescue you. Honestly, I didn't have much interaction with my savior. Shortly after I entered the little world, I found the identity token next to a half-cleaved body before meeting my savior. However, soon after, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself outside again. More importantly, the entrance to the little world in the valley seemed to have disappeared. However, I don't know if this means the little world has disappeared as well." Duanling Tian explained as he glanced at the identity token in Chan Xianba's hand. "The little world's entrance has disappeared?" Qin Xianba echoed. He had been quite skeptical of Duanling Tian's words. However, when he heard this, he no longer doubted Duanling Tian. The little world's entrance had been around for 10,000 years. For it to vanish so suddenly, something incredible must have happened. There was no way this purple-clad young man could have caused the disappearance. Moreover, he did not think the young man was lying. After all, he could always send some men there to verify his words. Chun Xianba studied the identity token in his hand again as he asked, "So does this mean you found the identity token by sheer luck?" "I guess so," Duanling Tian answered candidly, nodding. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind that sounded like the void was being torn open rang in the air and shot toward Duanling Tian. Chun Xianba had tossed the identity token to Duanling Tian without any warning. It seemed as though he was just returning the identity token to Duanling Tian, but it was clear that he was testing Duanling Tian's strength. The celestial origin energy in Duanling Tian's body reacted instantly and coursed through his 99 heavenly veins before surging out, raising his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. The effects were similar to his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Naturally, one could only achieve this feat if all 99 heavenly veins had been tempered and refined. At this moment, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was equivalent to a violet moon heavenly celestial. If he were to cast the elementary devouring tactic as well, his celestial origin energy would rise another 2 levels. He eschewed doing it because he did not see a need for it. Smack! Using his right hand that had been imbued with celestial origin energy, Duanling Tian caught the identity token. He felt a surge of force slamming into his palm. The shock was so great that it numbed his hand and the momentum caused him to stumble a few steps back. A violet moon heavenly celestial, huh? Chun Xianba raised an eyebrow. Based on Duanling Tian's response and the celestial origin energy surging out of his body, He concluded that the purple-clad young man was a violet moon heavenly celestial. Violet moon heavenly celestial? Jian Qiuping thought to himself. He had caught Chen Xianba's words even though Chen Xianba did not speak loudly. So he's only a violet moon heavenly celestial. Jian Qiuping's disdain for Duanling Tian intensified and his anxiety had subsided as well. Ever since the 3 centurions of the Black Dragon army had become Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials, he naturally felt threatened since he was the weakest captain. 2 of the centurions were not his biggest concern because their overall prowess was still inferior to him. The biggest contender that Jian Qiuping was most afraid of was the centurion under his command. He was almost as strong as Jian Qiuping himself, and Jian Qiuping was not confident he would win if they had a duel. The worst part was the subordinate of his was already so strong before entering closed-door cultivation. One could imagine he would only be stronger after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Jian Qiuping had been feeling anxious over the years because he was afraid his subordinate would usurp his position. However, now there was a new captain who was only a violet moon heavenly celestial. With someone this weak around, he would not have to worry about being challenged. He scoffed softly as he muttered under his breath. Just a mere violet moon heavenly celestial, but he thinks he's capable of becoming a captain of the Black Dragon army. How laughable! I'll see through my promise, Chen Xianba announced. I'll announce to the troop that you've been made captain. However, I can't promise you that you'll be able to hold on to the position. That will have to depend on your skills. To be frank, based on your cultivation base, I don't think you'll be able to hold on to the position for long. However, if you find yourself being demoted to a centurion, you can always work hard to cultivate to become a golden celestial and reclaim your position. It was obvious he was attempting to reassure Duanling Tian. Finally, he asked, "So, what is your name?" Duanling Tian was, naturally, not frightened by Chen Xianba's warning. His voice was even and confident as he replied, "Duanling Tian. A man by the name of Duanling Tian has recovered the identity token of our fallen captain, Huang Jibing. Henceforth I, Chen Xianba, exercise my authority as the commander of the Black Dragon army, and appoint him as one of our captains as I have promised. He will now command the platoon that previously answered to Captain Huang Jibing. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, announced in a deep booming voice that was imbued with celestial origin energy. It took only a second for the announcement to spread throughout the camp. Everyone who was in the army base heard his announcement clearly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Chen Xianba finished his announcement, 3 blurry figures charged out of the 3 nearest captains' tents and came to a halt before Chen Xianba and Jian Qiuping. "Commander, sir." The 3 immediately greeted Chen Xianba as they sized Duanling Tian up. An old man with a kindly face was the first to greet Duanling Tian. "Captain Duanling Tian, I'm Hu Ji, a captain like yourself. I look forward to working with you from now onward." A young man with an emotionless face chimed in with a quick nod and curt introduction. Zhao Dongxing, a middle-aged man with a perpetual grin on his face, explained, "Don't mind him, Captain Duanling Tian. Captain Zhao is known for being taciturn. You'll get used to him after a while." Then he said, "By the way, I am Chai Wenyu, also a captain of the army. I look forward to learning from you." "I'm Duanling Tian. I look forward to working and learning from the 3 of you," Duanling Tian answered with a smile. "Hey, you 3. Duanling Tian is just a violet moon heavenly celestial, so don't bet on him being able to hold on to this position for long. There's no need for all of you to be so courteous to him. With his cultivation base, he's just at the level of a centurion," Jian Qiuping said from a distance to his 3 colleagues. "Violet moon heavenly celestial?" Hu Ji, the old man, frowned at Jian Qiuping's words. A fleeting indifferent expression flashed across his kindly face. At the same time, Chai Yumin's smile froze on his lips as a glint of contempt flitted through his eyes. Only Zhao Dongxian looked at Duanling Tian with mild surprise. He showed no other response. After that, Hu Ji and Chai Yumin bade Chen Xianba farewell and strode back to their tents without sparing another moment for Duanling Tian. It was clear they thought it was a waste of time to continue talking to him. Zhao Dongxian nodded at Chen Xianba and Duanling Tian as a sign of him taking his leave before returning to his tent. Duanling Tian was not at all surprised by the 180-degree change in Hu Ji and Chai Yumin's attitude. He had expected this response as soon as Jian Qiuping revealed his cultivation base. However, he was surprised by Xiaodong Xian's reaction. The young man did not seem to disdain him and bade him farewell before he left. Although it was just a small act, it won him quite some points with Duanling Tian. "Captain Duan," Chen Xianba said as he pointed at a tent at the north. "That tent used to belong to Captain Huang. From now on, it'll belong to you." Duanling Tian's eyes followed Chen Xianba's finger, and what he saw made his eyes brighten in delight. After all, the only reason he had shown up at the Black Dragon Army's camp was due to his need for a good cultivation environment. How could he not feel delighted seeing his tent located in the middle of the best cultivation place in the army camp? One could search through every inch of the area surrounding Bloody Spectre City and still would not find any site as good as the Tranquil Alcove, which was where the city governor of Bloody Spectre City cultivated. This place was very close to Tranquil Alcove and would be conducive to one's cultivation. At the very least, Duanling Tian was satisfied with what he had for now. "Captain Jian," Chen Xianba turned to look at Jian Qiuping and said flatly, "You're in charge of helping Captain Duan adjust and acquaint himself with the soldiers under his care. Treat it as a housewarming rite." "Yes, sir." Regardless of how unwilling Jian Qiuping was, he could not answer with anything but a short, obsequious yes. However, as soon as Chen Xianba returned to his tent, Jian Qiuping dropped his facade and looked at Duanling Tian contemptuously. "I really don't understand what goes through the commander's mind. You won't even be able to hold on to your position for long with your cultivation base. Honestly, what's the point of getting acquainted with Captain Huang's subordinates?" These were his honest thoughts. "What do you mean, Captain Jian? Are you saying you intend to disobey Chen Xianba's orders?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Jian Qiuping indifferently. Jia Qiuping's expression darkened as he glared at Duanling Tian. Then he begrudgingly showed Duanling Tian the way. After all, he could only run his mouth at most. He would not dare to disobey Chen Xianba's orders. "Listen up, Duanling Tian. You're part of the Black Dragon Army now. This means you must always refer to our commander as Commander Chen. Addressing him using his name is a major show of disrespect." Jian Qiuping admonished Duanling Tian haughtily as the latter trailed after him. Jian Qiuping was angered again when he noticed Duanling Tian ignoring him. His expression turned stormier as he stopped talking so he would not make a fool of himself. He led Duanling Tian to the barracks where Captain Huang's soldiers were located in silence. There were 11 divisions in the Black Dragon Army. One of them was where the commander and captain's tents were located. Unless they had left the camp, they would usually be found cultivating in their tents. Apart from that, each of the 10 divisions housed 1,000 tents. The soldiers were segregated into groups of thousands, each commanded by a different captain. Currently, Jian Qiuping was leading Duanling Tian to the division where soldiers formerly under Huang Jibing's command stayed. Meanwhile, the camp was in an uproar after Chen Xianba made his announcement. "Duanling Tian? Captain? That Duanling Tian is sure lucky for coming across Captain Huang's identity token. Just because of that, he's instantly made a captain. Well, we don't know how strong he is. If he's weak, he won't stay captain for long." "That's true. I don't think he's weak. After all, he managed to locate Captain Huang's identity token. He must be somewhat skilled." "I agree. After all, when Captain Huang had first gone missing, many of our captains went out to search for the identity token around the area where he was last seen, but none of them could find it. I have a feeling Duanling Tian is not a simple person." At this moment, all the conversations in the army base revolved around Duanling Tian. Some wondered if Duanling Tian had the strength to hold on to his position. Some believed he had to be skilled to be able to locate Huang Jibing's identity token. In any case, if he turns out to be weak, he's going to be replaced very soon. That's true. Among our centurions, 3 have already become golden celestials. Moreover, one of them is very likely to replace his superior after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. It seems like Captain Jian won't be able to stay captain for long. If the other 2 centurions didn't go into closed-door training, I'm sure they would be gearing up to challenge this new guy. I can't wait to see this. Many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon army were eagerly anticipating the centurions who were golden celestials to challenge the newly instated captain, Duanling Tian. I wonder how strong the new captain is? If he's weaker than our former captain, we, as his subordinates, can kiss our heyday goodbye. I really hope he doesn't disappoint us. Many of the soldiers who were formerly under Huang Jibing's command had gathered as well, expressing their concerns. The Black Dragon army presented itself as a united front, a monolithic entity where its members shared the same conviction and goal. Outsiders would be hard-pressed to topple them altogether. However, there were cracks beneath the surface. Soldiers sometimes clashed among themselves, resulting in violent skirmishes. Under these circumstances, the weaker captain's battalion would, naturally, be much more cautious and non-confrontational when faced with battalions led by more superior captains. After all, any skirmish that escalated to full-blown conflicts always harmed the groups with weaker backings. For this reason, when news broke about the death of Huang Jibing, not only did his men grieve his death, but they were also worried about the possible hardship they might have to endure. After all, it was not certain if the captain who would be replacing Huang Jibing would be a good captain like Huang Jibing. This was why they were particularly anxious about the prospect of their new captain. They had no clue about their new captain's strength. Should he prove to be too weak, then they would have to discard their previous superior attitudes. Moreover, many soldiers from the other battalions might even seize this opportunity to bully them. Previously, when Huang Jibing was still alive, no one in the army dared to look for trouble with them. Now that Huang Jibing was gone, if their new captain was weak, those with an axe to grind would definitely seize this chance to seek revenge. Soldiers formerly under the command of Captain Huang, please present yourself to his successor, Duanling Tian. The soldiers were still worrying about this matter when a booming voice blared in the air. The new captain is here? That sounds like Captain Jian Qiuping. The new captain must be with him. Well, since the new guy is replacing Captain Huang, it's only natural for him to acquaint himself with us. I wonder if he's easygoing and even-tempered. I don't care about his temper or how easygoing he is. I just want him to be as good as Captain Huang. At the very least, he can't be too inferior compared to Captain Huang. The battalion once under the command of Huang Jibing rose to the air immediately, murmuring among themselves, as they made their way toward the source of the voice. Many of them fervently wished their new captain would not be too weak. As long as he was not weak, they were even willing to overlook his other traits. High up in the air, Duanling Tian in his purple robes walked behind Jian Qiuping at a leisurely pace with his hands clasped on his back. He observed the scenery as he flew past several beautiful valleys. It was situated a distance away from the 100-odd tents that were located conspicuously further from the other groups. These tents must belong to the centurions and decurions under my command, Duanling Tian deduced. Whoosh! A gust of wind began to blow in the air as a group of black dots, akin to a swarm of migrating locusts, appeared in Duanling Tian's line of sight. They seemed to be heading toward him and Jian Qiuping. With his superior eyesight, Duanling Tian quickly counted the number of heads and discovered they were about 800-odd soldiers coming toward them. He was not surprised by the low turnouts. After all, some of the soldiers, now under his command, likely had their duties to attend to. Since you've fulfilled Commander Chen's order, you can take your leave now, Captain Jian. Duanling Tian said flatly to Jian Qiuping, who seemed like he had no intention of leaving. It was clear that Duanling Tian could not wait to see Jian Qiuping leave. Not so fast, Captain Duan. There's still a message I would like to convey to them, Jian Qiuping replied with a smirk as his eyes shone slyly. What? You're going to tell them their new captain is just a violet moon heavenly celestial? Duanling Tian retorted, fixing Jian Qiuping with a cold stare. It was as though he was aware of the thoughts running through Jian Qiuping's mind. Jian Qiuping responded to Duanling Tian's words with a sneer. He stayed rooted to his spot, waiting for Duanling Tian's battalion to arrive. Swoosh! 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 The wind picked up speed as roughly 800 soldiers from the Black Dragon army arrived before Duanling Tian. They moved into neat formations of 3. 8 individuals made up the first line, 70 formed the second, and finally 700-odd people gathered at the end. All of the soldiers donned the same black armors, giving them a uniformed appearance. However, the badges pinned on their chests set them apart. Duanling Tian scanned their badges. Centurions, decurions, foot soldiers. Based on this, he knew the first group consisted of centurions, the second consisted of decurions, and the last were regular soldiers. "It's an honor to meet you, captains," the gathered soldiers greeted in unison, following the lead of the centurions in greeting the two captains. "Commander Chen had asked me to accompany your new captain to meet his battalion for the first time. Now that my job is done, I'll excuse myself," Jian Xiaoping said. Then he scanned the soldiers before laughing heartily. "I suggest you cherish every moment you have left with your new captain." The soldiers were naturally confused. Jian Xiaoping continued to say, "You see, he's only a violet moon heavenly celestial. There's a high chance he won't be able to hold on to this position as long as you expect him to." With another burst of laughter, his figure blurred before he left like the wind. At this moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duanling Tian. The respect in their eyes when they looked at Duanling Tian earlier was replaced with a hint of disappointment. Most importantly, the 8 centurions had frowns etched deeply on their faces. So, the person who found Captain Huang's identity token is just a violet moon heavenly celestial? How can fate play such a cruel joke on us? After Jian Xiaoping dropped the bomb about Duanling Tian being a mere violet moon heavenly celestial dropped, the 8 centurions began murmuring among themselves. Their dissatisfaction was palpable. Meanwhile, the decurions were also discussing among themselves when they recovered from the shock. Upon hearing the commotion, Duanling Tian bellowed with a stormy expression on his face, quiet. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the voices of the soldiers immediately. The soldiers quieted down instantly. "Are you going to treat your captain like air?" Duanling Tian's fury was evident in his glare. Even if he was only to be their captain for a few days, he was still their superior at this moment. However, none of his subordinates showed him respect. It was clear they thought he was undeserving of their respect. One of the centurions broke the silence with a scoff. A sneer could be seen on his face as he said, "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial who obtained your position from sheer luck. You won't even be our captain for long. You're pretty bold to put on airs with your low cultivation base." Bang! The centurion's smirk froze on his lips suddenly as a loud explosion rang in the air. A loud and miserable scream rang in the air followed by a crash. The centurion who was mocking Duanling Tian was sent flying back. He spat out a fountain of blood in the air. The blood drew an arc in the air, looking gruesome. The other centurions who were about to chime in earlier were stunned into silence. They now understood their new captain was more than just a violet moon heavenly celestial. They were violet moon heavenly celestials themselves. And yet, they could not even capture Duanling Tian's movements when he injured their comrade. "Please calm down, Captain," an elderly centurion implored with a trembling voice. He was the first to regain his senses. He fell to his knees immediately. There was a rule among the Black Dragon army soldiers. The punishment for insubordination to one's superior was death. When he witnessed his new captain's true strength, he was reminded of how he had been dismissive of this new captain earlier. The realization of his transgression caused him to break out in cold sweat. "Please calm down, Captain. Please calm down, Captain." The remaining centurions, including the centurion who was injured by Duanling Tian, were now lying prostrate on the ground. All of their heads were lowered. They were afraid to meet Duanling Tian's eyes. At the same time, they inwardly cursed at Jian Xiaoping, one of the captains of the Black Dragon army. If Jian Xiaoping did not say their new captain was merely a violet moon heavenly celestial, they would never have committed such a faux pas and angered their captain. Meanwhile, the group of decurions had just regained their senses. When they saw the centurions lying prostrate on the ground, all of them instantly fell to their knees and followed the centurion's example. Needless to say, the foot soldiers followed suit as well. After all, even the centurions and decurions had yielded to the man before them. This could only mean that the man was someone strong. They could only prostrate themselves before him, hoping they would not incur his anger. For a moment, Duanling Tian was the only one left standing, looking like an emperor surrounded by his kneeling courtiers. Duanling Tian harumphed as he coldly swept his eyes across the troop under his command in the Black Dragon army. He said domineeringly, "I hope nothing like this happens again. Adjourn." Before his voice had even faded away, he disappeared in just a blink of an eye before everyone's sight. He wanted to return to his tent to cultivate and did not want to waste his time on trivial matters such as this. Duan Ling Tian's troops in the Black Dragon army slowly rose to their feet one after another after he had left. Fear was written all over their faces. The centurion who had been injured by Duan Ling Tian said through gritted teeth, "All of us have been fooled by Captain Jian Qiuping. Our new captain is not weak at all." Although Duan Ling Tian was the cause of his injury, he did not blame Duan Ling Tian at all. He felt grateful that Duan Ling Tian did not kill him for his insubordination. If anyone were to be blamed for this, it would be Jian Qiuping. If it were not for Jian Qiuping's words, he would not have dared to act insolently toward his superior. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian made his way to his tent in the Black Dragon army. As soon as he arrived in his tent, he sat cross-legged before he took out a mediocre celestial stone and began to cultivate. The process of cultivating in Devata realms was almost similar to how it was in the mundane realms. Apart from absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy, he could also use celestial stones instead of saint stones to aid him with his cultivation. No wonder this place is one of the best cultivation locations in the Bloody Spectre City. With the help of the mediocre celestial stone and my 99 heavenly veins, I'm confident I'll become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in no time. After that, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down and began to focus on cultivating. The members of the Black Dragon army would be shocked if they could read Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. After all, one had to be a blue moon heavenly celestial at least in order to become a decurion. The requirements to become a captain was naturally higher. Who would have thought their new captain was only a blue moon heavenly celestial? At this moment, Jian Qiuping did not spare any efforts to spread the word about Duan Ling Tian being a mere violet moon heavenly celestial in the army camp. Ironically, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was only a blue moon heavenly celestial. He was not even a violet moon heavenly celestial. Regardless, his hard work paid off. It did not take long before discussions about Duan Ling Tian could be heard everywhere in the army camp. The 800 soldiers under Duan Ling Tian's command were unaware of this. They only heard the rumors about their captain's cultivation base after it had spread for a long time. Naturally, they were enraged and began to defend their new captain when they heard the rumors. Who the hell said that our captain is a violet moon heavenly celestial? Is it Jian Qiuping again? Why is Jian Qiuping doing this? What could he possibly gain from this? Well, everyone knows he's going to be replaced by Qin Yu, one of the centurions under his command. Once Qin Yu comes out of closed-door cultivation, perhaps he's trying to divert the attention to our new captain. What a jerk! The more they thought about it, the angrier they felt. After all, they were already dissatisfied with Jian Qiuping for lying to them once. Now, Jian Qiuping was even spreading the same lies to everyone in the Black Dragon army. For this reason, they began to retaliate and dispel the rumor. One of the centurions who was injured by Duan Ling Tian even went the extra mile and recounted his experience with his captain without caring about being embarrassed. I'm Tong Zheng, a centurion who serves under Captain Duan. I'm a violet moon heavenly celestial, but there was nothing I could do to defend myself when Captain Duan attacked me. Before I regained my senses, I was already on the floor. If Captain Duan is really just a violet moon heavenly celestial, do all of you think he would be able to defeat me so easily? With the efforts of the troops under Duan Ling Tian's command, many people began to believe that Duan Ling Tian was not just a mere violet moon heavenly celestial. Some of them even speculated that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Jian Qiuping, who was the weakest amongst the 10 captains of the Black Dragon army. When word of this finally reached Jian Qiuping's ears, his expression turned grim. Do they think they'll be able to help Duan Ling Tian by spreading fake news? Naive. Too naive. So what if Qin Yu is able to defeat me and replace me as a captain of the Black Dragon army? I'll just look for Duan Ling Tian and challenge him for the position of captain. I'll show those people who's boss once I become their new captain. Flames of fury surged in his heart the more he thought about this. He could not wait to replace Duan Ling Tian so he could seek revenge from those people who defended Duan Ling Tian. After all, as a superior, it would be easy for him to make life difficult for his subordinates. While Jian Xiaoping indulged in the fantasy of making life difficult for the troops under Duan Ling Tian's command, another piece of shocking news began to spread in the army camp. The centurion, Qin Yu, had come out of his closed-door cultivation and planned to challenge his captain, Jian Xiaoping. It took a while before Jian Xiaoping was finally made aware of the matter. His expression darkened as his eyes burned with anger as he stared at Qin Yu. He said through gritted teeth, "Qin Yu, do you think I'm weaker than Duan Ling Tian? Is that why you came to challenge me instead?" His voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. On the contrary, Qin Yu remained calm as he said emotionlessly, "Captain, I was in closed-door cultivation this entire time. As soon as I came out, I instantly sent a challenge to you. I don't know who's Duan Ling Tian." Qin Yu was a young man with a muscular body and handsome appearance. The Black Dragon Army's armor further accentuated his fine bearing as a soldier. Currently, Qin Yu stood across Jian Xiaoping. They were surrounded by many people. Not only were Jian Xiaoping's subordinates present on the scene, but even the soldiers under the other captain's commands had come to watch the show. It was human nature to take part in merriment. Even Celestials were not immune to it. The anger on Jian Xiaoping's face gradually disappeared as he said in a stern voice, "Now that you know about it, are you still planning to challenge me, or are you going to challenge Duan Ling Tian?" He had assumed Qin Yu would challenge Duan Ling Tian if he gave Qin Yu a way out. "I don't think that's necessary," Qin Yu said calmly as he held Jian Xiaoping's gaze. "I'm not someone who adapts easily. I think it's better for me to become a captain to my brothers. For this reason, I, Qin Yu, am determined to challenge you, Captain Jian." The soldiers in the Black Dragon Army were anticipating the fight between Qin Yu and Jian Xiaoping at this moment when something unexpected happened. "Very well." Jian Xiaoping looked at Qin Yu coldly and said in a displeased tone, "Since you want my position so much, I'll give it to you. Consider this my present to you for working so hard during your time under my command." Not only was the crowd present on the scene shocked, but even Qin Yu was shocked upon hearing these words. Based on his knowledge, Jian Xiaoping would not admit defeat so easily even if his opponent was much stronger than him. After coming to terms with Jian Xiaoping conceding the position to him, he nodded. "Well, thank you, Cap. No, starting from now on, I should call you Centurion Jian Xiaoping." Since Jian Xiaoping had conceded his position, he would, naturally, be demoted to a centurion now that Qin Yu had become a captain. The crowd was still in shock over his decision when his booming voice resounded in the vicinity. "I, Jian Xiaoping, hereby declare that I will challenge Duan Ling Tian to a duel." Although Jian Xiaoping was the weakest among the 10 captains, he still held the title of captain and was a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial. In other words, he was not someone to be taken lightly as well. Truth be told, most of the soldiers who were present on the scene, including his subordinates, did not have much contact with Jian Xiaoping. However, they had heard some rumors about him and more or less knew about the kind of person he was. "I can't believe he's giving up so easily. Considering his attitude, I thought he would accept the challenge even if he knows Qin Yu is stronger than him. He doesn't sound like the Jian Xiaoping we've heard about. What happened to him? Why do I feel like he has changed into another person?" Many of the soldiers from the Black Dragon Army were stunned when they saw Jian Xiaoping admitting defeat before he even fought Qin Yu. Some of them even thought they had heard wrongly. However, the soldiers who were most surprised were the soldiers formerly under Jian Xiaoping's command. They all felt as though he had turned into a stranger. Since they were under his command, they naturally knew him better compared to the others. "Hold on a second," he challenged Duan Ling Tian, a new captain of the Black Dragon Army, as soon as he conceded his position. "Doesn't something smell fishy? There must be a reason for his actions. It's possible that he's trying to conserve his strength so he can face Captain Duan Ling Tian in peak condition. After all, if he loses to Qin Yu, he would need some time to recuperate." "Well, you might be right. If that's the case, he's really smart. Not only did his decision help him to conserve strength, but it'll also help him with regaining his position as a captain. It's like hitting two birds with one stone." "Regaining his position as a captain? What makes you so certain?" "According to rumors, Captain Duan isn't any weaker than Jian Xiaoping. Even if he challenges Captain Duan, the odds might not be in his favor. Well, I heard that Captain Duan is just a violet moon heavenly celestial. There's no way a violet moon heavenly celestial will be able to defeat Jian Xiaoping. This is different from what I heard. The crowd was of two opinions. One camp believed Jian Xiaoping would be able to easily defeat Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial. On the other hand, the other camp believed that the rumor about Duanling Tian being a violet moon heavenly celestial was fake. They believed Duanling Tian was not any weaker than Jian Xiaoping, and Jian Xiaoping's dream of easily defeating Duanling Tian was only a fool's dreams. This was only to be expected since people would, naturally, have different opinions. The atmosphere in the Black Dragon Army's camp was extremely lively today. There was Qin Yu who replaced Jian Xiaoping and became the new captain, and there was Jian Xiaoping surrendering without a fight and challenging Duanling Tian. Moreover, there was the impending fight between Duanling Tian and Jian Xiaoping as well. These three pieces of news dropped like a bomb in the Black Dragon Army camp and caused an uproar in the camp. How dare Jian Xiaoping challenge our captain to a duel as soon as he conceded his position? Does he really think that our captain is just a violet moon heavenly celestial? I'm very certain Captain Duan isn't weak at all. I'd even stake my life on it. Even if Captain Duan can't defeat Jian Xiaoping, it won't be a problem for him to come to a draw with Jian Xiaoping. According to the rules, one has to defeat the other in the fight to claim the position. If Jian Xiaoping can't defeat Captain Duan, he won't be able to claim the position of a captain. The group of Black Dragon Army's soldiers serving under Duanling Tian had full confidence in him after they had witnessed his strength. In any case, they did not believe he would be defeated by Jian Xiaoping. The men were about to return to their tents when they heard a thunderous scoff booming across the valley, piercing their eardrums. Jian Xiaoping. What's he doing here? It was not difficult for them to recognize Jian Xiaoping's voice. Before they regained their senses, Jian Xiaoping's voice boomed again in the air. How dare you impudent little shit sling mud at me and spread fake news about Duanling Tian is not a violet moon heavenly celestial and is as strong as I am. After I replace Duanling Tian as your captain, I'm going to show all of you what hell is like. Jian Xiaoping paused for a moment before he said, I, Jian Xiaoping, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army, hereby challenge Captain Duanling Tian to a duel in the Valley of Ares. His voice that was infused with celestial origin energy sounded even louder when he spoke again. His voice echoed through the entire Black Dragon Army's camp. Jian Xiaoping? A centurion. When did he become a centurion? I just met him earlier. In the valley where the commander and captains of the Black Dragon Army resided. Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, captains of the Black Dragon Army, emerged from their tents, stunned. Half an hour ago, Centurion Qin Yu came out of his closed-door cultivation. He challenged Jian Xiaoping to a duel, but Jian Xiaoping gave up without a fight. As a result, Qin Yu replaced him as captain, and Jian Xiaoping has been demoted to a centurion. A voice rang out from the tent of Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Commander Chen! Commander Chen! As soon as the two captains saw Chen Xianba, they hastily bowed after they exchanged a look of confusion with each other. They had been Jian Xiaoping's colleagues, so they knew him quite well. Based on his attitude, he would not have given up without a fight. As if he could read their minds, Chen Xianba explained, I heard that he surrendered without a fight, so he would be able to conserve his strength for his fight with Captain Duan. Didn't you just hear him challenging Captain Duan to a duel in the Valley of Ares? Conserving his strength? Well, that makes sense. Hu Ji nodded. Chai when you glanced at Duanling Tian's tent disdainfully. Is that even necessary? After all, Duanling Tian isn't that powerful. He's just a violet moon heavenly celestial. Commander Chen, Zhao Dongxing, another captain of the Black Dragon Army, greeted Chen Xianba as soon as he exited his tent. Then he stood aside and glanced at Duanling Tian's tent. At the same time, the flap of the tent opened up, and a purple figure emerged from inside. The purple figure was none other than Duanling Tian. He had been cultivating earlier and was startled by Jian Xiaoping's voice. Although he did not think much of Jian Xiaoping, he would never back down from a challenge. Moreover, it was a good chance for him to display his strength to those who looked down on him and prove that he was more than qualified to become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Commander, Captain Zhao. Duanling Tian greeted Chen Xianba and Zhao Dongxing. He only nodded in greeting to the other two captains. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Chai Wenyu bellowed, "Duanling Tian." His expression was dark as he continued saying, "How dare you act so arrogantly in front of the commander? Do you think you're superior to Commander Qin? Can't you show more respect to our commander?" He grew more and more hostile as he spoke. It was clear that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, Duanling Tian remained unfazed by Chai Wenyu's hostility. He glanced at Chai Wenyu from the corners of his eyes and said, "So you show your respect by tacking on the word Chan behind the title commander?" It's said that those unassuming and seemingly loyal individuals are the ones who usually harbor wild ambitions. Who knows if beneath your loyal facade, you're harboring thoughts of usurping the commander's position. Chai Wenyu did not expect Duanling Tian would counter his words. His expression changed as he cried out in anger, "Nonsense. That's pure nonsense. How dare you make such baseless accusations? I'm just speaking theoretically. There's no need for you to get angry, Captain Chai, unless my words have hit its mark," Duanling Tian said with a sneer. You, Chai Wenyu was speechless. At this moment, Xianxia interjected, "That's enough. It's just a salutation. It's just as Captain Duan said, loyalty can't be determined by how I am addressed. I'm certain Captain Duan means no disrespect to me." Since the commander had spoken, Chai Wenyu, naturally, could no longer make a fuss. He looked at Duanling Tian pointedly as though he was trying to cut Duanling Tian into a million pieces with his gaze. Duanling Tian ignored Chai Wenyu and looked at Xianxia as he asked, "Do you know where the Valley of Ares is located, Commander?"